Simulan na natin ang laban. Dito lamang iyan sa ating Crossfire Philippines, wherein CFS 2026 Summer Qualifiers PH continues with 6 hopefuls. Narinig mo yun, Sneaky? Parang muntikin ko na masabi mo, malalapit ko ng dapat mamaya pang gabi or madaling araw ko sabihin. But again, kami ang inyong makakasama. It's Sneaky Frag and Bipolar on the desk. At syempre, Sneaky, delikado tong mga to kasi syempre marami tong mga parang a lot of these teams have been having a rough time. These are not the teams na nakikita natin mostly sa Masters. So if, I mean, whoever wins here, it's gonna be one hell of a show or yun may kita natin.
Ayun nga pare, I feel like a lot of these teams, especially on the schedule right now, haven't had yung pinaka-ideal na start dito sa ating summer qualifiers pare, especially with the new format kagaya nga ng group stage natin. It has been it has been quite exciting yung mga matchups na nakikita natin. But when it comes to this point in time, day number 8 na tayo pare. This is where the 2-2s and the 1-2s ay magsisimula ng matanggal or malay mo, 'di ba? Mapunta pa sila sa ating second chance sa bracket for round number 5. So, I know hopefuls all over the place pare. Obviously AG trying to come back dito sa ating SEA Masters after having actually not too bad of a season pare, if I'm not mistaken, barely got out of playoff contention. Natalo lang sila dun sa ating win-loss column. Pero, ayun nga, they still have EKISQUAD on the other side. Obviously, ComebackFriends, may napakahaba pa na kanilang story dito sa ating tournament pare, knowing the name value on that team. But at the same time, JYD has something to prove. SGJ as well. Always an exciting team to watch out for pare.
I agree with you on that, Sneaky. And if we're talking about teams, why not? Let's look at the bracket, para dito sa ating matches so far. Nakita nyo yung ating Swiss format. Marami tayong nakita dito. But the main point in town is ang ating round number 4. Pero put your eyes dito sa may baba. 1 win, 2 losses. And again, hopefuls tong mga to. We have ALG Alliance Gaming versus EKISQUAD, JY Esports versus ComebackFriends. Tapos yung Bacolod Squad ng JY, mapupunta dyan up against SGJ. Sneaky, at yung sinasabi natin from the very round number 3 na if Alliance Gaming comes into matches again, another chance. And for EKISQUAD, well, you have a team that you have like Jamero Teng, names that have been in the scene for a very long time na susubok muli, and the possibility na both JY organization or both JY teams papasok dito sa matches. Ang interesting nun para sa akin.
Ayun nga, Polar, but unfortunately, para dito sa dalawang JY teams natin, they just so happen to run into itong SGJ, obviously, the winners ng ating Impact 2026 in the previous season. And of course, ComebackFriends, pare, a team who has taken the hardest possible road para lang maka-qualify dito sa ating SEA Masters. Obviously, going up against itong, if I'm not mistaken, they went up against AG first. Easy time pare. Sinala agad sa kanila, Team Stallions.
Tapos,
and Virtus.Pro.
Yun.
So medyo mahirap naman yung daan dito ng ComebackFriends. So ayun nga, they are gonna try to see if they can go up against itong JYE. Pero judging from their game up against Alliance, ayun nga, I feel like CBF might have the slight advantage. Pero knowing everything that we know now, Polar, our today's schedule, 3 p.m. will be Alliance versus EKISQUAD, which is going to be right now. JY Esports ComebackFriends para dito sa 5:30. SGJ versus JY Bacolod Esports para sa ating 8 p.m. matchup. Pero We're gonna focus on that first one, pare.
Yeah, Alliance Gaming versus EKISQUAD. This is a team, Sneaky, na thrives off of aggressiveness. If gusto nyo ng bakbakan, if gusto nyo ng barilan, if gusto nyo ng harap-harapan na bastusan, simulan natin yon with Alliance Gaming and EKISQUAD. Alliance Gaming, tulad nga sinabi mo kanina, no, they've had a pretty good run, not that bad, pagdating dito sa ating Masters previously. Kasi naman, yun nga, win-loss lang naman yung kinalamangan dito ng Kerdas last time. And they were admitting that, pero Alliance, they have been, in the rough as well. Kasi once they were up against the biggest teams, they were really not playing well. After that first 3 weeks ng Masters last time, nakita natin nag-digress ng todo yung Alliance Gaming. Yes, they're winning fights up until 2v1s, 1v1s, pero umaabot tayo sa point na hindi natin sila nararamdaman. Parang walang alyansa yung Alliance Gaming, and with their name having Alliance, parang it's concerning na if and only if that just works out dito sa Masters na ito, we might see an Alliance Gaming going into their full form. Pero EKISQUAD, man, binigyan nila ng Ekis yung last time nila nakalaban. I believe it was EXGOVERNORS, and EKISQUAD, man, grabe dito si Ram, pati si Gemero. Pero ikaw ba, ano pa pwede natin makita possibly dito para sa ating first week?
Yeah, and the fact that series was also very convincing, no, Polar, para dito sa ating para sa ating squad, and I have a feeling that that is also a sign para dito sa Alliance na you have to look at this EKISQUAD team with the full seriousness. Parang hindi niyo pwedeng hindi ka pwedeng magbulakbol basically dito sa mapa na to if you're Alliance. Kasi as much as I would like to trust itong Alliance, no, kasi nakita na natin the higher highs ng team na to of placing 7th, no, obviously taking some of the teams dito sa SEA Masters to the brink, but we also saw the lowest of lows para dito sa Alliance, pare. Would you expect the team to be losing to ComebackFriends? Granted na nakuha nga sila ng third map dun sa series na yun, pero yung pinakamalala na loss dito ng Alliance was the MOMEN Esports, the run back, pare. Obviously, may mga ibang QD members dun, pare. That would have been the opportunity para sa Alliance na, medyo makabalik and get a bit of revenge ongoing. Pero, ayun nga, losing 0-2 in that one, parang mawalan ka talaga ng onting confidence dito, pare, despite their 2-0 up against HazMatz, pare.
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right there, Sneaky, kasi they had so much opportunities para ma-prove na Alliance Gaming is a team that you have to fear. And they're always a team na parang placeholder na lang, in my opinion. Kaya ng Alliance Gaming, you have star players, you have Nuken, you have Del QQ, nandyan din si K. Cedric ngayon. So if you think about it, what's happening for Alliance Gaming? Is it the condition dun sa bootcamp? Is it something else? We don't know. But let's look at the map dito na para sa ating map or para sa ating first series of the day.
New compound, Black Widow?
Black Widow muna. Sa base, Black Widow, and then Port.
Whoa!
This is pretty crazy.
Alliance ban new compound?
Nakita nila yung last match. Up against EXGOV, man. Yun yung ibig sabihin nun. Pero ikaw ba, ano sa tingin mo? Bakit ganito yung tatlong mapa natin?
I was thinking na, ayun nga, maybe you do have a point no. Nakita siguro nila yung series up against itong EXGOV. Pero if you are on the side of Alliance, para I feel like, you have a slightly more confidence in yourself, para, especially when it comes to new compound. Pero pakiramdam ko kasi, there is also existing experience para dito sa side ng EKISQUAD when it comes to that specific map, pare. And especially knowing, Tang back in the day, he also did like yung mapa na to, despite the not so stellar record. And the other players on the team as well, they also do perform dito sa mapa na new compound. Pero in terms of togetherness, pare, feeling ko lugi dun yung EKISQUAD sa new compound. Kaya nasusurprise talaga ako na ito yung lumabas natin para sa map number 1. Pero sub-base, also a surprise, but at the same time, hindi masyado, pare. Some of the players inside of EKISQUAD, plenty of experience sa mapa na to. And napansin ko for the past few times na nag-pick tayo ng sub-base, it's actually the teams from the mixed Manila and Cebu teams yung nagpipick more than anything. And if anything, the more Manila teams are actually picking itong sub-base, pare.
Yeah, mas naging Arsenal na kasi itong sub-base para lang, handa sila sa possibility na ito na yung malalaking kabayo. Trojan horse on the sub-base on the sub-base map, no? So, yeah, I mean, I get it. Sub-base has been spanned out for all of these teams. I would like to go back a little bit dito sa new compound natin kasi spin out din naman to ng Alliance last time nung Masters, nung SEA Masters. So I'm really surprised. I would like to see na yung Ankara muna yung mauna kasi that was Alliance Gaming didn't have the best kind of Ankara. Yes, they were fighting pero not a lot. Pero please do give me a little bit of time here. I would like to congratulate one of our loves and my good friend Ben Dolor na mapupunta na ngayon sa Execration. So congratulations brother para sa'yo. But moving forward, Sneaky Frog, wala pa tayong congratulate dito sa ating mga teams kasi again, these are very hindi naman siya wala namang mga X sa mga players dito pero parang if you think about it, it's hopeful but it's far from reality pa. Whatever happens in this series, eto na yung magsesement sa mismong image nila going into Masters.
For sure, no? It could make or break yung kanilang image dito, pare. And ayun nga, it's actually a really good point to touch upon, no? Kasi kung maalala mo, pare, yung nangyari kay Teng in the past, obviously, we saw what happened with Execration back in the day na kasama niya nga si Ram. Jamero, obviously, kinda fell off a bit after he kinda left the scene, pero bumabalik na nga siya dito sa ating tournament and is still fragging out of his mind. Pero the biggest redemption story, pare, Carl and Owen King, at one point, yun nga, no, hindi na sila nakakalaro whatsoever. Pero, back in the fray, and Carl nagpaparamdam na agad sa start ng round. And kay Cedric, papag-isipan niyo yun, pare.
Sabi ko sa'yo, Sneaky, bastusan to harap-harapan. No? Pinakamasikip pang parte ng mapa. Vince and Carl activating already. You'll have to see it. Last time din nakakita natin, no, it was Owen King and Carl making very big plays. Siguro Jamero, you can add into that and as well as Ram. Pero these two players, very underrated pagdating dito sa squad na to. Alliance Gaming with one player down. Si Cedric pa yun. A player that you bank on. This A-side push might just be the weakest place para pwedeng mapuntahan ng buong Alliance. EKISQUAD will back off. Jamero, TRG of a lifetime, does find Boo already. Second spray down, doesn't connect, pero dito na ngayon ang Alliance Gaming to hold down A-site. Owen King and Jamero down, pero 3v3 Sneaky, 30 seconds, CR push mula sa buong EKISQUAD. No, here's on Woods. Itutuloy nila yung play. Itutuloy nila. Push mula sa skip and you can now. Only good for one. Del QQ, mamamatay lang din. The TRGs are not playing into their form and you can. Mamamatay lang din. He just fell down. And what a way to start this series off. Tatlo sa sikip, Sneaky. Gumana yun.
Gumana yun, Polar?
Alam mo yun, never natin gagawin yun. Sasabihan mo kung mag-woods ka. Ikutan mo yung anong nangyari.
May galit pa yun. May galit pa yung kasama yun. Mag-woods ka, Polar. Pero, men, sa totoo lang, pare, that should not work. 100% of the time, pare. Sadyang nagbintis lang talaga yung isang player, but that is how sensitive this kind of crossfire is, this level of crossfire is, pare. Isang mintis lang talaga, pwedeng mag-fall apart ang buong retake defense nyo. And it seems like EKISQUAD taking full advantage of that miss. Ang ganda ng kalat nila dito sa A-site. And would like to compliment itong si Jamero as well. No? Hitting that first shot, granted, na-delay ng onte kahit papano. Pero that also allowed Ekis to run into CR para tulungan siya dito, pare.
Yun na nga eh. Plus, it was concerning din na parang itong yung playstyle for the post-plant dito ng players mula sa Alliance Gaming was go for contact. Tapos after that, ang pangit ng pwestuhan nila. Even you can, alam niyo naka M14 EBRs to and that has big spam potential. Dun pa mismo siya sa pinaka pwedeng ma-spam, which was crazy to me. He had a little bit of time to play around Besal, pero we digress. Round number 2 for Subway Sneaky setup towards passage. Force na naman, players mula dito sa Alliance Gaming, this possibility of surprising EKISQUAD, pero tignan mo, eto yung prime time na pwestuhan ng EKISQUAD. Isa dito, mismo sa third floor, and damage has been done. Jamero, makakahanap naman ng isa. Tams, walang makita through the smoke, but he enables himself makapasok ng site. Nuken, di muna gagamit ng sniper, malapit ang USP. One shot in the head. Carl makes presence known, and he gets to EKISQUAD. Pinaparamdam na Alliance Gaming cannot go up against EKISQUAD, Tams. Nade does connect half HP to Carl, pero pushing mula sa shadow or dun sa may dark room. Tams will get the kill. Ang ganda ng positioning dun. Yun ang hinahanap natin for Alliance Gaming.
Grabe. What a nice shot galing dito kay Tams. So speaking of underrated, pare, Tams of course, one of the more underrated players dito sa liga natin. Despite na baguhan, parang veterano ang kanyang galawan, pare. Pero tignan mo naman, Owen King gustong habulin itong si Del QQ. Will be going down. Woods control. Nasa kamay na ngayon ng EKISQUAD. Pero passage control nasa kamay ni K. Cedric. Napakaganda ng takbo. Jamero mahuhulog agad. Ram na andito pa sa 2F. Pero naandito na ang buong alliance para patayin ka, pare. 3 versus 4.
Ito na yung aggressiveness ng buong Alliance squad. Nakita nila nag-push sa woods. So they have all this area para makapasok ng passage. And K. Cedric is just too smart for these kinds of situations. 30 seconds, holds down the very darkest room in this map. K. Cedric, good for 2. At si Carl na naman ang natira, pero 3 players low in HP, that's good. That's 2 para kay Carl. And EKISQUAD keeps the dreams alive. Pero si Duke na, malapitan to with the USP, he can get picked off. Pero this USP garnered 2 kills in this round. Sila pa ngayon ang may angat.
Grabe, twice na nangyari yun. You can kind of tell na yung dalawang alliance players are kind of like the fish and SpongeBob. How many times you have to tell you, old man? Pero Teng, aakyat ng MR. Wala nang paki sa nararamdaman dito ng alliance. Pero mapapaback na lang sila. They safely thwart yung MR push. And feeling ko, i-reheat nila to, pare, for the sake of these 2 players.
Yeah, why not? I mean, I'm all for gunfights. Pero outer side will be not played para dito kay Cedric Ram. We saw him last time, man. MVP. And if he does it once again, pero up against Alliance naman, that's gotta hurt Alliance. They will back off. Ibibigay nilang MR. Lalo na Alliance, they're playing pretty slow.
Interesting yung past 2 strats dito ng Alliance, no? Despite yung the hard time of trying to get passage. I like the tinry nila yung Pacific P site, which is 1 player going down vents and 3 players going through passage. And yung isa yata galing dito ng MR. And they tried to run that back dito sa last round natin. And it was actually a good reaction kasi nga may nag-push diba ng Woods Polar. K. Cedric, split second decision, push natin tong passage, push natin tong shutter, and give space para sa kanyang team. And that is very nice gameplay galing dito kay K. Cedric, which is a very well-needed player, no? Kasi last time na nawala si K. Cedric dito, pare, durog dito yung Alliance.
You need those kinds of like singular plays na high IQ, kumbaga, especially for Alliance. Oh, good shot mula dito kay Nuken. Wins the sniper fight up against Jamero. Pero alam na, I think Jamero spotted 2 players there. That's why umiikot na agad dito yung katawan ni Ram towards si Kep. Meanwhile, dito si Teng already covering that area where Jamero once were. Pero grabe, sneaky. Look at the timer. 30 seconds. Si Carl nasa likuran. And he sees all the movement. Triple kill para kay Carl to stop the push. And in crunch time, dito pa mismo, nasiraan ng ulo ang Alliance Gaming. EKISQUAD. They're just too good in these early rounds.
It's a prime example, no, Polar, ng strategy versus impromptu-ness galing dito sa ating Ekis. No, Ekis is more flexible pagdating dito sa GR side. Mas nakaka-react sila sa pinanggagawa dito ng EKISQUAD sa mapa natin. And ever since they made that adjustment, napapabagal itong Alliance. And Alliance are kind of forced to play the standard. Try take natin tong MR. Pag nakuha natin tong MR, kunin natin tong passage. Pag nakuha natin yan, let's get second mid. But in between that time, pare, nakaka-opportunity itong EKISQUAD, like itong si Carl, para lagpasan ang backline ng Alliance, pare. And they should be careful about those timings kasi dun na nanalo yung EKISQUAD, pare.
And that's crazy na nahanap yun ng EKISQUAD. In onti lang ng time din, that's like 5 seconds. But since Alliance is grouped up most of the time, delikado nga lang. Kaso kay Cedric,
yes, he did it.
Baits the shot. And they have full control of Vince. Dito pwede labanan ngayon ng EKISQUAD.
Shoutout sa kuya ni Salvatore na nasa Q9 ngayon, XJ. Ang originator ng XJ spin pare na nakita natin from last year at nagwala tayo lahat. Pero ngayon, naging common move na eh. Like, if you don't do it in Benz, man, you don't know what to do.
Oh, sneaky. EKISQUAD. Are they ready for the B split? Isa man galing dito sa may second mid, 1 on MR, 3 players on passage, pero this is the same setup na hindi man lang napasukan ng madalian dito ng Alliance Gaming. Ram through the smoke, good for one. Pero Tams is there for an easy trade and opening up the site. There comes Del QQ with the HK. It's a 2v3 in this point in time. Makakapagplanta ng bomba ulit ang Alliance Gaming. Nukin ngayon, lurking sniper, shotgun hits, and it continues with the USP Alliance. Ito yun, Sneaky. Walang butas dun sa opensa. Lahat covered.
Yeah, and at the same time, feeling ko pakiramdam ng Ekis na they were just kind of running back that multiple player through passage kind of strat no pare. At sobrang nakampante sila na walang tao dun sa LR and provides yung mga LR players actually provides the cover papunta dito sa shot and made it a whole lot easier para makapasok itong alliance natin on the side. So it's just really good coverage no in between yung mga kakampi dito on the side of ALG, making sure kagaya nga na sinabi mo, Polar, wala nga butas ang kanilang opensa. And that's what you have to have kasi the reason why natatalo sila for the past few rounds is may butas yung kanilang opensa, pare.
Mm-hmm. They're going for a clumped up play once again, Sneaky. But as long as kay Cedric does get a kill here, kahit isa lang, yung butas matatransfer na dito sa side ng EKISQUAD. And this smoke will dissipate, Sneaky. Might be a wrong timing para sa Attras Gaming, pero they continue to push. Jamero now wheels the M14. Gets one kill, pero double trouble. Pero dito na si kay Cedric. A delayed push on Vince na hindi aakalain ng EKISQUAD na matutuloy pa. Teng and Ram natitira para dito sa EKISQUAD. And kay Cedric knows, but he just gets killed instantly. Nuken, USP killer once again. At yung pinaka-underrated player pa natin ngayon, ang mismong titikim ng dalawang duo natin for Alliance Gaming, EKISQUAD. Di sila dun ready sa biglaang push ng Alliance Gaming.
Oo nga, nagkukulang yung galawan dito ni Uncle Teng, pare. And Alliance, once again, a very nice second mid push. No? Feeling ko, on purpose, nireveal itong si Kay Cedric dito sa Vents para maaning yung mga players na nasa loob ng CR, pare. And as soon as the distraction came dito sa second mid, nakalimutan na nila si Kay Cedric nung time na yun. And all that firepower consolidating and distracting, nagkaroon ng opportunity dito sa CR. But there was a really good fight back though, galing dito kay Boss Teng. However, didn't really result in too much, unfortunately, man. There was too many members na still alive para sa Alliance.
Yeah, not a lot of like garnered kills, no? I feel like talagang it pressure na lang yung nag-build up doon para kay Teng. But with Alliance, dito pa sa BL side, Sneaky, every round means so much kapag ikaw yung nagsimula ng BL side. So Alliance trying to go for a 3-piece here bago nila mapapuntos or possibly ang EKISQUAD. Pero again, Sneaky, they're trying the same strat ulit. 3 players here on Woodski, Cedric holding down Vents.
Huwag ka dyan tatayo, Jamero.
Pero Jamero, magpupush na lang and he finds the timing. Never mind! Cebu, just better with the shots. At uunahan na ni kay Cedric yung push sa second mid, yun lang magkakamali siya doon. As he doesn't continue the fight in CR. Tams finds Teng. And they stabilize. Nakita nila okay lang kahit namatay si kay Cedric. Buhay pa din naman Cebu. Pero diretso, Sneaky, walang flash na kailangan. Raw dry dito sa may luwag. At sa kabila papunta si QRL. Bakit sila umaalis? Walang planta, walang site dyan sa may CR. They plant the bomb on A site. And look at Boo, alam niya, okay lang mamatay dito. Low HP, does get 2! And it doesn't even fall down. The nade will connect. Minus 30 damage. And Tams will go for the long range fight. Bakit umalis doon ng EKISQUAD?
No, oh my God. Pakiramdam ko, man, they really thought that they were ahead of the curve yata. Walang ingay na nangyayari dito sa A-side. And it does make sense, no? Namatay si Kay Cedric sa CR. Hindi na natin i-go tong A-side. Pero Alliance thinking otherwise. They're thinking 2 steps ahead dito sa mapa natin, Polar. And grabe, that was so tragic. Honestly, yung pagkamatay, yun nga, tama yung point mo doon, Polar. Yung pagkamatay ni Kay Cedric, okay lang yun. Kasi na-confirm na may tao dito sa CR, na-confirm na may tao dito sa A-site. And with that kind of information, pare, and with that, and Ekis being aware na merong yung information yun sa Alliance, napaikot sila sa B kasi naisip nila, okay, mag-B site to. Dami sila nakita sa A, it does make sense, pero yun yung, that's the benefit of being 2 steps ahead, pare. Especially if you're on the side of ALD. So, big ups to Boo for that one, pare.
Yeah. Good awareness, no? Tsaka, they never pushed itong second mid and even luwag. Kapag hindi na mamatay si Cedric, kaso nga lang, inunahan na agad ni Jamero. Chinek niya na agad yung mismong butas. Yung nawalang panel dito sa may vent sa second mid. And they put more players. He's sneaking not a lot in shutter para lang talagang ma-hold dito yung cross. If ever man mag-push dyan sa second mid ng ALG. Pero are they 2 steps forward, 2 steps faster? At this round instead, Carl finds players. LQQ, throwing nades. Pero Carla, alam niya, pwede niya pa rin labanan to kahit na flash up siya ngayon. Kaso, Del QQ finds the easier shot ram. Magpapakita din dito ng USP. Del QQ mamamatay na on A. And somehow, this very passive play mula sa EKISQUAD, yun mismo ang nagpanalo sa kanila ng round. And it just continues as Teng falls down from that trade mula sa lockers. At nandito na si Ram to ram his head and bullets onto the body of Tabs.
Yeah, 5 and 3 para dito sa Ekis. Bit of a foiled push. Ayun nga, I still think na Cedric should be going vents 24/7 dito para in order to further push that pressure no para sa kanyang team. At the same time, I feel like EKISQUAD has gotten a bit wiser no sa kanilang tricks dito. No longer do they have to, or since napatay nila si Cedric, they realistically didn't have to worry about vents anymore pare. Tamang tutok na lang dito sa second mid and Alliance trying to play off of yung distraction dito kay Del QQ sa A site. Pero yung Ekis, di sila naloko masyado dun pa.
Yeah. I mean, they just held the north part of the side of the map. Tapos, kahit pumasok dito ang plays not for Alliance Gaming, as long as those plays got 1 kill, okay lang. And Jamero, man. Tingnan mo naman, Jamero, asserting dominance dito sa may woods. 2 rounds before, nandun lang siya sa labas ng doors. Ngayon, dumire. Ang tigas ng mukha dito, man. Jamero, and you love to see it.
Yeah, man, patigasan talaga ng mukha dito sa woods. You really do not want to give that specific position no, for free. Dapat may kapalit man lang sa side dito ng Alliance and it just so happens to be Cedric's entire health bar pare. So sniper na lang siya dito. Honestly, Cedric, no, with my personal experience, he's not too bad on the sniper pare. Nakakatama naman siya. Pero, what is gonna be the action naman para kay Nuken pare? Minsan lang natin na makita mag-rifle pero pwede rin yan maging masakit men. Judging from the other players as well. Yun nga, si Yotip, masakit din yan mag-rifle. So, let's see.
Yeah. I mean, our snipers at this point in time naman, they are not just snipers anymore. So, you love to see these kinds of situations. A possibility of an entry. Nakapasok! And Carl! Di man lang makakatama doon kahit isa lang. And Cedric does hit the shot! He's a sniper as well! Flashbang off the mark pero Del QQ. Diretso pa rin sa side. Nakalampas na naman si Jamero. Saan nang galing yung jablong to? Nuken able to get 1 kill and Owen King versus 3. And now claims 1 kill. Is he good for 2? Del QQ magpaplanta ng bomba in EKISQUAD with a chance. Kaso tinigil yun ni Del QQ. What an entry for Alliance Gaming. Again, nakahanap nila yung pinaka-open na side ng mapa.
Yun nga pare, and obviously very well played galing kay Cedric no. The first 2 swings obviously hindi titira dito ang ating sniper and as soon as he missed the shot he went for the angle. So very nice positioning galing dito sa side ng Alliance and at the same time Nuken. Napakabilis pumasok dito ng LR natin pare. No chance whatsoever on the side of Ekis to fight with that kind of offense. So sobrang kalat na ng Alliance dito sa B side and it seems like EKISQUAD, the opposite positions na natitake nila dun pare. It was the flanks, but unfortunately, the flanks weren't enough since kahit dun nakabantay sila.
Oh, yeah. Actually, no snipers, no? For this round, for ALG. Parang ine-expect ata nila na magbibilisan dito ng EKISQUAD on the second half, on the first round of the second half. And that's why possibly kaya nag-HK dito and no snipers for ALG. Pero EKISQUAD, parang on the BL side, meron kang big brain burst na, uy, wait lang, pwede tayo mag 2 steps ahead every time. At EKISQUAD ang nakagawa ng ngayon.
I would want to see more EBRs para sa Alliance.
Same.
I feel like 4 HKs, sure. Pero, you know, you start to question a bit kung kaya yung tapatan yung wallbang damage, no? Yung hawak dito ni Boo. Pero tignan mo naman, 3 MR, 2 in passage. P-split pa to?
Possibly. Pero natin place mula sa lockers at nauna pang mapas lang dito si Boo. Oh!
Nice
kay
shot.
Cedric! What a shot mula dito kay Teng! And triple kill now for the man himself! There's no Unk here. It's just the pro player himself. At Del QQ mag-isa na lang. At sabi niya, nasaan na yung teammates ko? Akala ko ba may alyansa tayo para mag-hold ng pinakaunang round ng second half? EKISQUAD! What a first round dito sa BL side.
Grabe, men. Parang naaalala ko tuloy yung isang video of the old guy jump roping while sitting down at the phrase, Unk still got it, sabi dito ni Boss Teng. And of course, the El Clasico skills never go away whatsoever once you have it. Pero tignan naman Polar B-side take para dito sa EKISQUAD. Owen King will be going down. Actually, will be going up too! Tams taking out si Carl, pero si Jamero, napakalayo, but still, B-side's already taken. Doesn't really have to do anything. Pero kay Cedric with the flank.
Oh, he might have chance. No, there's no chance there, Sneaky. Walang chance doon para kay Cedric. 30 seconds. At hiwa-hiwalay pa dito ang Alliance Gaming. It's the same round before. Namatay lang si Carl, pero ubos ang buong Alliance Gaming.
Yun nga, and it wasn't really anything too complicated no dito, Polar, sadyang LR take, and then susunod dito yung passage with all the distractions galing dito sa LR, and EKISQUAD, they don't have, yun nga, kaya yung sinabi ko, you don't have to do anything too complicated dito sa subbase in order to get some wins. And especially Alliance, no? They were kinda rocking the 5 rifle, pero feeling ko medyo nare-regret nila na wala silang capability na mag-pick off ng isang player instantly dito, no? Kasi, you know, a 4v5 would have helped itong last round natin.
Tsaka yung unang inisip dito ng Alliance Gaming on the first round dito second half, since nasayang, they just went back to their norm na mag-sniper na dito ang players natin for Alliance, tapos they have 2 EBRs, 2 HKs, kaso yun lang, binidis na EKISQUAD, sabi, wait lang, parang naka-HK lahat na last time, try nga natin na push, di tayo mababarang niya, o ma-wallbang dito sa pag-execute natin. Pero 1 minute 30 seconds.
Yun nga, 4 HKs. And yung kahoy dito sa mga box natin, yung kahoy dito sa woods would be happy about that kind of news, pare. Except kay Boo, kasi he's still rocking the EBR, man. Of course, the old reliable, pare. Tamang 4 burst into the headshot if Boo can't get it. But one pick could make all the difference dito, Polar Jamero. Now the sniper para dito sa Ekis. Boo with the cross, and Boo getting killed. Naupo na aksidente sa second mid.
Man, pangalan niya Boo, pero siya yung nagulat. Quick-scope lang siya dito ni Jamero. 1 minute left. And there's no rotations for Alliance Gaming. Dalawa lang ang pwedeng pumaslang dito ng mga players natin mula sa Alliance Gaming. Pero Del QQ, HK is good. No wallbacks needed. Pero it's a 2-for-2 piece. 3v2. At napatay agad si Carl. Nuken will find the head. And Tams will offer his life towards Owen King.
Parang sila.
Kaso low in HP, Sneaky, you're absolutely right. Nuken switches to the M14 and the C4 nasa gitna pa mismo ng site. With 35 bullets, he only needs to hit 4. Jamero will offer Owen King at yung pinaka-low in HP pa yung magagawa ng milagro! Double quick scope to enable a 6-6 scoreline. Jamero is good!
Grabe, he is more than good. He is absolutely popping off with the sniper, pare. And this was the last thing on my bingo card sa pagnood natin ng EKISQUAD. Jamero popping off with the TRG. Pero tignan mo naman Alliance, none the wiser. LR push na naman dito, Polar.
Oh, Owen King na naman. This is an entry that you love to see. Pero Del QQ, dire-diretso sila dito sa mga bala ng players natin for Alliance Gaming. But Ram is also here to provide a fight. 1v1. Tam slow in HP. And USP para dito sa EKISQUAD. Grabe, muntikan pa yun maikot. Pero timeout now for Alliance Gaming. Much needed timeout.
Yun nga, I really like this mix of pacing, no? Para dito sa EKISQUAD, to be specific, para may isang round na, okay, so slow take lang namin tong A side. We're gonna take the longest time just to fight in that kind of situation. But you have to shout out some of the individuals as well, especially itong si Jamero na, just like what he said, this man was not a sniper at all in the past. Maybe a secondary or a tertiary sniper, no, para sa kanyang team. But being the main sniper and playing the situations correctly para sa kanya dito, man, you know, you cannot help but give him props sa mga ganitong situation, pare. Pero once again, it's the team random duo para dito sa side ng EKISQUAD, QRL and Owen King. Last time pa sila ganito, pare, and it seems like pagdating sa subbase, mainit na mainit sila, pare. Alliance naman, yun nga, no, they're getting caught in the pace, they're getting lost in the sauce, kumbaga dito, Polar, na parang they're getting baited first and foremost, but at the same time, yung mga positions na natitake nila, feeling ko hindi ideal kalabanin itong EKISQUAD. Kasi EKIS, they either go fully all in sa isang side ng mapa or they're gonna fully commit into a split dito sa B side. So, you're gonna have to decide no, ito na ba talaga ang pwede natin makita or ito na ba talaga ang pwedeng strategy natin dito. But at the same time, you also have that caveat. That's why Teng has mountains of experience para sa mga ganitong sitwasyon, pare. Pwede niyang ibahin yung buong strategy. Pwede nga siya mag-rush bigla ng A-site dito sa next round natin, pare. So, Alliance, you're gonna have to recoup. Maganda naman yung mga ibang hold nyo dito, pare. Yung problema ka lang, it is those late round fights na hindi nyo napapanalo dito, men. And not gonna lie, EKISQUAD, luck of the draw para sa kanila dito for the past few rounds. Pero, you know, you have to win those fights, men, kung ikaw yung Alliance.
Yeah, I mean, gulat factor din yun nabibigay kasi dito ng EKISQUAD, man. There's a lot of times na nakikita natin dito for Alliance Gaming that it requires na mapigay yung mga singular plays natin to require a triple kill. Walang assurance na you have a double setup that can easily clean up for players, which means talagang napapahirapan ditong Alliance Gaming kasi it's always a one-man show. And it's one of these players kasi kaya naman ng 4 na placement to, pero look at this. 3 TRGs now or 3 M14s para sa Alliance Gaming kasi mag-hold sila ng woods para lang magdepensahan to kasi may sarili ding M14 dito si Teng pati si Ram, and that hold has been denied, Sneaks.
EKISQUAD hitting Alliance with a bit of Brazilian spice dito, pare. Nakita ko na yung ganyan na hold galing dito kay Fei. And it seems like, ayun nga, no, all that watching, all that playing, and all that viewing galing dito kay Boss Teng, kaya niya rin palang gayahin ang mga international na dito natin, pare. EKISQUAD, advantage of a lifetime, pero Luken, tatry niyang kumuha pa ng isa dito, pero mamamatay lang rin siya. I can't blame him for going for that one, pare, pero EKISQUAD, they have the situation under control, pare.
Under control is an understatement, Sneaky. Feeling ko they have full control. It was the same thing, pero mas impactful may full. Pero 35 seconds left. Jamero holding down Woods. Does met the shot on Thames. Pero matatamaan pa din naman siya doon after the repick. Del QQ. Ito yung sinasabi ko sa Sneaky. Pinipiga ng Alliance Gaming yung mga star players nila. They can provide the show, but the show will definitely and inevitably end 8-6 scoreline. Sneaky. Ito pa yung nakikita natin. May time kasi ng ang EKISQUAD, kapag si Owen King yung nag-e-entry, ibig sabihin nun, they're feeling themselves. Kasi alam nila, they're trusting on Owen King to get these 2 kills and he always provides.
Pare, he's a provider just like that, no? Itong si Boss Owen King natin, and he can take it away any time that he wants, pare. So, EKISQUAD, opportunity of a lifetime para sa kanila, may 2 points in the lead. Alliance forced to play the sites itself, pare. Wala talaga silang choice kasi pagdating sa early skirmishes dito sa woods, hindi nila mapanalo. Early skirmishes dito sa second mid, hindi nila mapanalo. MR as well is not an ideal place to fight para sa kanila, pare. EKISQUAD though, A-site looking likely, pero I would have wished dadaan ng bench ng isang player or passage, pwede na lang.
I mean, they're just known for just immediate aggressive push, Sneaky. So I feel like that vent push will not be seen at this point in time. Pero Nuken and kay Cedric, left and right, mapipigilan at mapapa-slow down nila ang push on A. But they're stuck, Sneaky, which means execution will still continue. Nuken flashed up. USP will be getting a kill. Del QQ to cover up his duo. At mag-isa lang dito sa Jamero. And welcome kay Cedric. Gugulatin dito as he gets flashed 8-7. Wala pang match point.
Yeah, good adjustment na ilagay si Nuken dun sa A-site with the sniper, no, pare. Kasi, you know, let's be honest about Nuken, no, he will hit 9 out of 10 of his shots dito sa mapa natin, and the fact that he did it dito sa A-site provided a whole lot of delay para dito sa ating alliance. Sa pagka-adjust ng onti dito sa mapa natin, and at the same time, it was a good catch na nakita nila si Carl dito sa passage, no. Yun sana yung pang breakpoint sa buong depensa nila, men, and ayun lang. It seems like EKISQUAD, case of taking too long dito sa last round natin, pare.
And there was a time din na nakita natin EKISQUAD, they can't close out a map that easily. Kahit sila, it requires ringing off the towel para lang makuha talaga yung mga rounds natin. Pero yung isip ba dito ni Teng, gagana para makakuha ng 9 rounds. Still early, pero lahat ng players natin, Sneaks, on both sides, sobrang positive naman yung hiwa-wala eh.
I like to think na it is the curse of Jamero being on Vanguard one time, no? Ayan, nahirapan silang ma-close out yung ganun na laruan, pare. Similar to the homies back in the day. Pero boo! Oh, he's no longer Casper the Friendly Ghost, pare. Gusto nyo na mag-flank dito. Ram! Oh my goodness! Di siya magugulat, pare. Hindi siya takot sa multo.
Man, Ram! Iba pala ang GOAT up against a ghost. But Carl, just like Boo, will keep on pushing. Pero this time, mapapanalo niya yung 1v1 fights. And look at this. Attention for Del QQ has been taken away. Pero iikot, hindi na magko-commit dito sa may MR. Ang buong EKISQUAD, they want to go to passage? B split? At 40 seconds? Especially if mahanap ni Ram dito si kay Cedric. Double wielder but Sam's double killer as they enter from the outside of the map. Alliance Gaming might have a chance here to equal the rounds. Owen King though, sasabihin niya dito na no, it's a headshot for you. And just like before, double kills can also be made by Owen King. 10 seconds to plant the bomb. Here it comes. Del QQ! He thought he had a timing, pero mas aware si Owen King. 9 points na ang EKISQUAD.
God damn, Owen King. Ganyan ang HK 417 on full display. Full taps in 4K, pare. Oh my goodness. Grabe. Pag nilagay talaga sa tamang kamay ang isang HK 417 Polar, napaka-satisfying panoorin lahat ng golden headshots. And if Owen King can hit another one dito kay Del QQ, pwede na tong A-side, pare.
Sabi yung Sneaky, pinapadala lang si Owen King kasi tatama yan palagi. Del QQ will fall and Carl out second mid. Pero may depensa pa naman sa A. It's Boo. Good nade! Granada sa mukha ni Owen King. But Carl still continuing the fight. Actually, they go back. Papaunahin niya si Jamero. Investigation happening now. Pero si kay Cedric, he does have this M14. Makapag-cover fire. Good nade. Connection to Jamero. And kay Cedric, sabi sa'yo, wallbangs is the name of the game pag sub-base. And with Carl left alone, Sneaks, 1v3. Shutter position, named by Tams. Pero mag-vivint, Sneaky. Big play, possibly for Carl.
Ito kaya?
I think no.
It's minimap? Maybe? Is it?
No.
Tingin sa taas? Ay, nakatingin si Boo. Hello!
Oh, loko!
Nade. He did. Ooh, what? Stay tuned si kay Cedric. Tams, hindi nyo nakita lumabas!
Pero bumalik.
Papasok siya ulit. Look at this strategy, bro. Crossfire at its peak, pare.
Yes.
In and out of vents.
Back and forth. Grabe.
No way he gets
pumaslit,
A-side.
nakaharap ang butas. No, he goes to B. Long range angles, the fight. Smokes. And look at Boo. Trying to go. Oh no! Akala nila B. It's A. EKISQUAD. Chance of a lifetime. Given by Carl. Split, possibly no. They commit towards CR. And Carl now, he will fall down. The chances are slim, but better para sa Alliance.
Grabe. Siguro nakita ni Tams yung plant and sinabihan na si Boo, dyan ka lang. Huwag kang gagalaw. Alam kong iikot to 100%. Nakita ko na tong plant na to 100 na beses na, pare. And you know what's gonna happen in that kind of situation. It's either luwag or the CR rotation natin dito, pare. Pero speaking of rotation, MR ang gustong kunin dito ng Alliance.
At this point in time, Sneaky, this is so risky. Pero I like to see it. Gumana naman, di ba? They're still 1 point away. Itong EKISQUAD from winning this map. Pero they assert their dominance, Sneaky. Alliance Gaming, just waiting.
They should. Eke should just wait. Like, there's no reason for them na mag-push na agad dito sa sitwasyon na to, pare. There's so much time on the clock still. Ayun, wait for the smoke and then create your own execute dito sa MR, pare.
Basang-basa, pero Tams contemplating! HK will claim one, pero Jamero na diretso lang din. The wallbangs from the M14s is just too good. Nuken, pero del QQ, nakaharap dito ng dalawa sa may MR. At Nuken mauubusan naman ng bala. Nag-reload! And Carl wins it with the USP 1v1 sneaky. Alliance again. All that for nothing. All that for a 1v1.
Oh, one bad peek. One bad peek, Polar. One bad peek galing kay Del QQ. One bad peek galing dito kay Carl. Nagtapo ng nade!
Iikot si Carl ng buong mapa. He's thinking na magro-rotate si Del QQ. Pero kita na yung C4. Hindi pa. Nasa likod pa rin naman.
Oh, spotted!
Oh, spotted! Better with the movements. Del QQ will fall down at ang ating unang mapa mapupunta sa EKISQUAD.
And I wouldn't say anticlimactic, pa rin. Napaka-exciting ng ending natin dito na Polar. The roller coaster variety dito sa ating 1 versus 1. But at the same time, nakita mo doon, EKISQUAD had the right idea pagdating sa ating MR push. Now, obviously, malaking advantage para dito sa ALG na nakakuha sila ng passage at ng MR control. But at the same time, anong paki dito ng EKISQUAD pag nangyari yun, para nung we're just gonna hold our side of the map and we are gonna be fighting itong MR in a 4 versus 2. And obviously, malulugi talaga yung ALG pagdating sa sitwasyon na yun. The only reason why kung bakit naging remotely close yung round na yun, pare, is because of Del QQ and the fact na nakakuha siya ng double kill dito sa MR and Nuken also, doing massive damage on the backside. Pero, ayun nga, very big props dito sa ating EKISQUAD, showing very nice patience dito sa mapa natin and kind of forcing itong alliance to make game-winning plays na hindi pa naman close sa panalo yung laro natin, pare.
Yeah, yun na nga eh. I mean, looking at it, Sneaky, it's a 10-8. Nakalampas pa dito ang players mula sa Alliance Gaming to a possibility na makakuha dito ng overtime. But, EKISQUAD, man, Carl, still formidable as ever. Aasahan mo yan to get these kills. Pero just like what I said before, no, once na nakuha na dito ng EKISQUAD yung mismong rhythm na gusto nilang gawin, once na nagamit na rin full potential ng team na yun, and that comes out kapag even Owen King is entering as a backup for his team, well, what can we say? EKISQUAD is in full control. Tulad nga na sinabi mo, in this map of sub-base 1-0, yeah, a lot of like clutch, a lot of like big plays from singular players.
Yeah, and you have to compliment yung mga individual players, no, on both sides of yung server natin. You know, big shout out dito kay Boo, especially, who was actually calling really good the entire game dito ng Alliance. No, he had some very good reads on some of the situations na pinresent dito ng Ekis, just like what we saw dito sa B side with some really good holds dito sa Rafters. You know, a really good A-hold na nakita natin kanina from Nuken with his delay, and the other teammates also helping him in that matter. Pero at the end of the day, pare, it is all about the ending, and the ending is a 1v1 going into way dito ng EKISQUAD. We're gonna take a look at the highlights, and it was honestly one of the more technical natin na sub-base, pare, which I'm very surprised about considering yung expectations natin going into yung series na to.
Yeah, we expected two things: bloody sub-base and aggressive. Nabigay naman yun, pero yung technical, wala yun sa bingo card ko, Sneaky. Hindi yun nakalagay, nakalinya para makakuha ko ng straight line into diagonal kind of mindset, no? Pero, yeah, you're absolutely right. It went into a way na parang both teams really did use all of their strats para makakuha dito ng wins in each of the rounds. And you love to see it na even these kinds of these teams na notorious sa pagiging aim-heavy lang. Aim-heavy. Arms are heavy. Aim-heavy teams na very aggressive. You don't expect these kinds of plays, pero kung ganda, Sneaky, it was just really concerning na palaging aabot nga dito sa Alliance game na kailangan mag-push dito ng player, kailangan makakuha ng triple kill, kailangan makakuha ng quad. And that Enderman, very anticlimactic, but Carl is just too good for this team right now on sub-base. Looking at the stat line, Sneaky, ano ba meron dyan?
Yeah, honestly, like both sides of the server, no, having their just fraggers as well. Actually, yung top fragger ng buong server natin is gonna be Del QQ with a 17 kill, 12 headshot performance. I would also like to compliment itong si Tams, no, who's honestly frying with the HK dito sa base map natin. Pero titignan natin ang EKISQUAD. Of course, tignan mo naman ang close-knit teamwork ng team na to. 15, 15, 15, 14, 11. That means the mechanism is working para dito sa EKISQUAD. All 5 gears are turning para sa kanila dito, men. And if this kind of system works para sa kanila dito, they become hard to predict, hard to read para sa mga teams na mas umaasa pa sa playbook kagaya nga ng nakita natin sa Alliance. So Alliance, baby, it's time to freestyle a bit dito, pare.
Yeah, they can. And I feel like pwede naman to a point na we won't be mad if they do so kasi they thrive of that chaos again and kaya naman and they win those fights every time especially the mga last stints natin nung past Masters. Pero ang ating set MVP pagdating dito, ano yun?
Lalo na sa map 2 actually. Pero set MVP, Ram Athan will be the one taking it, pare. Honestly, Ram, ayun nga, no, it was actually pretty close between yung mga players natin. But in my opinion, Ram, obviously, you have to give it to the kid. Mataas ang kanyang statistics. Kill per round was really good. And madami ring rounds sa masasabi natin that Ram actually saved it. Pero hindi lang mapapansin ng naked eye kasi, ayun nga, sobrang galing talaga ng pagka-trading nila na wala talagang naging star. It just so happens that Ram, you know, had the most frags para sa kanyang team. But still, shout out to him, man. Very nice player.
Yeah, from the very last game na nakuha natin with Ram up until now, he's still providing us with a beautiful performance as a player. But nonetheless, yan na pong ating set MVP and tapos na nga ang ating sub-base. 10-8 scoreline, Sneaky. Pero syempre, hindi pa naman tapos ang ating labanan. We will go towards Black Widow, which is pretty good. And ano ba yung third map natin, Sneaky?
It will be drum roll. It will be port. Para dito sa ating map number 3, BL para sa ALG and GR para sa Ekis.
Yep, so it's gonna be intense here in the first match of the day. Pero syempre, we will have a little bit of short break. So magbabalik po ang Summer Qualifiers ng ating Masters. Phase 2, Day 8. We'll be back after this. Diretso tayo sa laban dito sa Summer Qualifiers in the Philippines. And guess what? Unang labanan natin natapos na agad in sub-base. Close game, but better effort mula dito sa EKISQUAD. 1-0 and now going into Black Widow, Sneaky. A map that everybody knows. A map that these players can play all throughout. Snipers will be activated. Attackers will be amazing. Set plays will be seen. Pero syempre, Will it be a 2-0? Will it be a 1-1? Feeling ko gusto natin parehas pumunta ng port eh.
Yeah, for sure. I would be a big fan kung makakapunta nga tayo dito sa port map natin, pare. Fully knowing na yung dalawang snipers natin still have some unfinished business dun sa mapa na yun, pare. Pero pagdating naman sa mapa ng subbase, it has been an interesting map, no? Kasi nakita natin yung lahat ng dimension, kumbaga, ng dalawang teams natin. We saw the kind of freestyle method dito ng EKISQUAD, but at the same time, Teng also fully capable, no, of calling yung mga rounds sa sobrang passive sila. Kagaya na nakita natin kanina, pare, naka-hold lang sila sa woods at dito sa MR. That is a strat once again cooked up by Feifei and Alcad back in the day. And it seems like itong pag ginamit mo sa mga sitwasyon kagaya ng ganun, where Alliance has to push forward, no, has to be the one who is pushing the issue, eh, pwedeng mangyari nga yung ganun. Pero, problema nga, Polar. Map number 2 na tayo dito. Black Widow. That kind of style is gonna be slightly harder to pull off, no, considering yung size ng map. And at the same time, para sa Alliance, no, once again, it's time to freestyle para sa kanila dito, pare. Black Widow is the type of map where a lot of erratic things can happen, pero paminsan-minsan nagbe-benefit sa chaos itong BL side natin. So I feel like that's gonna be the way to go para sa kanila, pare.
Yeah, especially na parang we have multiple lurkers dito sa ating teams na pwedeng gumana. We saw it in the likes of Boo. Nakita rin naman natin yun dito sa EKISQUAD. Pero once they do find that player na out of place, doon na sinabi mo, anything can go, especially towards the BL side. Kasi these players natin mula start of the BL side, pwede nilang mahila paalis dito sa depensa ang mga GR players natin, which means any kind of kill will actually be easier to enter the site. Now, hindi sila mapre-prevent na mahirapan pa because they have a lot of options. And looking at the freestyle plays dito ngayon ng EKISQUAD and those set plays na parang out of nowhere will just surprise Alliance Gaming might be the chance para to determine a 2-0. Pero syempre, in Black Widow, sasabihin dito ng buong Alliance Gaming na kaya pa namin to. And let's go into the game. First shot in, Del QQ. Double sniper is out. And let's see kung ano nga bang sagot agad ng EKISQUAD.
And I actually like this galing dito sa Alliance. No? This is one of the main reasons why kung bakit nanalo sila dun sa last nilang Black Widow. The heavy presence ng ating double sniper between Nukin at TelQQ providing so much coverage para sa kanilang depensa para and allowing some of the other players on the side of Alliance to push forward sa mga ganitong sitwasyon. Tingnan mo si Case Hedrick Polar.
Oh, yun lang! Hindi niya man lang binaril. Medyo nakatama. Iniisip niya ata na unang makikita dun si Dams. But house beat. Possible control para dito sa EKISQUAD. And look at this, Nikki. Sama-sama lang ang Ekis. Wala silang gagawing kakaiba.
Don't have to. Nakuha mo na yung B-Waters control. Hindi mo naman kailangan kunin yung house speed dito, pare. As long as you create uncertainty, no, na may tao dito sa bridge, na may possibility na may papasok dito sa B-side, that is enough para dito sa EKISQUAD na mas mag-default sa mapa natin. Maybe try to see if you can look for something sa short. Maybe look for something sa long, knowing na may existing long control kayo dito, pare. Pero EKISQUAD, never mind. They're just gonna do the simple equation, pare. We got one pick dito sa B. Dito na lang tayo pupunta.
Yep. One kill equals a push on B. Flash mula dito kay Jamero. Will start off the fight. Yuken misses the shot. Pero pinakadulong player pa yung mamamatay. Whoa! Jamero answers back. As he clears off window B. Pero dun din mismo pupunta si Boo. And he might just find Teng crossing the site. And Owen King doesn't even get the kill. EKISQUAD ngayon. Good start in the round. Pero what an atrocious ender. Mag-isa lang si Jamero. Kalaban tatlo. Good flash. At ngayon, nababarag na siya unti-unti. HK will not connect. Pero this is a done deal. Sneaky Jamero out of this game.
And it seems like playing the obvious dito para sa EKISQUAD no longer works pagdating sa mapa ng Black Widow dito, Polar. Honestly, kaya pa nila sana magkalat dun sa mapa na yun. I feel like, short or mid gonna be caught para sa kanila. Maybe, stragglers from the side of Alliance. Pero sa ganun kasi na decision, Polar, if you just straight up go dito sa B-site, tapos sa setup kayo agad doon, you don't confirm that anyone is in short or anyone is in spawn. So hindi mo talaga alam kung sinong nakabantay dito sa B. Despite getting the pick, malay mo, tatlo na pala sila doon. Wala kayong chinik.
I mean, you're absolutely right, Sneaky. Tsaka meron pa tayo ditong funnel situation kanina. Pero look at that LQQ once again, opening the round. And guess what, Sneaky? Kung hindi kagana ang double TRG sniper, tatlo naman ang hawak dito. Pero nahan agad dito ni Carl, si Nuken. And funnily enough, these two teams, kaya niyan mag-double sniper. Yun yung maganda doon.
Gusto nyo, all 10 na lang eh.
Why not? Diba?
Why not? honestly, would be a wild situation, pare. I think at most nakita ko is 3. Or was it 5? Actually,
4.
5 at one time nakita ko. I think it was a CFPL if I'm not mistaken. Right before the rules na bawal yung pareho yung baril. I think it was like at like 3 Chaytacs, 2 Barret or something, which is wild, no? Kasi hindi ka talaga makakadaan sa ganun na type na sniper, pare, if you are, for example, going through subway stores. Pero 1 TRG, is it gonna be enough para dito sa B-side? What?
Okay. Short take. Boo! Activates, bababa pa, and he dodges Ram. Oh, nakaalis pa si Boo. And kay Cedric, siya pa mismo yung mamatay. Good timing for Ram. But he falls down into the hands of Boo. That's an easy headshot. Jamero next. Pero Jamero will be the one to get the kill. A side take para ngayon dito sa EKISQUAD. Pero mabilisan lang galawan kay Del QQ. Just like before, last round in subbase, ito yung dalawang nagkita. And both now wielding the same kind of HP and the same kind of gun. 30 seconds, Del QQ finds the play on window A, and Del QQ finally wins the 1v1. 2 points sa pagad ang ating Alliance Gaming.
Yeah, grabe. 6-0 para dito kay Del QQ, and what a way to start para sa kanilang GR side ng ating mapa. And the fact that, once again, the double sniper coming to effect para dito sa Alliance, covering so much of the map, no? May surable na sniper sa A, may surable na sniper sa B, you're always guarantee a 4 versus 5 bago pa kayo makonsider na kailangan mag-retake dito. So, it's a really good opening. Pero yung EKISQUAD parang nararamdaman ko na they're starting to figure out kung paano i-counter tong double sniper setup natin. They just have to bait out the riflers na paharap at kailangan nilang ma-force, kagaya ng ginawa ni Kay Cedric kanina, na mag-push ng short and play. Angles na dapat kinukuha dito ng mga rifles. And obviously, pag nag-miss ka ng TRG, pare, nako, you're about to get sprayed by a whole EBR pag ganun.
Yeah, Delix yun. But EKISQUAD, you know, i-give up nila dito yung double TRG setup nila. Di na mo nagagawa dito si Carl ng extra firepower one-shot combo. What's funny is feeling ko wala naman masyadong ginagawa ditong mali ang EKISQUAD. They're playing their game. They're playing slow since ALG does not try to commit this time. Pero short, long A control with the singular player, smokes, too thick para makita yung other side pero mawawala agad. Boom. Might be the first contact. Pero siguro nakatingin dito with the TRG. Bababa si Boo. Creates havoc once again. Pero Owen King, makakapatay din naman. Open na ang A. Pero mismong mid dito, hindi makapasok si Carl. Which means there's no split and there's 2 players left. Jamero. Nade will jump. Yun yung yung babat naman bigla ka nag-quick switch. Pero Jamero will find the kill on Tams. And Del QQ, dediretsohin na lang. And Kay Cedric will clean this up. 3 rounds for Alliance Gaming. Grabe yung GR side dito ng ALJ.
I think nagets ko kung ano yung tinatry dito ng EKISQUAD, pare. I think they're trying to go for a 1-3-1 tapos may dadaan dun sa long na sniper at biglang may lalabas sa mid. Pero are you really risking 3 players dropping down sa spawn, pare, into, you know, possible crosshairs of 2 or 3 players natin? So it's not the best risk aversion na nagawa ng mga tropa natin. Pero tignan mo si Jamero taking out Alliance's highest fragger and possibly could be the start of something para sa EKISQUAD, pare.
Yeah, first death dito ni Del QQ, Sneaky. We welcome back these snipers going in, especially when Carl uses it. Pero Nuken will not get that kill there. Hindi niya madedenay totally dito yung mid. Pero yun na nga, denied ang isa pang sniper dito ng EKISQUAD. And look at Cedric, man. This is so insane. 2 snipers back to back making plays. At si Tams ngayon, aware na meron tao dito sa my waters. And he can just have a fun time here. Tignan mo naman. Nag-aantay lang sila na makalapit yung C4. At wala pang flash, Nikki, na nakasetup dito para sa EKISQUAD. So, dediretso nga ba? Never mind, Owen King, inangat na ang kamay. Pumasok kayo, pero delayed push will be nice. Hindi i-expect ni Tams yun. 3v3. You can lang ang malapit ngayon, pero they enter the doors. They go into the site. They will plant the bomb. But there's still utils dito sa Alliance Gaming, Sneaky. Pwede pa sila umamanap dito ng big kills.
No, not now, boo. Wait for kay Cedric na umikot muna, pare.
Malayo inikot.
Sila. Kay Cedric though, you need to speed up. There's 25 seconds left on the clock, pare.
And inunahan na. Will get the first kill there. Boo denied. And kay Cedric mukhang napatagal lang din talaga, pero will give a little bit of firepower here. You can 16 HP. Hindi yan kagana ngayon. Good executions mula sa EKISQUAD and risk averted. But timeout needed para makakuha pa ng extra rounds.
Ay. This is always happening, no? You know, that one win galing sa Tibo and then turns out they actually called the timeout. Pero I feel like it is needed para nga dito sa Ekis to kind of just reset right after a win. Exactly like that. Medyo high variance pa naman yun. Either team could have gotten it in all honesty. Pero at the same time, nakita mo yung layering dun ng Alliance in the very tail end ng ating round at around 25 seconds dito ng C4. That just like what I said, kaya sinabi ko kay Boo, wag mo muna itapon yan kasi si Kay Cedric paparating pa lang dito sa likod. But at the same time, Kay Cedric took so long na kunin tong house B, pare. Nakaplant na yung C4 kanina pa nagtitik yan. So you better be running, no, not tap walking papunta nga dito sa house B to cause a distraction. And unfortunately, yun nga, hindi nila nagawa. And I feel like that shoddy teamwork is not gonna pass by itong EKISQUAD who, you know, easy hold na lang yan para sa kanila considering B-site naman yung hinuhold nila.
Tsaka nasa loob lang sila mismo ng site. So, tatlo lang yung pwede pasukan dito ng ating mga players. And funny enough, there's 3 players mula dito sa ating Alliance squad wherein 3 players could just hold each angle every time. And if may mamatay doon, okay lang. Kasi hindi pa rin naman sila makapasok. Plus, tulad nga na sinabi mo, bago pa makaabot dito ng bridge, mismong house BCK Cedric, 20 seconds naman natitira. So, pressure was there coming in from Alliance Gaming, which meant mistakes will happen. Boo, nandun, early with the flash. Actually, ang dami. I believe dalawa pa yung flash doon ng players mula sa Alliance Gaming, pero hindi nila gamit yung isa, which means talagang sobrang dry after that. That first flash was useless. Kasi even though kay Cedric got the first kill dito sa House B, hindi para doon yung flash. So it was crazy to see na despite they were playing for Nuken there a little bit dun sa may window B, hindi nila napagana kasi nga sobrang delayed ng push.
It was also tragic, no, Polar? Kasi lahat ng win conditions na meet na nila para sa B-site retake dito, pare. 40 seconds on the C4. Nandito na kayo sa labas. Like, you have all the possible nade setups na kaya nyong gawin dito ng pare. Pero unfortunately, para sa Alliance, I feel like the communication kind of broke down in that 3 versus 3 at nagkaunahan sila dito. EKISQUAD taking advantage of that small lapse galing dito sa Alliance. Pero Alliance kailangan mag-lock in ulit right after this Ekis timeout.
Alliance, 2 players on A, 1 on mid, 2 players on B, and fast executions. Meanwhile, babalik dito ang Alliance Gaming on that 2 for forward approach on Waters.
Ooh.
Investigation. Might find players.
You're doing too much, pare. Meron na kayong Waters control.
May naka-pepper siya man eh.
Sa bagay. Ba't gusto niya lumapit?
Hindi ko alam.
Parang yung instructions yan opposite. Kaya parang kailangan yung kalaban lumapit.
Kailangan mag-hold ka lang kay Cedric.
Ay, nagano lang siya, nagpa-bait. Para sila mag-peak. Okay, kay Cedric, nakikituhay.
Might be. Oh, shotgun! Bang, bang, bang! Bang, bang, bang din mula dito kay Ram. And Dams will not be able to recover anything there, pero he will fortify Waters para di makalampas ulit ang ating EKISQUAD. Sabi yun, no?
Grabe yun, man. If that was a certain guy named TENZ on Team Stallions clan, parang nakakaapat siya dun.
Yeah. Siya yun eh.
Skirt.
Siya rin dapat yung...
Shout out to Albi. Del QQ.
Shout out sa'yo, Salvi. Del QQ.
Hold on, he could cook.
Oh, he did cook. That's already 1. And you can now with M14, hindi inakala. Pero yun, still alive, will fall down. So very disgusting there para sa EKISQUAD. Again, brute forcing their way towards these sites. Flash comes out. May smoke. May nade pa naman dito sila Carl. Boo, actually, has a little bit of timing here. Ina-expect ng EKISQUAD na mismo sa oras manggagaling ang mga players. And now, pinch drop, pero Ram multiple MVPs in his title, in the belt. And can he provide a round? He cannot. Kasi Tams will get the kill. Hindi gumana ang timeout ng EKISQUAD.
Grabe, palakasan ng Atabs dito, Polar. And it seems like Tams, consensus, I think, Rookie of the Year para dito sa 2026 natin, pare. Playing exactly like it. And yun ang kinakailangan dito ng ALG. Some individual step-ups from individuals dito. Especially those from the least expected, especially galing dito kay Boo. At kay Tams, crouch pick galing kay Del QQ will not be getting long control in EKISQUAD. Okay, meron na silang onting foothold sa A-site, pero anong gagawin nila with this long control? Are they gonna go short? Pwede ba silang mag-mid? There's a lot of options na ngayon dahil nabukas na nila yung Ter.
Yeah. They can wait for time as well, no? Still early in the rounds, 2 minutes left. Kay Cedric still wielding the shotgun. that phrase, man. That phrase, it's so weird to say. Apat na gamagamo siguro sneaking kasi walang pumupunta dito sa may B-side.
Wala,
But
wala yan sa FNTPS, may ADS yung shotgun.
Wala ka dun sa Kilabot na Bolt A-Bolt na nakita natin yung last time. Grabe.
Nakapatay ako. Shoutout sa'yo, Polar.
Ang ganda na. Shoutout din sa'yo, Ate Jonah. Pero, ALG, are they ready para dito sa push na dalawa lang ang mag-hold? Boo underneath. Looking like Kellar in some point. But Flash towards the bottom side. Flash duck del QQ. Boo makakarap ng isa pero babagsak si Ram. Headshot is there to dink up Boo and claim the kill with the body doon mula sa USP. Yung dalawang players natin, sneaky mong gagaling sa B, pati si kay Cedric ngayon. Sa long side pa magsha-shotgun. Ito yung gusto ko. What you know about a shotgun that's able to get some kills? Not this time. Tams, Rookie of the Year, might be in the next round kasi iba ang ginalaw dito ng ating EKISQUAD.
Alam mo, men, papasalamat talaga ako sa Smilegate that the slug doesn't exist.
Oh,
the
yes.
balance weapons kasi pakaramdam ko that would definitely be the meta in this situation. Pero tignan mo naman si Ram does not need a sniper or does not need a shotgun to get a one-shot para sa kanya, pare. Pero Nuken getting in Jamero in return. CP control temporarily sa kamay dito ng ating alliance. Pero gusto pa rin labanan ni Owen King. But it's a 4 versus 4 para kay Cedric and Jamero out. I think I don't mind those trades kung either side kayo dito, pare.
Yeah. They're at least equal footing ulit, no? Susubok na naman ditong EKISQUAD na ma-open ang long A. And they did do it.
A-split. Ooh.
Nakantay si Bu eh. Yung lahat, check niya. Second window now. In fronting. Better with the timing. And now the execution will happen. It's all up to Tams. That's the C4. That's 2 kills for the man himself. Tams. Galawang malakas pero mamamatay lang din in the hands of Teng. A-site open. It's all up to Nuken with an M14 EBR. And he might have the timing here. Di pa nakaplanta yung bomba. Teng planting it now and he has a little bit of information. Sipat na sipata ang ulo dito ni Teng. He will discombobulate Carl by going towards the long side. An easier angle para makita dito yung metal box. And with 25 seconds, Carl's thinks that somebody is behind kasi yung timing once again. Better for Alliance Gaming. Hindi na mawallbang yan. Pero he keeps on spraying Carl. 1 HP goes up on the lip. And what a good play mula dito kay Nuken. 8 seconds. Enough for the defuse.
Well played. Galing kay Nuken, no? Parang ever since na yung unang mintis doon ng sniper, pare, he did not let up on the pressure of the TRG, forcing him to peak in very bad situations exactly like that. But at the same time, kung kayo yung EKISQUAD doon, pare, you would be surprised. Biglang nag-pop flash itong si Tam sa short and he got 3. That singular play, pare, sinasabi ko nga sa'yo, the individuals are doing it para sa Alliance, but that singular play wrecked the entirety of the offense dito ng Ekis, and that's what I like to see from a rookie like that, pare.
And that's what I like to see as well dito sa mga mapa natin, no? Talagang na-highlight yung loss ng mga players natin individually. One map like that is Ankara. So this is nice to see. But EKISQUAD have yet to see the lighted day. Tatlo pa din ang angat dito ng Alliance Gaming. And ang nakakatawa doon, Sneaky, hindi to yung Alliance Gaming na naka-default setup. Hindi si Nuke ang naka-sniper. For the past 3 rounds, si Del QQ lang yung naka-sniper dito. Tams testing the line of fire of Carl. At mukhang hindi masarap yun.
That's not the meal that I would like to have, no pare. TRG with rice. And Tams is gonna be in the bench for now. At least on the sidelines, pare. In the foul box. Kumbaga, mga ball knowers natin. Isang minuto na lang dito sa ating clock. And still a lot of map control, no? Para dito sa side ng Ekis. Kasi hindi masyadong umaharap itong Alliance. But that also creates a lot of uncertainty para sa Ekis kung kailangan pa nilang hanapin yung mga players na to. Pero boo!
Boo! Nanggulat! Pero again, parang nasa rank match ng multo hunting dito ang EKISQUAD man. Di sila nagugulat sa mga pagsugod. Sila mismo ang dumediretso. Pero you can now switches to the HK. Good headshot. And he's a headshot king! Del QQ once again providing a lot. Pero Ram, mas marami siyang binibigay. Ubos lahat. EKISQUAD with a round.
Okay, di ko na-expect yun, na straight up mauubos na lang yung Alliance dito sa spawn and sa site. EKISQUAD, pure suntukan galing sa kanila dito, pare. Sometimes that's what you have to do in a game like Crossfire with the amount of pace na meron sa round na yun, pare. And Alliance, maybe getting a bit too excited in the ring, pare. Sila pala yung nasuntok dun.
Yeah. Mabilis ang bugbugan lang dito. No? Yun yung mismong medyo delikado. Pero delikado ang buhay ngayon ng Alliance as they already found the B anchor dito ng Alliance, EKISQUAD. These are like early map control, man. Kakaiba, Tams. HK.
May kasamang dasal yung hold na yan. Sana hindi siya i-peek. Especially sana dito sa right side, para kitang-kita.
Pag pumunta sa corner, no?
No. Ay, hindi umalis. We're chilling.
Yep.
Pero kung narinig yan ni Tams, he can go for a cheeky flank dito, pare. Pero kailangan maging careful na si Owen King. I think a bit suspicious na pwede pang maka-rotate galing dito sa B. Pero si Tams, starting to jiggling, man. One flank could direct this entire offense, pare. Pero EKISQUAD, opportunity to execute now habang wala pa nangyayari.
I mean, fast pace. Ang round number 19 natin, round number 9. Flash comes in, same kind of execution. Pero Nade will stop them a little bit. Del QQ! Nakaharap ng dalawa kay Flash na pa. And A-site now, closed doors para dito sa EKISQUAD. Pero sinisira with a crowbar dito ngayon ni Ram. They open up once again. Pero Yukin just good with the shots now. He's not just a sniper, he's a rifler as well. 45 seconds, di makakat si Carl. Hindi makaakyat at bumagsak sa 8 rings of hell. And that's 3 rounds up again for Alliance Gaming.
Ayun nga, pare, and it seems like they're not enjoying the fire and the pestilence dun sa ilalim natin dito, pare, unfortunately. Pero para naman dito sa ating Alliance squad, low-key, medyo in-expect natin to, Polar. Kasi every single time na papasok yung Alliance dito sa Black Widow, they just somehow figure it out, especially pagdating dito sa GR side, you know, the double sniper solution. Tamang-tama para sa kanila dito, pare, kasi it kind of provides that 4v5 threat constantly para dito sa Ekis, which in turn kind of makes them play a whole lot more careful, no, pagdating sa kanilang setups dito sa mapa natin. That's why you did see itong Ekis natin play a lot more careful dito sa mapa natin as gusto nilang iwasan yung initial sniper setup nga natin dito, pare. And ayun nga, it feels like they're doing the right thing dito sa mapa natin. Problema ka lang, can they do the exact same thing pagdating dito sa BL side? Kasi EKISQUAD, they're also just as capable of rocking itong double sniper natin dito, pare. And if ma-pull off nila yun, especially if it is Jamero and si Carl, winnable pa to para dito sa Ekis, as long as they don't get baited. Kasi itong Alliance, they are gonna be doing some fakes from time to time, pare. They have to be on point in terms of the reads and the information getting dito, pare. So it's gonna be a lot of responsibility kung sino man ang magiging aggressive para sa EKISQUAD on that GR side para kumuha talaga ng napakasusi na impormasyon dito, pare.
Yeah, I mean, like, going back to your thought na replication is not that easy to do, especially with these kinds of teams. Yes, job's not done, pero with these kinds of like plays in the earlier parts of the rounds, plus every shot is hitting for these plays, siguro exception lang dun si Cedric kasi parang Naumay ata siya sa first map, tapos puro siya shotgun for the most of the rounds. Ngayon, he's back on the rifle, so might be a different taste para dito kay Cedric. Pero, yun na nga, no? Again, everyone is hitting their shots. Star players for both teams are gonna be still in the limelight. So, let's see. Again, just like you said, GR side is still pretty good. Di pa naman doon nakakatikim ang ating players mula sa ating EKISQUAD. And last time na nakita rin natin ang EKISQUAD, it was up against another team. And their GR side was the determining factor para makakuha ng big wins. And dun pa sila manggagaling. Dun pa sila magsistay pagdating dito sa second half. But nonetheless, we are switching sides and we're going into the game just a little bit right now. Actually, Summer Qualifiers continues around number 11. Around number 10, there's no double TRGs. Actually, 4-5 rifles in the hands of EKISQUAD. They're expecting a big push.
Grabe. It's anything but the opposite ng ating ating kabila pare. Pero titignan natin. Fast B-side hit? No way.
Oh, I told you there's gonna be going in. There's no smokes yet, so open pa rin dito ang EKISQUAD na makuha ng crossing player. Jamero, Barag, Carl, hi! How did you do that, boo? Yun ang gulat na lahat nakakatakot. Carl with the immediate death will slow down the retake dito ng EKISQUAD. Nades towards, actually smoke. Papunta sa pinaka-corner. Dun sa metal. But they will still go in. Owen King. Ito na naman yung entry ni Owen. Pero Tap will get one at ubos. Tulad ng pagkamatay dito ni Carl, yun din ang ire-replicate ng EKISQUAD. First round. The second half goes towards ALG.
Grabe, and it was all about that jumping shot galing dito kay Puno. Kasi yung makaka-disrupt lang naman sa push dito ng B-side is those B-doors. And buti na lang talaga, pati si Coach is also stepping up to the plate. USP in hand. And that is why that is the best weapon in the game at the very moment, pare. Alliance taking advantage of their pacing dito sa B-side habang hindi pa nakasetup itong Ekis natin. We're expecting a lot slower of an offense pero hindi naging mabagal dito yung Alliance, pare.
I mean, inip na dito si Nuken, man. Naka-rifle lang siya. Why not just keep on going? Nahanap agad na si Nuken pero A-site, wala dyan ng players natin mula dito sa Ekis.
Nice shot.
3. Big shot. That's good. Tatlo ang napatay ni Del QQ. Make it 4. Del QQ. Holy mother of God.
Yun nga, nakakatakot ka na dito, Abdel, kung ano-ano na tinatamaan mo dito sa mapa natin. At partida, siya pa ang IGL ng ating Alliance Gaming Squad. So he's calling and he's hitting. At the same time, long take possibly para dito sa EKISQUAD. Kitang-kita sa POC itong si Jamero. Pero si Teng makakadalawa. Del QQ in return gets his own double. 3 versus 3. Meron ding action na pwede mangyari dito sa B-side ng mapa. Pero yung C4 nakadrop na sa LA. Nuken will get ramp. Pero ano mangyayari dito, Polar?
I mean, they expect that, no? Smokes. Carl, mamamatay! Holy! Nuken with the beautiful headshots. At open na, Sneaks. Alam nila si Owen nasa A-side pa. At dahil dyan, Nuken will patiently wait. Dumiretso kayo dito. Del QQ found out. TRG will not even shoot, pero nades will fly by. Oh, Owen King.
Oh, I think it's A.
Ayun na.
They know exactly where he is, man. I mean, may chance pa ba to? Unless Owen gets the sickest one tap dito kay Del QQ. Ano yun? To tell another tale dito sa ating retake. Could be 2 nasty 1 taps kay Cedric. Kita na nga dito sa house speed. Del QQ unang sasala pero 20 seconds na lang dito for to execute this kind of play. Owen King isa na naman. 15 seconds pero kay Cedric all you have to do is run away. Pero pumasok ulit na house speed. Owen King napatingin sa baba, napatingin sa taas. 8 seconds, 4 to defuse. Pero kay Cedric only needing 5 bullets para sa ating last player. 9-3. Alliance on the brink of taking Black Widow dito, Polar.
Somehow talaga, pag Black Widow sneaky, Alliance activates. They find the will to survive a series. And with this push on long A na wala man lang hold mula sa ating EKISQUAD, they might have a possibility of an ender. They stabilize. Let Del QQ stay on there. At nahanap pa si Carl! All the way from behind the metal box. At yun pa mismo yung kailangan nilang patayin na shutdown mismo sa second half dito si Carl.
Yeah, 0-4 and pati na rin si Jamero who's 0-3. In this one, Owen King having to step up to the plate para sa kanyang team pare. A-side looking prime and ready for the taking para dito sa Alliance. Owen King mag-isa pero pumapatay pa rin kay Cedric. Nuken down pero Tams finally a trade pero Jamero finally activating on the side. Trade will be taken pero Boo and Tams will be taken too as well. Teng na lang natitira. Can you get the revenge? Can you get the lifeline para sa team ng Ekis? Pero hindi, sinayawan na lang ni Boo ang pillar dito, Polar, and it will be a 10-3 para dito sa Alliance.
Ring the bell because we're going to round number 3 or set number 3. Alliance Gaming. Buhay na buhay dito sa Black Widow. And this all seems too family, Sneaky. This was like the games all before nung Masters natin in Southeast Asia. Grabe dito ang ginagawa ng ating mga teams. May buga nga talaga ditong Alliance Gaming. And EKISQUAD, man, they were hitting dun sa first half natin, pero after the second half, yung mga players na kailangan asahan dito ng EKISQUAD, parang na-shutdown lang dito, all from a singular man, Del QQ. Grabe yun.
Bro. I mean, Del QQ, he is an absolute monster, no? Pag nabigyan mo talaga ng onting momentum yung bata na to, pare, he can hit the darndest of shots. Kaya na nakita natin dito sa A-site. But you also would like to compliment, no? Itong si K. Cedric and also itong si Tams, to be specific, pare. Nuken, you know, by default, man, you know, he's gonna drop 20, no? Let's be FFR, drop 15, drop 10. That's the Nuken way. Pero Tams, man, very inexperienced pagdating dito sa ating Summer Qualifiers, very inexperienced pagdating dito sa ating SEA Masters. Pero, grabe din, parang veterano gumalaw dito sa ating mapa ng Black Widow. And I'm very happy to see that, especially from player as new as him. But at the same time, EKISQUAD, there was a break point dito sa game natin, Polar. And I think it came in nung naging 6-3 scoreline natin. And Alliance really just breaking the site open dito nga sa B. And ayun nga, pakiramdam ko dun sa round na yun, medyo natilta rin itong EKISQUAD and they just started throwing things at the wall until it sticks. Pero hindi gagana yan up against Alliance. Not against Alliance on their best map, pare.
Yeah, Alliance Gaming, man. I mean, I'm also happy that they're open for mid-round adapting and even the start of the round. So parang magpapalit sila dito mga baril. And you see the adjustments, man. You rarely see a team in Masters, in Crossfire na will try to, ako na lang muna mag-sniper. You're not working right now. Go for the rifles kasi kaya mo rin naman tumutok. And that's what they did. And that was the answer basically kasi it provided Del QQ with a more passive, more aggressive kind of style. And the rest of the squad can just do for executions and get these like 1v1s. Pero tama ka naman, no? Early in the first half and end the end as well, nung first half natin, may panag yung EKISQUAD. Pero feeling ko na-tilt lang talaga dito yung EKISQUAD because they could not answer back. Mula dito sa mga 2v1 fights, 1v1 fights natin, it was always paving the way towards Alliance Gaming. What can we say, man? Again, man of the hour dito ngayon is the IGL himself, Del QQ.
Yeah, and then also Nuken, no, actually picking up the rifle for some of these rounds kasi alam niya nang mainit yung kanyang IGL pare sa niya. I'ma let him cook with the sniper. Marunong din naman ako magluto gamit ang rifle and cook he did. Pero tingnan mo naman to. 3-piece from Del QQ. Look at so crispy pare. And ayun nga, pag mainit si Abdel, mahirap talagang pigilan yan. And EKISQUAD obviously still have a lot to think about bago sila pumasok dito sa ating map number 3. You know, is the systemless Crossfire gonna work dito sa mapa ng port or is it gonna be Alliance just going out with a bang? Pero tignan mo si Del QQ. 20! Sakto ang kanyang score dito, pare.
Woo! 20-7 para kay Del QQ. Nuken with a 15-10 scoreline. As a rifler for the majority of these 13 rounds sa Black Widow, big ups para kay Ram. Pinakita niya pa rin naman dito yung mga talagang, you know, Ram MVP mindset. Pero na-shutdown lang talaga si Carlman. Look at that, 6-11. Talagang devastating yun. And somehow, parang binabaliwala pa nga dito na kay Cedric yung mapa to kasi naka-shotgun ka ba naman for 5 rounds? Tapos wala naman siya nakita doon ng mga players na pumapasok except for that one time. Actually 2 times dito sa may B and even sa may bridge. But yeah, everybody worked out. The set plays worked out. The strategies played well para dito sa Alliance Gaming. And adaptation at its finest. So 3-10 13 rounds, 7 ang angat ng Alliance Gaming to close out and to provide us with a possibility of an amazingness dito sa port. Our set MVP now, feeling ko Sneaky, kilala mo na yan. Sino nga ba yung may kitrada?
Of course, it is gonna be itong si Del QQ. 2.86 KD, 1.43 kills per round. Absolute impact, no? Pagdating sa statistics, pare, you are good for 1.5 every single round, pare. And 0.4 smokes per round, a lot higher, no? Kumpara sa nakita natin sa ating simula ng series para dito sa kabilang side. So, it is a lot more setups at gamit na gamit yung utility para dito sa Alliance. And I'm glad to see that, though, for a team na we do like to say that, you know, medyo freestylish or pubby yung kanilang playstyle from time to time. Alliance looking very structured pagdating dito sa mapa ng Black Widow, and hope to see the exact same thing as well dito sa mapa ng Port, considering magsisimula sila sa BL side, and in a map like Port, BL side requires a lot of patience and BL side requires a lot of setup. And pakiramdam ko, Alliance, they can play that exact style kasi nakita ko na yan before galing sa kanila, pare. Pero kaya ba nilang gawin yung style na yan up against EKISQUAD, who are, in my opinion, I think they're gonna be more familiar dito sa mapa ng Port kumpara ka dito sa mapa ng Black Widow, pare.
Yeah, tama ka naman doon. I feel like the map favors a little bit towards the EKISQUAD, but we saw some improvements naman for Alliance Gaming. Yes, they've been structured. Yes, they've been whole, but Alliance is still Alliance. So, let's see kung ano nga bang handa ng ating dalawang teams pagdating dito sa ating third set. Nonetheless, tayo po ay dadayo dyan later on. After this short break, magbabalik ang Masters Summer Qualifiers of the Philippines. Welcome back sa Summer Qualifiers for the Masters. Matira ang matibay sa walang tigil na laban. Okay, not bad. But itong ating laban na ito will still go towards our set number 3, Port. And this map has been such a highlight. No? I feel like kasi Sneaky, kung isipin mo, naging sub-base, Eagle Eye yung second map ng mga teams, naging new compound. Now, Port is also one of those maps that are really been a priority for our teams. And with this decider, ano nga bang pwede nating abangan? Sniper matchup would be pretty fun dito sa ating mapa na ito.
Kumbaga pare, like, Ankara, that's so last year, pare. Dito na tayo sa Port, dito sa ating 2026. And in all honesty, I really like this increased prevalence ng ating mapa ng Port kasi, yun nga, yung goal natin as a region is really to expand yung map pool natin, and I feel like yung mga teams natin have done a really good job of expanding said map pool. Yun nga, meron na tayong mga teams na sobrang galing sa Eagle Eye, sobrang galing sa new compound, at sobrang galing dito sa mapa ng Port. And one of the few things na I actually would like to compliment yung lahat ng teams natin dito sa ating Summer Qualifiers, lahat na sila may galawan dito sa BL side ng mapa natin. And that goes to my point, BL side para dito sa ating Alliance team. So, obviously will be very difficult to start the game, pero from what I saw last time, willing naman sila magantay, similar sa ginagawa ng SGJ, similar sa ginagawa dito ng VP na magantay ng matagal pare, paset mo muna yung depensa dito ng Ekis, let them play, their due positions, baka may tao dito sa bridge, baka may tao dito sa curve, and then dun na kayo magsiset up pare, because the defense gets a lot more predictable, pag ganun na yung sitwasyon natin pare, and I feel like once the defense is predictable, mas mapapadali na yan para sa Alliance, but at the same time, it's still port, kaya pwede pang bumaliktad yung fights papunta sa kalaban dito pare.
Yeah, plus heavy on the heavy eyes on sa mga close quarter combats natin kasi these two teams again, nandiyan pa rin naman yung mga thoughts na these two teams are very very face front value kumbaga in terms of fights. So House B control will be met by a lot of bloodshed, long A as well, CA as well, no? I don't necessarily see Alliance prioritizing CA that much. Siguro EKISQUAD pwede pa eh. Pero kasi Alliance have those like very passive north side map holds kapag nasa GR side sila. Pero nonetheless, diretso nga lang sila. Car will find off kay Cedric. Owen King, good for one as well. At sobrang bilis nila. Tingnan mo yung Alliance Gaming, nasa spawn pa din.
That is crazy execution of Polar. In 15 seconds, nakuha nilang mag-boost dito sa House B. And they got it first try. That's the execution that you need, dito sa mapa natin para magulat nga yung team kagaya nga ng Alliance dito who are trying to get some early LB control instead. Sila pa nga ang mamamatay doon. And I don't like this galing sa Alliance to pare. It's too early in the round to be fighting pare.
Yeah. I think Del QQ also good with the jumps, pero Ram mas maganda lang aim kapag nakatayo ka man, hindi yung tumatalon with the M14. So ALG now down by 3 players. Grabe, bilis ng mga movements dito ng players natin on port, and that's why I love the map, man. Daming pwedeng gawin.
Lots of things to see. Lots of things to jump on. Pero ano kaya yung decision dito ng Alliance? The B site is gonna be a bit rough to go for, Tingnan mo naman yung position ni Owen King at ni Carlito, the team random duo. Synergy at an all-time high sa B site. And it will be Carl getting itong si Nuken. USP will not work up against Carl who has a fully fledged rifle pare. And that will be EKISQUAD. Round 1 on the board para sa kanila men. And honestly, it was all about that LB play pare.
Yeah, ang ganda talaga ng play na yun para makakyat agad doon sa may second floor. And bloodshed nga talaga, yan ang ibibigay sa inyo ng House B control. Mid, take, kaso Jamero is just too aware. I told you they're too fast, Nikki. Alliance Gaming doesn't know how to stop in the early parts of these rounds.
Sige kayo, papa-timeout ko to. Tapos ako kakausap sa inyo, men. Men, hindi nyo kailangan gumanito agad sa start ng round, pare. There is no reason for this, man. Kasi na-allow itong EKISQUAD to go for jiggle peaks exactly like this as Z and exactly like this as CA and just allowing them to take good fights in a row dito, pare. Granted, naiintindihan ko na pwede maging sugal yan para dito sa Alliance, pero that's a losing hand. 90% of the time, pare.
Yeah. It always goes bust, Sneaky. Itong fast push, apat pa, and it's just a good thing that Alliance Gaming only gave up kay Cedric there. But here comes the executions. A site, mas weaker na defense for the side of EKISQUAD, and Nuken hits the shot on Teng. Man down, parang hindi sa EKISQUAD, and look at Boo. Talk about fast feet. It's Boo with fast reactions. Scar will kill off Del QQ as they go for the cover. Boo on top of A. Will create chaos. Kaso yun lang, lahat ng players very low in HP. Natira pa si Boo. And Owen King, good for 3. Triple kill to give their second round.
Grabe, Owen King staking his claim on the A site pare. Tamang akyat baba lang dito. And Boo, unfortunately, feeling ko mas madami pa sanang value yung makuha niyang position dito sa top, Dinretso na dito yung exit, but once again, kay Cedric a bit too fast on his feet. Del QQ naman makita dito kay Jamero, but it's a quick trade from Ram once again, and it's another 3 versus 4 Polar.
Another fast man para dito sa EKISQUAD. They're just waiting patiently. Get into position dito sa may Z. Get control dito sa may exit ng A. Put players on House B. It's just too easy dito sa mga first 30 seconds natin for EKISQUAD. And somehow kumakagat palagi Alliance sa gantong masarap ba? Feel ko naman hindi eh.
Kita lang genuinely kasi
Yeah.
Doing this.
Pura TSK. Ito may TSK gawin.
Wait, pero Nuken. One cheeky crouch peek. Yan ang maganda pare, pero kailangan pa may tanggalin sa bridge pa eh. Dito pa si Teng.
And Teng will play very, very angles here. Or short angles. Pero the smoke, ha? Good deny and good distraction. Pero dito talaga. Test of the waters, man. Patience play. Pushing. You can? Parang sabi niya, ako na lang mag-open. Mas magaling naman ako eh. Oh! Magaling nga! And even Owen King nag-push masyado dito towards the court side ng B. You can! Good for 3 in this round as well. ALG. All they had to do was play slow.
All you had to do was hold goddamn LB pare. Ay. Yung ang nakakatawa doon, Polar, yung nangyayari dito sa Alliance, nangyari naman dito sa Ekis. Sila naman yung nag-overextend this time para sa fight na to. Pero at the same time, good recognition as well para dito sa ALG na iniwan lang nila dito sa mid si Nuken, and obviously the attempt to try to go for a double peak, no? Kaso ang ganda ng spot dito sa ating B player. And Alliance, now the ones baiting yung EKISQUAD paloob. Finally, Polar, ginawa na nila.
Yes, the classic one dito sa may LB, isa sa may LA, tatlo sa may din. Antay lang. But there's quick answers though para sa EKISQUAD. Tingnan mo naman kung saan sila nakapwesto. They're very far back. Nag-aantay lang. CA taken by K. Cedric. So, papadala nila dito si K. Cedric towards A.
Lang. This has been the longest that K. Cedric has been alive so far dito sa game natin.
Yes.
So, no longer is the entries reckless para dito sa ating EKISQUAD. Looking like an A-take, Polar, pero hindi pa bumabuelo tong Alliance. Pakaramdam ko maghahanap muna sa LB. Maybe slip a player on the underside of bridge via Z.
Yeah. Delayed push. Tapos si Boo gagawa dito ng backstab play. Possibly move towards Z para masyadong mabilis ang rotations. Pero 45-second timer ata dito ang golden time ng ating Alliance para makapasok. Make it 55 na lang. Flash is there. Pero masyadong marap dito si K. Cedric. He falls down immediately. Pero si Boo looking to get Carl here. On the curve side. And he misses every shot. Buhay na buhay pa dito si Carl. But he still gets the kill. So they think it's now B. At doon nga talaga pupunta ang mabilisang reaction sa ALG. Banking on Boo to stay alive sa baba ng B. And he gets 2. Isa pa with the help of Sam. Jamero and Teng left alone. Last 2 players pinarag na ng USP ni Nuken. Double kill from the sniper himself. And what a round for ALG.
Grabe, despite getting bottom B control, itong EKISQUAD, I'm actually surprised that they lost every single fight dito sa top B natin, pare. And even gave enough time for ALG, for the other members na medyo matagal pa maka-rotate para makarating dito ng B side. EKISQUAD, surprisingly losing every single fight na nakita nila dito sa mapa na to. And also would like to compliment si Nuken na nagpaiwan siya on purpose to get all this information from the backside ng ating baba ng BR on the BL side. He was just looking at B side the entire time, pare, and saw every single member cross. Alam nila yung information at Jamero mamamatay dito sa mid. Ram will get one in return, but still, K. Cedric got what he wanted, pare.
Yeah, and that's a kill, no? Ito yung expendable na okay lang para sa akin. Lalo na kung ganito si Nuken. He has activated himself in the third map. 7 kills. In 4 rounds. In 5, to be precise. Pero wow. Feeling ko nakikinig dito ang Alliance.
Polar, na-punish nila yung punish, pare. That's how wild it is. Na-punish nila yung mid-punish sana na inisip dito ng ng EKISQUAD na sige, kaya natin i-double pick tong mid kasi baka may nakapick lang dito. Maybe it is Boo, maybe it is si Tams, and we can maybe surprise them. Pero sila yung nagulat dun, min. Good read.
Ubu.
Bulaga.
And he gets the kill onto Carl. May damage pa dito through the very gap doon sa may curve. B-take Owen King. Flash is not good. Very late. They still have 45 seconds and look at this fast push mula kay Del QQ. Realizes that all the players coming from Ekis manggagaling na dito sa B. Pero Owen King finds the C4. Ba't siya dun dumaan? They thought it was so clear. And now it's left for the duos. Pero Del QQ fast in the feet. Diretso lang happy feet. Pero happy shots for Teng. Nuken waits and kills Teng dito sa may mid. And that's a wrap for ALG.
Yun nga, if I was Ekis na pare, the timeout call would be coming very, very soon para sa kanila dito. They're losing so much of these points so early dito sa laruan natin, Polar. The fact na nakatatlo na yung ALG, all you can hope for dito sa second half kung kayo yung Ekis is a 6-3. That is it. And hindi pa yun, Min. The fact that Ekis still has to score it and Alliance is making every single round annoying para sa kanila, pare. No longer are they going for these early pushes para makuha nila yung CA. Instead, they're actually actively punishing itong Ekis for going for these aggressive plays, especially going into later in the mid-round natin, pare. Pero Ram, attempting something new para sa kanyang team. CA Flash would make the difference. Pero si Del QQ, caught in 4K, pare.
Del QQ down, which means hot hands dito sa ALG will be minuscule. Pero kay Cedric, diretso niya dito yung CA. He believes na wala namang umakyat dito ng todong-todo. Goes towards Ninja, actually. And with Carl spotted, Tams and K. Cedric claims his life. B-site is so clear. Isa lang nakapwesto. At tama pa ata ang basa dito ng buong ALG squad. They go towards B. Undetected. Meanwhile, K. Cedric magpapakita na dito sa mid. Owen King once again. Same kind of position. With the HK, will be dead. What a headshot ball bang mula dito kay Boo. A 3v3 pa, pero tignan mo yung HP postings. Tams and Boo. Unting bala lang kailangan. Jamero is here immediately. Pero hindi siya magpupush. He waits for Ram and Teng. And the distraction works. Jamero ngayon papasok. Teng for the cover. One down, one left. Nuken. Mamamatay from the wall banks. Too many HP to deplete para sa ALG and EKISQUAD. Equalizes with a 3-3.
Yeah, para really good timing. Finally, para dito kay Teng to catch some of these players off guard. But at the same time, itong Alliance, so I feel like they might have not have committed too hard dito sa ating side. But at the same time, some really good shots being hit on either side of the map. Pare, napapansin mo dito, Polar, mas dumadami na yung EBR para dito sa side ng Alliance. They are looking to see if they can gain more value, no, galing sa kanilang wallbangs dito, especially in hits, just like this B site. Pero para naman sa Ekis, madaling clear lang yun, pare.
Yep. Waiting for the push kay Cedric once again. Ito hindi maganda para sa side ng Alliance Gaming. Meanwhile, EKISQUAD happy with that immediate contact. Umalis na naman sila Sticky sa slow push nila. Haharapan nila si Teng. Flash is good pero they use it. Useless yun. Del QQ barag. Piso kung piso 5 ang natitirang HP. And somehow they're stuck in mid.
Ayun, napapalit pa. So that confirms that there's more than one player sa mid, no, Polar, para dito sa Ekis. And Teng taking full advantage ng kanyang heady angle dito sa Z-side. No? All you have to do is press crouch para hindi ka matamaan ng bala dito. And the fact na meron pa siyang cover galing sa kanyang kakampi na si Owen King is looking prime and ready. Pero Del QQ, one crouch pick could be the solution to this top A player.
Jamero. Is he ready? Grabe, 1,000 MS. But nonetheless, Alliance Gaming now. Still cannot go in kasi nandiyan naman si Ramo the HK. And mid denied even just from the sheer bombardment ng bullets dito ni Teng. Alliance nakuha agad nila yung sniper kill pero delikadong hirap pa din makapasok.
So pwede pang pumalit pa ng baril dito si Ram, no? So sniper threat could still be very much looming dito sa mapa natin, Polar. Pero no choice na lang para dito sa Alliance. They have to push mid. They have to get a successful footing sa mapa na to. Pero problema nga lang na andito pa si Carl pinalitan ng kanyang kakampi na si Teng. Still, Z doing the exact same damage that it did sa start ng round natin. Del QQ, granted, you have been doing wonders para dito sa ating Alliance. Pero EKISQUAD finally regaining the lead dito sa mapa natin. But ang ideal dito, Polar, they have to get these last two.
Yeah. They have to switch the narrative na 6-3 in favor of Alliance. Kailangan EKISQUAD yun. B-hit, fast push. Good with the shots with the USP. Pero Owen King, masyadong late ang trade. LQQ, babaraki na lang ang A-B side. And they are overwhelmed. Meanwhile, Teng cannot see anybody's LQQ. Binastos siya kanina pero siya ngayon ang gagawa ng mga beautiful kills. And Teng also found by Tams. It looks like there's no possibility of a 6-3 scoreline kasi tinay na dito ng Alliance in a 4-4.
And I love that call galing sa Alliance to Polar. Parang last round nakita lang natin na sobrang tinagal nila ang ating mid-side. It took so long just to set up for a possible B-push. Pero ngayon, mapapa B-side hit na naman pa sila Polar. B-side hit, run it back, why not? It works and they have entered itong house B natin. Pero kaya pa nila pumasok na B-side. Peke lang pala yun, Polar. Mapapabalik sila, mapapa-U-turn. Iniwan si Tam. Sabi niya, teka lang. Kaysa kala ko ba push to?
Bakit?
The
C4 is still deep, ah.
Ay, hindi. A-fake, Polar.
Pero look at the position. 6, dalawa sa top A.
Oh. Was that a check ball? Check ball lang pala yun, pare.
Very overplay the sneaks. But still, there's still 5 man alive. Hindi naman total damage ang nakuha nila dito on that first engagement onto House B. Mid-take into exit?
Since pakiramdam ko threatened tong B-site, no, Polar. Parang alam ng Alliance na okay, may mas madaming players dito sa B kumpara nga dito sa A since all the presence that we've known. Pero look at this, the double fake. A-side, may smoke na nilalabas. Pero papalik sila ng B-Polar. Mag-isa lang dito si Owen.
Namarinate sila, sneaky, na mabilis lang dito Alliance Gaming. But they're slowly, quietly pushing their way towards B. Ram will fortify B site. No flash needed. Babaril na lang and Boo whips out the pistol. Ensures the kill. And Ram will get the kill, pero pinumbard dito ngayon ang katawan ni Ram. And look at that QQ from the cover, from the backside. It's 2 down. Make it 3. And even Carl cannot garner any more kills. That's 2 players in his name. Tams found Nuken.
Gagalaw, Tams.
Waiting imminent death. Si Tams nakaantay lang. And he gets the kill. In our first half, 5-9 na balik sa Alliance ang angat.
Oh my goodness, Polar. We saw the rush and the double fake into the reheat galing dito sa Alliance, pare. Oh my goodness, nilabas na ang buong playbook para dito sa BL side at napaka-worth it nun, Polar. Kasi tignan mo naman, you got the lead even right before the half turns in Alliance. Prime and ready para kunin ang mapa na to since nasa kanila na ang pinakamalaking advantage sa mapa na to, which is that GR side. Now it's all about execution, pare.
What can EKISQUAD offer to possibly claim the whole series? Kay Cedric, prioritization dito sa may CA. Pero Jamero, I think he knows.
Flash, man. Ask for a flash.
Here goes the flash. Kasi di na blind, pero di kailangan.
That's crazy.
Jamero just better with the shots. And guess what? M14 dyan sticks up against an HK. At mali pa itutok na kay Cedric.
Nanalo siya doon. That's crazy. That's like 95% of the time, pare, hindi ka talaga mananalo sa ganun na sitwasyon considering na hindi pa tumama yung flash. Pero tignan mo, Alliance, they're gonna try to make their own play happen, pare. Pero masyado madaming tao, Polar.
Oh, Book gets the kill together with Tams. And they open up immediately as they kill everyone in mid and long. Tams goes back, wide peaks, gets one, pero wallbang just too good. Good advantage para dito ngayon sa EKISQUAD. At naharap agad si Del QQ. EKISQUAD, they know how to play slow. Immediately sa BL side.
Yun nga, men. Sayang yung round na yun, pare. Especially para dito kay Tams, who's already gotten a double kill. And maganda yung call dun ng Alliance to actually place the timing dito na lang sa may long side considering they could have caught multiple players by surprise, pare. Considering na dun halos lahat sinaset up ng mga lineup dito para sa A. Kaso EKISQUAD, they were still waiting para dito sa Alliance na mag-push dito and they had full expectation that that was gonna happen, pare. So, very good read. Medyo naaning lang siguro dito si K. Cedric sa CA and it did really leave a big hole dito sa A site natin, pare.
Yeah, it requires na makuha din kay Cedric yung CA player natin kasi once na matanggal siya doon, hindi maganda yung set, hindi angkop yung setup dito ng LG for that immediate A-hold. But B-side, given, house B, EKISQUAD can even just not use a flash here at yun na nga, dire-diretso lang. Banking on the aim, del QQ, nakalampas but doesn't get a kill. B-side kayo on scrambling, good nades towards the curve side. And EKISQUAD with a bomb planted, they can easily get these two angles taken apart by Alliance at Budi manggangana dito yung kanyang lurk. And you can only get one last sneaky EKISQUAD in full control dito sa BL side.
Grabe, and it could be a cheeky dead round para sa ating next round, pare. And it will be EKISQUAD leading the charge bago tayo pumasok sa ating DR. But at the same time, man, EKISQUAD, very impressive yung pagkakalat nila dito sa ating B-side. But at the same time, pakiramdam ko, if you are Del QQ in that situation, yung only objective mo lang talaga bilang player or sole player na nandito sa B-side is to try your best na i-keep yung bottom B control, no, para sa baka GR, pare. Para meron naman silang at least na pupuntahan para dito sa retake instead of funneling dito sa curve the entire time. Pero EKISQUAD instant down on the B side, making sure that Del QQ is not gonna get that bottom B for free. And hindi sila masyadong nagkalat, kumbaga, hindi nila pinush yung curve, hindi nila pinush yung HP. They just held the site in itself and alam na nila kung ano yung situation dun, pare. 6-5 para dito sa EKISQUAD and Alliance this time. Sila naman yung nahihirapan dito sa depensa. Pero pakiramdam ko kasi, Polar, ayun nga, they might be giving too much too early dito sa ating EKISQUAD, pare. Granted na, ayun nga, no, that CA incident with K. Cedric, medyo freak accident yun, pare, in my opinion. Pero pakiramdam ko, the setup should be working para dito sa Alliance. And at the same time, pakiramdam ko, mahirap magsugal dito sa GR side kasi even a 2-1-2 can really do a lot of things dito sa mapa. All you really need to do is to get a good rotation going in between yung mga sites natin. But even then, yun nga, pwede mag-disrupt dito si Del QQ with the mid-push na ginagawa niya sa baba ng BR ng GR the entire time. So, a lot of disruption can happen para nga dito sa ating mapa. Pero EKISQUAD, they got everything covered dun sa past 2 rounds natin, pare.
Yeah, I mean, ito na naman yung EKISQUAD na nasama-sama mag-push, getting these rounds in, overwhelm the players na they expect naman. I mean, nobody holds these side like 5 players in a one side, no? So, alam dito ng EKISQUAD na may butas. And if they can claim the players dito sa may B, and luckily enough, yung previous round natin, no, yung kaninang before we go into a dead round, nakita natin na isa lang yung naka-hold on, which made it so easy para dito sa EKISQUAD na mag-execute because they didn't even use a flash. They gambled their ways and the cards were right. It was in their favor. And wala, Alliance Gaming, yes, they're reactionary here. Yes, pinapalampas nila. Pero so much map control sneaky in the early parts, yun nabibigay. At yung pinaka-forward lang naman nila dito is kay Cedric. And doon nga na sinabi ko kanina, once he falls down, sira ang possible hold dito ng Alliance because after that, they don't know what to do. Yes, expendable dito si Cedric sa early parts kapag BL side and that's okay. Pero that shouldn't happen dito sa GR. He should be winning those fights. Iba yung nakita natin doon sa CA. Dapat hindi ganun yung nangyayari.
Yun nga, no, it is sad to see considering na K. Cedric, to be specific, no, actually performed really well up against HazMatz. I'm not sure if it is this specific map, pare, pero overall nung series na yun, nakita natin yung capabilities and the peak of K. Cedric potentially, pare. Pero with him kind of crumbling dito sa mga ibang rounds natin, it is not helping itong Alliance at all sa kanilang mga sitwasyon. Obviously, CA will be highly contested dito, pare, sa ating map. And if K. Cedric cannot hold that position, then A-site is gonna be in danger constantly, pare, even though na hindi iti-take yan.
It was bound to happen, sneaky, na these two teams will play very slow. And bound to happen din na lumabas dito yung double TRG. Pero tinanggal actually Del QQ, no? They'll go back to that simple defense. Pero let's see.
It's a waiting game. Yun yung dalawang teams natin, Bowler. I mean, yun nga, plenty of setups na pwedeng gawin dito ng EKISQUAD, obviously. yung CA Flash is always an option para sa kanila dito. Pero kay Cedric, peeking a bit early galing dito sa CA, but maybe trying to spot yung mga players natin on the side of Ekis and what part of the map they're gonna be prioritizing. Pero ang C4 ay nakita niya pare at mapapabak na lang siya. Pero tignan mo naman, ALG looking to see if they can surround yung C4 na to. Kay Cedric with a good opener.
Kay Cedric wins the fight here on CA, actually goes back, no? Doesn't let it be in the hands of EKISQUAD. Alam nila that they will just hold it. And they're happy with this kasi that's Owen King down. Pero Jamero, he was the play na nakapatay kay Cedric before. But this time, no. Sayang yun. Nade even doesn't do that much. EKISQUAD, this might just be too patient, no? Kasi again, passive lang dito yung Alliance Gaming. They have to be the one to enforce fights. Pero boo, waiting patiently, baraga mukha ng dalawa, pero may trade mula kay Jamero. Better with the tracking through the wall. But still in play. One man advantage pa rin sa ALG, tsaka hindi nila nakuha yung CA. Hindi talaga. Oh! Teng? Nade? Not connecting kay Cedric, and EKISQUAD cannot enter the site. It's all up to Ram once again. 1v2, pero mabilisan lang kay Cedric. And they did enforce it with the help of kay Cedric.
Yun nga pare, and that is what a round should look like, no? Pag meron kang malalang CA control dito pare. But at the same time, I feel like spotting the C4 super early dito sa round natin allowed kay Cedric to kind of realize, okay, mag-hold itong EKISQUAD sa start ng round, and that will be it. So that allowed a double flash actually galing dito sa Alliance na tinapon nila galing sa kanilang BR to help the pick for kay Cedric to get a good angle. So 4 versus 5 advantage played very well dito ng Alliance, pero mahanap pa nila yan ulit.
Oh my goodness. Para sa side dito na ngayon ng EKISQUAD, Jamero falling down is not a sight that you would want. Kasi wala na dito yung matapang na kukuha ng CA, lalabanan si kay Cedric, pati yung mid-hold ng buong Alliance Gaming. Pero babalik lang kasi tayo sa waiting game. This is still not a go signal para sa Ekis na mag-execute.
Yan. Sobrang secured pa nga dito yung B-site, no, with Nukin. On the sniper, will be missing his first shot, will be foraying into court. Pero si Carl spotted. Boost, spray is not good, but damage is 6-6. Scoreline could be broken in an instant, pare. Pero, mapapabalik sila min, but they have to be careful. Nukin is looking in this direction, pare.
Ooh, Nukin! Oh, he doesn't pull the trigger. One more. Bumalik ka. They know that they're still waiting dito sa may respawn, so ipapadala si kay Cedric. He has a timing, nakita si Teng. Steel doors play para sa Alliance ang magse-secure ng 2 more kills. But there is an answer mula kay Ram. So pantay pa din. And you can now expects that they will go back kaso hindi nag-hug ng left side ng wall ng court. Oh, Owen King. Timing, but still, it's a headshot even for Nukin. So Alliance, they are now 1 up again with a player. At mukhang gagawa pa dito si Carl. Kakaiba, parang mabawi yung round na to. Finds out Sam's half HP, pero Del QQ is there para makuha yung double kill. Another timeout. And guess what, Sneaky? 6-7 ang ating scoreline.
Yep. And yun nga, similar dito sa ating map number 1 pa. It's more similar dito sa ating map number 1. Back and forth, both teams actually, maganda yung kanilang suntok, kumbaga, on either side of the map. But at the same time, you can kind of see Alliance, starting to kind of make their setup a whole lot more stronger. Obviously, nakita naman natin yung nangyari dito kay Cedric sa CA, no? But at the same time, that court play was very impressive galing dito kay Nukin kasi onti lang yung mga players na kumukuha ng angle na yun, to be specific, unless you are a sniper player na gustong mag-ego kung sino man ang nasa court. Pero yung pinaka-underrated kasi ng na thing dun sa spot na yun, pare, is all the information you can get galing dito sa court. Kita mo kung 1 or 2 players pa dumadaan dito sa court box. You can realize if it is gonna be more of a B-hold, more of a, A rotation galing sa kanila dito, pare. And that little space nagawan pa dito ng paraan dito ni Nukin na i-call itong si kay Cedric, patayin mo yung nasa estimate, lahat sila nasa base ngayon, malay mo magugulat mo yung isang player, and nagulat nga dito yung Ekis, pare. Very well called galing dito kay Del QQ, pare.
I mean, it's a back and forth din, no, Sneaky, na parang it's still, I can still feel like na Ekis doesn't have a grasp kung ano yung kailangan nilang gawin. Yes, gumagana dito slow plays. Yes, they're getting one kills after the other. Pero in terms of getting into the site, hindi yun naging madali, which concerns me a lot kasi I had big hopes for Ekis kasi it's sport. It's sport. So, Alliance Gaming, just better with this kind of defense. Sneaky, naging offensa yung defense kasi mismong audition plays lang dito ang ating EKISQUAD. They're banking on like these big plays na parang kailangan double kill, then we try to go for a big retake or a big side push sa other side of the map kung saan tayo nakapatay. And I love this though. Kung si Kay Cedric man hindi nakakuha ng a lot of kills from Black Widow, even nung ating first map, this time support well activated man. Kasi in CQCs, yung close quarter combats natin, doon siya nagpre-prevail and it's just devastating para dito sa EKISQUAD.
The fact na nagsimula pa tayo sa 5-4 na dito, Bowler, is really astounding. Pero speaking of astounding, pare, nagulat na nga ang ating Nuke na nandito sa LB. Pero tignan mo naman, apat ng flash na sumabog dito sa B-site. Ram looking for the kill dito kay Del QQ. Curve players already surrounded, pero gusto pa nilang lumaban. Del QQ will be getting Ram, but here comes the drop-down spray from the rest of EKISQUAD. At Cebu na lang natitira dito sa sitwasyon. What can the coach do? The coach will be out of commission, unfortunately. And what a way to start off the post-timeout round para sa EKISQUAD, pare.
I mean, grabe dito yung mga flash, Nikki. Walang magawa si Del QQ kundi magtago doon sa may corner. May counter flash sana doon yung Alliance Gaming, pero it only gave them one kill. Ang dami pa doon sa site mismo, and with the smoke so long, hindi nila makuha yung advantage yun kay Cedric. Might jump, actually. He is on top of the box. At ayun na nga tumalon. And with the flash, easy lang for Jamero. This is the start for EKISQUAD. Just let one player play. Tapos hayaan niyo yung apat na players na mag-hold.
Ironically, yung solution dito sa depensa ng Alliance, to pare, was their mistakes. Dito sa last half natin, actually them going quicker at the start of the round is actually complimenting itong EKIS. No, they're getting early footing dito sa mga ibang mga angles natin, kagaya nga na CA. And I don't know what Arthur Texon said dito sa timeout, pare, King. But so far it is working para nga dito sa ating EKIS. At up until that point, Nuken will be getting Ram. Owen King will be getting Boo in return. Pero nandito na si Jamero sa mid. Nuken is out of commission. B-side looking prime and ready for the taking. Pero nandito pa si Del QQ, the captain. Can he stop this?
The double TRG prevailing, but Del QQ missing the shot, so wielding the pistol, mahaharap niya pa si Owen King! He is the royalty in port! Owen King and the last player could not even go and kill Del QQ. Ano yun?
Grabe. What's a king to a god? Kumbaga, pare, no? Dito sa sitwasyon. Pero B-site na naman! Kukunin ng EKIS! Oh my God!
Oh my God! Boo! Hindi kailangan ng cyclone because he can see through walls! QRL! Carl will fall down! Sneaky! Ganto ba matatapos ang port?
Grabe!
Oh!
Boo! He's no longer Casper the Friendly Ghost, pare. Nakakatakot na ang kanyang form at this very moment. And he's looking more like a monster this time, more than a ghost. In this very moment, pare, a 4K like that will wake your entire team up. The nervous system suddenly shook into the core dito ng EKISQUAD, and all they can do is wait at the start of the round, wait for it to set. Kasi pati sila men, naramdaman nila yung recoil, yung nangyayari dito sa ating last round, pare.
Yeah, they need a breather here, Sneaky. Kailangan nila dito magpahinga. Walang timeout. So they'll use at least 30 seconds to talk about some things. Grabe yun, Sneaks. Kung hindi si Del QQ, si Nuken ang tatama. Kung wala yung dalawa, si Boo nandun para makakuha ng multi-kill.
Boo has had a 6 series, pare. In all honesty,
yes,
he was positive
yes.
dun sa last map natin, despite the loss, or despite the loss dito sa map 1, rather. And
yes.
Hey, coach is stepping up to the plate, pare. Hindi siya naniniwala sa coaches don't play. If anything, coaches carry dito, pare.
Yeah. Grabe rin, no, Snakes, na parang hindi lang talaga team improvement. So even like the playstyles of these like roles have been elevated to a point na everyone is a threat. Pero threat incoming dito sa may CA.
That was it.
EKISQUAD. 2 points para makakuha ng OT.
It's a trap. Oh my god.
It's a trap. Tams might have a light of day here kasi kahit makakuha nila si Tams dito, there's still Cedric from afar. Carl has taken Z. Late in the push dito si Boo on House P.
Oh, they can reach it.
Oh, yun lang! He is fast! And that's Carl down! So they have to commit a site at dediretso sila dito ngayon kay Cedric. Good nade to stop the push, and you can now closes again the cross, and Del QQ good for one, pero Ram in a 1v2. Spraying with the HK is not a good sign kasi ALG has claimed the series and has claimed the lives of Ekis. Walang Ekis dito, lagyan mo ng checkmark ang buong alliance kasi buhay na buhay pa ang pag-asa sa Masters.
And Alliance, they survive elimination dito sa ating qualifiers, pare. And what a way to end it, no? A 4K defense from the rush dito ng Ekis from Boo, and a very masterfully played last round, pare. As soon as nakita nila yung straggler galing dito sa side ng EKISQUAD, pare, they knew they had the game in the bag. The forced A-take galing dito sa EKISQUAD, and it was just basically shooting fish in a barrel at this point, Polar, no? Kasi stuck na nga sila sa ganun na sitwasyon. Nuken was on bridge and everybody was there to party, and unfortunately, it was a party that EKISQUAD wasn't invited to, pare.
Yeah, I mean, Sneaky, if you remember quite clearly, palaging nasa full series ang Alliance last time. It was a 50-50, pero yung 50 na lumabas ngayon was the 50% where Alliance won the series. Grabe man. I mean, hindi naman naging surprising dito na it was a struggle for both teams. Pero wala rin namang ginawang todong mali ang buong EKISQUAD. They were just read out of the playbook so clearly na Alliance Gaming knew what to play in each round. You saw like 3 rounds, Sneaky, na parang back-to-back, alam ng Alliance yung gagawin nila. Even those last 2 rounds, parang basang-basa ng Alliance Gaming kung anong kailangan gawin. They had the timings. You love to see kay Cedric popping off, and you love to see the IGL of Boo making ways para hindi na totally ma-pressure dito si Del QQ na makakuha ng 4K, makakuha ng triple kill with the TRG, with the M14s and the HKs. It also gave Nuken a spotlight na parang, uy, wait lang, everybody's working, I can step up as well, at nakakahanap ako ng angles every time. The place was just intense nung nasa GR side sila na yes, we wanted a slow push mura dito sa ating EKISQUAD. They thrive off of chaos pero okay lang na mag-slow yun kasi port. Pero hindi yun gumana, Snakes. That was insane to see.
Yun nga, pare. And also, big compliments to Boo. Once again, I think yung disappearance dito ni kay Cedric, no, temporarily dito sa ating first 2 maps, kinda left a big hole dito sa Alliance, no, pare. Pero na-fill naman yan ni Boo very, very quickly with his own fragging and his own strategies dito sa mapa natin. And I feel like his brain combined dito with Del QQ really creates a very dangerous team dito sa ating 2-2 kasi napaka-unpredictable nila, pare. They could be rushing mid dito sa first 2 rounds and just losing, and then pagdating sa ating last 2 rounds presenting us with one of the most best macro masterpieces na pwede nga natin makita dito, pare. Of course, we are gonna be spotting the highlights dito sa ating game. Napakadami yan, pare, kasi napaka-close ng series natin.
Simula pa lang ng round, you were glazing or we were commending dito yung fast behold ng ating players mula sa EKISQUAD. They had good stints dito sa ating mga early halves ulit. Pero once you see the second half, doon mo na nakita yung players natin mula ng G that were controlling. They had the GRs off. So, they were very much comfortable in these types of rounds. Yeah, big ups to umangat na rin si Cedric. It was a better time for the entirety of ALG and Fort, man. Mukhang mali ang kwento na Ekis had a little bit of an edge pagdating sa mapa.
Yeah, and it seems like Ekis, unfortunately, or fortunately para sa kanila, para hindi pa naman sila totally out of the, CFS tournament ecosystem, para there is still, fortunately para sa kanila, they will be on the impact side as they qualify since round of dito sa ating standings. So, is not gonna be fully goodbye para dito sa EKISQUAD, but definitely some regrets rider yung series na to. Men, take a look at our set. Yeah.
Dale! Total of 30 kills para dito kay DelQQ and Nuken. This is a duo that you provide. And look at na wow. And they just showed it here. Pero look at Boo! 16 and 15 sneaks. Ano nga ba? I mean, take it away.
Grabe, men. Parang alam mo nang dagdag 30 points bigla si Manny Pacquiao. Oh my goodness me. 16 kills, 5 headshots, and I feel like this really doesn't tell the whole story sa ginawa ni Boo dito sa mapa natin kasi literal na siya yung ally but at the same time, he also is just as capable pagdating nga sa killing na to. And of course, with yun nga, okay, Cedric going 9 and 14 dito sa mapa natin, he obviously started playing the roles dito ni Boo and actually looked a lot more comfortable sa kanyang mga posisyon. So, Boo, W-men na kinuha niya yung mga spots dito ni K. Cedric and he actually flourished with it, pare. But I would also love to compliment itong EKISQUAD. Napaka-close na naman ng mga scores nila, pare. Just goes to show na teamwork will make the dream work up until a certain point when alliances forces you to go for an A-take, pare.
Yeah, yun talaga, no. But, EKISQUAD, they will provide us with great plays pagdating dito sa ating Impact. Pero Alliance, Redemption, Arc to Sneaks with the spearhead mula dito kay Boo. Makikita natin ang set MVP. You love to see it, man. The man in white and pink. Sino nga ba ang ating set MVP? It's Nuken! A comeback of the century. You love to see it. Bago sila makapasok mismo sa Masters.
Of course, pare, lest we forget yung main character dito ng Alliance Gaming, no? Nuken with a 1.67 KD, 0.83 kills per round, 0.27 HNK. Honestly, Polar, mababa pa nga ito for a man like itong si Nuken, but he will be taking this set MVP and we hope to see a whole lot more galing dito sa Alliance, pare, kasi since nandito na sila sa 2-2 matchups natin, the qualification tomorrow will be very tight. Yung race is gonna be super exciting, pare.
Yes, it's gonna be amazing, no? Na Alliance pa mismo, subok ulit. And with Cedric Fernandez being the set MVP here, man, what if, man, makita ulit natin to mga pink boys na to sa Masters. But yeah, yan ang ating set MVP and rightfully so, man. But still, no, big honorable commendations and mentions dito kay Boo. Even kay Cedric, I would like to give it to him kahit na 9 points lang siya dito in terms of kills. Hindi siya natil. Gumana man. Gumana yung play na ganito gawin mo kay Cedric and it provided so much para dito sa Alliance Gaming. We'll be seeing the match MVP as well, I believe, sa ating whole series na to. Tatlong ating match MVP at tatlo na mapa para sa ating match MVP at walang iba yan kundi si DelQQ.
Step back.
Whoa!
Yeah! Naman, pare. So good, you had to do it twice.
DelQQ 1.63 in terms of KD. A kill per round that is almost 1.1. HK na hindi naman na kailangan tignan. Even the SR. Ang binibigay kasi dito sneaky ni DelQQ is power. And that is why he's the match MVP.
Hindi lang power, kundi strategy and that brain of his as well. Kumbaga, pare, DelQQ, he has the brains and the brawn to back it up, pare. And I'm so happy to see him playing well sa mga ganitong tight na series natin kasi ito yung pwede nating makita ng mga mind-blowing na shots kagaya ng 3K na nakita natin kanina doon nga sa ating Black Widow. So big ups dito kay Boss Abdel. Sana maganda ang iyong matchup dito sa ating 2-2 standings na so far has been occupied dito ng ating Attras Team Acceptance and itong MOMEN. And I feel like that MOMEN, parang may unfinished business pa yung Alliance dyan sa team na yan pero hindi na sila pwede maglaban, unfortunately.
Yeah, but we love to see it, man. Again, one more life para dito sa ating players mula sa Alliance Gaming. A possibility of redemption, a possibility of an impact stay. We will not know, but ito na, Sneaky. Tapos na ang ating first series of the day. That was long, but that was amazing to see. Na ganito agad yung starter natin. We expected dogfights. Pero we saw a flock of birds flying above the sky. Grabe ang ating first series na to. At may kita natin ang second series after this short break. Magbabalik po ang Summer Qualifiers for the Masters. Ako si Sneaky, ako si Bipolar. Together with Sneaky Frog, we'll be back after this. tuloy-tuloy ang Summer Qualifiers dito ngayon sa ating Crossfire. But nonetheless, everybody, kami pa rin yung magiging caster, Sneaky Frog and Bipolar on the desk. And this time, tapos na ang first series natin. So dadayo na tayo ngayon sa medyo tame at medyo masayang matchup natin ngayon. It is gonna be EKISQUAD versus ComebackFriends. And this is also a team na nakita natin sa Masters before, trying to go for redemption. Pero in the name itself, ComebackFriends, they're coming back. A lot of these players are coming back, especially Tetsuman, which I'm happy to see. So ano nga pa pwede natin pag-usapan dito, Sige? Ano yung mga pwede natin makita for these two teams?
Well, ayun nga, no, CBF obviously has definitely gotten the hardest journey, no, para lang maka-qualify dito sa ating SEA Masters, obviously going up against Team Stallions para sa kanilang round 2 matchup and going up against VP para dito sa kanilang round 3. So at least nabigyan itong VP at Team Stallions a way to get into yung ating higher side of the bracket. But at the same time, pwede nating kunin ng point yun, no, Polar. Those series were actually closer than expected.
Very close.
Very close, pare. And we weren't expecting that at all, considering na notoriously, Tetsu doesn't practice, pare. So, ayun nga, it feels like all this genius, all this firepower, it's consolidating into one team kagaya nga ng CBF, pare. And oh my god, man, if you have Aldrin, Yaba, meron ka pang Tetsu, meron ka pang Aiden, pare, the star stacking on this roster is definitely good. And the fact na nakokontrol pa ni Tetsu, no, despite the fact na sinabi ko kanina, is nothing short of amazing, pare. But this is also a challenge para dito sa JYE. Will stability beat talent dito, pare?
Yeah, I mean, let's see, no? You have star-studded team in a way, itong ating ComebackFriends. Again, these are players that have highlights throughout Crossfire's history. They have made their names a staple in this game. But you have stability, just like what you said, coming in from EKISQUAD. And I like that they did add a red pagdating dito sa match na sa team na to. Just because a red is an explosive person na kaya niya ding makatapat dito yung mga players for ComebackFriends na nagiging pantay laban, because I feel like stability is JY pero with a dash of salt, and that's a red and Nomad as well. Sneaky yung mga Ross, ito yung masaya kapag we're at the last stretch of the qualifiers, kasi nakikita natin na naging highlight yung mga roster changes natin, nakikita natin mga players that are really coming back into the scene. So I feel like hindi na rin kasi ito yung same kind of JY last time na basically bottom of the bucket eh.
Yun nga, pare, obviously making some upgrades, no, dito sa off-season. I feel like Nomad definitely should not be on a team, no. Kumbaga, he's too good of a talent na hindi talaga siya makakapasok sa mga tournaments kaya ng ganito. And at the same time, Red, bro, what a freaking player, man.
What an
Grabe,
addition.
headshot after headshot. They definitely hit the gold mine dito sa pag-pick up ng player na to, pare. But of course, we will, for yung discussions natin, we can talk about talent, but we need to talk about the veto potentially, pare. And I feel like this will go in the way of Black Widow, Ankara sa base.
Ankara, Black Widow. Oh,
Eagle
Eye?
I forgot! Ooh. The Eagle Eye Gambit, pare. Nakalimutan ko to from ComebackFriends.
Okay. New compound though, I'm not too happy about new compound, man. This map, I hate it so much. Pero Eagle Eye 2.0, it's a map wherein ComebackFriends know how to play individually. And if you combine that individual powers and individual mindsets pagdating sa Eagle Eye 2.0, hindi yan ready sa JYE, kasi last time na nakita natin ng JYE in Eagle Eye was very rare, if my memory is right. So I'm surprised that this was the first pick para dito sa ating players mula sa JYE. Pero sila na rin kasi nag-ban ng Black Widow. Siguro that's just association nga dito sa stability na pwede nang gawin up in Ankara compared to Black Widow, kasi yun nga sinabi mo, even from the Alliance game versus wow, my memory is so bombarded, versus that team, nakita natin na it does provide you that individual power. So Ankara is a good map, pero new compound sneaks, abot ba tayo ng map number 3?
I have a gut feeling na baka hindi nga tayo makakaabot ng map number 3 para sa series na to. But that is more in the way of statistics, no? Kasi para sa akin, CBF, nakita naman natin yung nangyari dito sa Stallions. So, in hot take, being in the position, the fact na nilagyan pa nila yung Stallions in a losing position, and they were 9-8 at one point. And kung hindi pinush ng Stallions ang mid randomly dun sa mapa na yun,
Kung hindi binaharag
CBF could have won yung game na yun, and we could have seen a map 3 dun sa Stallion series natin, and that's how close it was, no? Pagdating sa head-to-head natin, and the fact that Stallions is one of the best teams pagdating nga dito sa Eagle Eye as well as itong Virtus.Pro, ayun nga, no, you kinda get a bit of clout kung kayo yung CBF dito, but at the same time, CBF, amount of times na naging, I wouldn't say Ankara merchant sila pare, pero ayun nga, sobrang dalas nila nilalaro yung mapa na to na gets na ni Aiden yung mga timings. Aldrin's gonna be very annoying, but the one person that's gonna be the most annoying dito pare, surprisingly, will be Wooz, bro. Kasi Wooz, yun nga, kino-compliment natin lahat ng players, maganda yung history nila. Pero Wooz in that last series, he was absolutely frying. Nagkataon lang talaga na ayun nga, naka-isa doon yung Virtus.Pro doon sa very last series natin, men. Pero sayang yung performance na doon. But if Wooz can present the exact same performance like that, Polar, JY is in trouble.
Yep, let's see kung ano nga bang mangyayari dito sa unang mapa natin series. Set 1 begins in Ankara. ComebackFriends start on the GR. And I love na BL side ang pagsisimulan pa rin dito ng JY because we will see Sun playing AK in the hands of Nomad. Sagot dito sa may yellow, and that is Wooz falling down. Aiden as well will find the trade dito sa may mid. And all this forward approach, no, walang prioritization sa B. Gusto lang nila lumaban. ComebackFriends, a red falling down is not a good sign para sa JY.
For sure. The ego at an all-time high para dito, Polar. No? Ito yung check call round 1 na laging ginagawa ni Tetsu sa kanyang mga kalaban, especially pagdating sa mga ganitong series, Polar. You always have to expect that CBF will try to go at your neck. Simula pa lang ng laruan natin dito. Tetsu looking for the second one. Nakita na si Raya. Si Son na lang natitira, pare. Hinahanap niya ang kanyang pamilya, pero patay na lahat, men.
Wala nang kasama dito ngayon si Son. Might as well join ComebackFriends kasi isa yung kulang nila. Ngayon, dalawa. It's a 1v3. Son with 22 HP. Looking doable as soon as he finds Aldrin. Pero nalilikuran na siya ngayon, unaware that is there somebody behind, and it's called Yaba. And in the bypass, he will fall. First round for ComebackFriends, talagang hinarap lang dito yung BL side ng JY.
Yeah, and it is gonna be a whole lot of this kind of crossfire, no, Polar? The testy kind of crossfire galing dito sa CBF. Willing silang lumaban, mag-shoulder pick na kahit anong angle dito for the sake of getting that one pick. And round number 1 pa lang, pare, nakita na natin yung ego. Pero round number 2, mas lalong tataas, pare.
Oh, Sun will fall down. Grabe no prioritizations on B. They just really wanna fight.
They're pubbing it. They're pubbing it, pare.
Nasa pub game tayo, Sneaks. This is so up the alley ni Tetsu, man. Tignan mo, ang lalim. He is noisy, pero Brian doesn't even know. And that's a beautiful two-piece to start off second round. Grabe, JY is just accepting these bullets mula kay Tetsu.
Parang ayaw pa mag-back dito ni Tessa, pare. Parang gumugusto pa lalo.
Babalik
Will be
pa yan.
going for more. Babalik na yan, pare. Nakakita na ng dalawa, eh.
Okay.
Pero pag isa lang, he will 100% repick na, pare.
Grabe itong laban na to. M4 is an A-case, man. Rare occurrence. Minsanan lang to. At gumana pa ang potensya.
Partida, nakita na yun, ha? Akala niya siguro hindi siya nakita dun, pare. Pero, oh my God, that looked too funny, pare.
Open pa rin for JY to possibly claim this round. Spread out ang player stat for ComebackFriends. 2 players on A, though. So, testing.
Siyempre. Can't spell Tetsu without test, pare. I mean, what can you do, bro, at this point? Ang random na ng pick, men. Parang, sige, it's your turn to pick, Aldrin. Makakapatay ako. Nomad naman. Last one left alive. Sino naman ang my turn this time, pare? Parang si Aiden pa rin. Nasa kanya pa rin ang ating bola, and CBF taking turns punching down itong JY natin, pare.
Ay, grabe man. They're pummeling them to pieces. It's like the skies are against JY. And CBF. Tetsu, alam kung saan mo kukuha.
Tapang, man.
Tingnan mo, nakatayo lang. Nobody does this, man.
Ay, witness me.
Nobody does this. He peeks again. Ayun, nakakain ka tuloy ng bala, Tetsu. Yaba though will clean off the sniper here on mid. And, I mean, JY noticed na wala namang B-prioritization dito ang ComebackFriends. But Aiden, fast rotations. Doon sa may mini tower natin, there is Raya.
Oh.
Right, Aiden will get the kill, pero Red opens up with 2 kills. Son will plant the bomb. Looking doable here for the third round. Dito ang JY. And with Brian, moving forward, Aldrin doesn't know, pero naharap ni Yaba dito si Son. Red, close towards the slope, pero ikot mismo si Yaba to possibly pincer and line these players up. Red, kitang-kita, HKs versus HKs. Kanino mas maganda kay Ared yan? And that's JY securing a point.
Grabe, nasobrahan ng asim itong CBF, man. Especially itong si Tetsu acting like he's gonna drop from the dropship, pare. Pero instead, 5 ang sumalo. So, dito sa hotel. So, not ideal yung angle no, na tinake na dito, pare. And instead, dito na nga lang sa HM. Is he gonna try to challenge yung Arco player na naka-HK lang? Yo. Just like me for real. Medyo matapang, pare.
He might. Mid again. There's TB. Control! At yun na nga si Woos. He goes for the re-pick and Nomad doesn't even realize that he is dead. Comeback, friends! Mukhang di kailangan mag-comeback, man. Early game is secured already.
Paano ba yan? Yung W built-in na sa pangalan dito ni Woos. So the wins are gonna be getting to him every single time, pare. Pero JY, the reason why they won that last round total, ulit itong CBF. And they're looking for that punish. Yaba, masyadong sumala sa smoke. Fence is expected, ah.
They can play slow here. Sneaky still early in the rounds. 1 minute 20 seconds. Tetsu. Bang! Headshot for Son. 2 rounds is enough. Pero extra 2 more is just too much, Tetsu. Hindi mo pwede gawin yun ng ulit-ulitin. Pero Aiden, testing as well. At siya ang makakapatay. Pixel of a head dito ni Son ang natamaan ni Aiden. But look at this B push. Look at Raya. Pushing towards
C4
No C4 though, so they're just going for kills here. This is a big gamble. At alam na Woos picks up, good shot, will connect, and with the pistol ensures the kill. It's all up to Hayden to close up Ared. At kita-kita katawan. CBF makes it easy dito sa Ankara.
Yun nga, once again, individual shining para dito sa side ng Comeback and Friends. Para good to pick para dito kay Woos on the bottom side, but a very good cover galing dito sa mga mistakes na nangyari dito sa ating mid-round head. So obviously just trying to get information, pero Aiden looking for the heads instead. Aldrin will be on the long A side. Gusto nilang labanan to, pare.
Man, harap-harapan talagang barilan to mula sa Comeback Friends. Aldrin good for 2. Woos will find the cover as well. Yes, napinsas nila si Aldrin, pero nakahanap pa rin naman sila ng Woos na pwedeng patayin. Clapback of the century in round number 5 is this 2v2. Mahirap na sitwasyon pa rin para sa JY kasi all angles are close. CA control, pushing now ulit. Harapan nila si Nomad sa Miniter.
Di nakita.
Yaba though. Chance to get a double headshot! Disgusting! Kadiri kaya ba?
Tamang 2 taps lang, pare. The drone shot was looking crispy as well. That highlight. Probably we will be seeing that in the quadruple 1 later, pare. Pero, titignan natin, Aldrin and the boys. Uulitin pa nila, men. Wala silang paki kung may nakapick dito sa long. Si Yaba dumaan lang ng CA.
Man, ang kapal na mukha nila.
Kapal.
Sobra tigas.
Grabe. CBF, kapabla face.
Oh, yung Yaba, makaalis pa. Oh, he fights this. He fights this 100%. Pero mamamatay lang din. Tetsu for the cover. So that's a 1-for-1 trade in CA and still JY cannot garner anything from this kind of exchange kasi tago naman yung ibang players ng CBF. Tetsu wins the other fight up against Son. Grabe, kalat sila. These are extreme maneuverments mula sa JY para lang makakuha ng bawi.
Pero sanay na kasi yung CBF sa ganyan eh, no? The hard swing, double peak. Tingnan mo yung ginawa ni Yaba dito sa CA, no? He just led that one player into the crosshairs dito ni Tetsu. So, it may look like it's individual pare, but they are connected some way dito sa mapa natin. And that's what the defense is like when you're going up against itong CBF. Hindi mo talaga alam kung kailan paparating yung trade kasi bigla na lang lalabas yung tao. So, let's see if CBF has a lot more surprises in store para dito sa JY as it is looking likely like PPD na lang nila tong B-side pare.
Yeah, second mid push possibly, no? Para dito kay Arid. He connects towards Hotel.
Spotted mo.
They're low in HP, Sneaks. They know na B-side to, pero somehow CBF thinking it's still gonna be an A-side push. Aiden. Flash is useless. It will just be holding down that area. Kasi TV push will not be denied as they enter the site. Nomad ngayon, unang titikim dito ng mga bala and will provide a firepower that is just too insane as Tetsu falls down. In the smoke now, hindrance para sa CBF. Pero parang dediretso lang si Aldrin sa mismong bala dito ni Ared. Woo's the sniper. Entering the site just like his comrades, he will die the same.
And oh my goodness, JY. Actually, ang ganda ng ginawa nila doon, no, to actually clear itong si Aiden dito sa may LB side natin or ramp side, no, to be specific, na inantay nilang lumapit dito yung apat na players to guarantee that they can get this B side. But at the same time, itong comeback and friends pare, masyado yatang naging confident na kayang i-hold ni Aiden na mag-isa itong B side, and Tetsu of course sumala ng peak instead of getting hotel control. So the situation wasn't ideal, no, para nga dito sa comeback and friends. But at the same time, pakiramdam ko suggestion lang yung post plant para dito kay Ared kasi nakaharap siya sa smoke. Sa dalawang kalaban pare, hindi siya natatakot kahit down sila men.
Yeah, alam niya ata na, uy, mag-aasim tong mga to. Magagaling yan sa respawn, magagaling sa HM. Tapos sabi niya, uy, bago lang ako dito, baka di nyo alam. Ibang tikim to ng JY, tapos gaganyanin nyo kami. Tapos, ang nakakataw pa dun, talagang ginawa nga nila na dumiretso lang sa smoke. Di mo lang nag-antay. You had Woos as a sniper sa RS para first contact, tapos pilit na lang sana si Aldrin, pero walang nangyaring ganon na possibility. Any kind of like, talagang nag-offer sila na, uy, laban tayo pre. Pero si Arid yung nilabanan nila, and what can you do? Great post plant, pero timeout here for JY para makapag-contemplate kung ano nga bang kulang man.
As much as I would like to see itong sniper ni Nomad doon na medyo uminit dito sa mapa natin, I would actually want to see a 5-rifle play galing dito sa JYE, because I feel like yung hindi naman nila nagiging problema, hindi naman nila nagiging malaking problema itong si Wooz, no, other than if they do take itong A site, tas may long A take na mangyayari. But he is not the main issue dito sa mapa natin, and I feel like you don't really need a fully fledged sniper para patayin na itong si Aiden at si Tetsu, especially when it comes to that B-side take. So I feel like, Nomad man, we know how capable you are pare pagdating dito sa rifle mo. So maybe it's time to pull out the HK417 kasi pakiramdam ko si Ared kailangan ng kasama dito sa fragging pare.
Yeah, kailangan dito ng second man in para dito sa JY Esports kasi why not, no? Hinaharapan naman sila dito ng comeback friends. Meanwhile, Woos is just holding the angle. So whatever as long as they deny Woos an angle, pwede na gawin niya ng paraan para magkuha na 5-man rifle setup. By the way, puro HKs to, so headshot city ang inaasahan natin for JY. But fast reactions, fast movements, papunta sa second mid. JY trying to see if they can be the ones to control this game. Pero naghahantay sila. Wala, biglang nag-push ng comeback friends.
Okay, silent round para sa kanila, Polar. One of the few times that we did see it. Kita yung dulo ng baril ni Ared, and that will be more than one piece of information para dito kay Woos. Mapapabalik na lang siya sa B, and I think they have a slight clue pare.
Yeah, diretso pa rin sila. There's a lot of place for comeback friends here on B. Ared, mamamatay lang din. Mukhang isasara lang ng todong-todo gamit yung mga baril at bala ngayon ng comeback friends ang B site. At mababackstab pa si Son. Look at this bush behind him. Doesn't even know that he has already been shot sa tagiliran dito sa likod. But yeah, 3 points up for Comeback Friends. Looking likely na mapunta to sa comeback.
Yun na napansin ko, Polo, yung pattern natin for the past few times. Kung hindi nakaka-post plant itong JY, they are gonna lose it out. But if they get the post plant, doon sila nanalo, pare.
Doon sila mananalo.
Allowing a red to kind of just hog wild, no? Have the green light dito sa mapa natin, pare. And ComebackFriends really banking on that early game disruption, no, pare, para hindi sila makarating ng site. But it really is entirely dependent on kung makaka-first pick itong si Aiden, kung makaka-first pick itong si Wuz. CBF, mas tahimik this time. Aiden, tama na, pre. Dalawa na nakatutok sa'yo, par.
Hindi kasi Tetsu. Aiden, please, don't do it.
Kailangan ka namin, man.
Kailangan ka nila, Aiden.
Tetsu?
Wala nag-hold ng B.
Push mo na yan.
Tetsu go lang. Pwede naman. But they will go out of that position dito sa may long B. Yapa! Testing!
Delikado yun. Kung nawalan siya na ulo, pare, 80.
Diretso na yun, malapit pa na yung C4.
Game.
Yeah. JY is looking for like this 40-second pushman every time kapag hindi sila makakuha ng immediate contact sa mga fast push nila here on long B, long A. Pero babalik na naman. Mid will be taken by JY.
Ito naman. Ayan na siya. He's on the way. Papunta na siya dito, Polar. There he is.
Ay, Tetsu down is not a good sign kasi ito na nga yung golden timer para sa JY.
Yaba.
Let's immense the fights. With Yaba going to CA,
Alam.
he might see the players going back mula sa TB. Uy! Umalis! Yung hukay player and now son, uy! Wala lang na-commit doon si Yaba. A side is so open. And JY, eto na yung post plant na pwede lang makuha.
na kayo!
Unless Woos is able to stop the push somehow. Natalo dun si Aiden with his hands up. Claiming defeat already. Yun na nga ba? Late push onto 8. Gumana pa din. And Aldrin will be the last to fall down. JY taking their time dito sa ating round number 8.
Nakakatakot yung ginagawa nila, Polo. 17 seconds to execute knowing na nandun na si Aiden dito sa top A. But damn, sometimes you really have to milk the time in order for the nervousness to be at an all-time high. And first time, kinabahan dito ang CBF dito sa mapa natin. 3 more or 2, 1 more point could actually equalize ang ating one-sided affair sana dito sa ating first half. CBF with a really good start, pero JY nasasalo na nila yung tinatapon dito na CBF, and it's a 1-for-1. Nomad gone. A red 1 in return. Wala nang sniper presence. Etong JY.
Heavy hitter. But these attackers are hitting every shot. JY takes up 2 kills dito sa may CA. At biglang nagulantang ang buong mundo ng CBF as they try to retake B-side from TB and high mid. Aldrin down. It's all up to the sniper. Woos. W in his name, pero an L given by Raya dito sa round number 9. 4 points, and that is the first half.
Don't tell me, this is the Angkarakers na naman dito pare ng ating certain players natin on the side of CBF. Once again, a really good start, but a not so stellar finish para sa kanila dito, pare. And it seems like yung tricks dito ng CPF, no, got a bit old para nga dito sa JYE na mas nasasalo na nila yung mga long A skirmishes na ginagawa nila dito, pare. B-side wasn't really too aggressive, no, para dito sa side ng CBF. It was Woos and itong si Aiden Atmos on the hotel side. And I feel like JYE with a lot more patience dito sa round natin and a lot more togetherness para sa kanila, no. I feel like they're tight spacing yung nagpapasalba sa kanila dito sa mga ibang mga rounds natin kasi hindi na sila individually nagpipick paloob dito kay Aiden at kay Tetsu at kay Woods. Instead, it is a fully fledged team going into the side. And obviously, kahit gaano ka man kagaling, kahit si Aldrin ka Revenge and si NBA, man, like, you will get run over kung 4 yung kalaban mo dito, man. Unless, yun nga, someone gets a sick flash, pero that's for another time, pare. But at the same time, good numbers game para dito sa JYE, pare.
Yeah, JYE bouncing back, no? Again, maaga nga silang naumay na, wait lang, palagi lang silang push. And if there's a time na parang maging passive dito ang players natin mula sa ComebackFriends, again, green light lang yun. It's good lang para dito sa players natin for JY na, we got the round that we want. simula pa lang. Kasi hindi nag-angas si Tetsu, hindi nag-angas si Aiden, si Aldred dito sa mga kanya-kanya nilang mga spots, which means Nomad can set up, Ared can push through without any kinds of repercussions, hindi siya agad mamamatay, and they can go for execution plays kung saan they are more powerful. 3-man push, 4-man push, aasahan mo na maipapanalo yan ng JY. Pero yun na nga po ang ating first half. Let's go to the second with the switch of the sides.
And yeah, and I'm expecting a bit of a step up no galing dito sa CBF, as I feel like this is their more more favored side dito sa mapa na to. But JY at the same time, you could say the same about them, no? Fully knowing how Ared was moving dito sa mga post-plant defenses dito ng ating JY na squad. Dito na natin nakita ang term ng stability versus talent. Pero si Ared just as talented as Aldrin with that kind of shot, pare. CA cancel, pero may nakapasok pa rin.
So a lot of times, Sneaky. Pero diretso sila. You did say that this is their comfortable side. Tetsu. Good flash, Son. Tatlo pero nakuha pa rin ni Tetsu. Good trade. Even on mid, the Aki makes amazingness out of a situation that should be bad for JY. Pero CBF ngayon, kinain lahat ng boga ni Nomad. What a round for Nomad to equalize the round. Triple kill pa yun para sa kanya. Lumabas na yung 5-man rifle, Sneaky.
Man, pakiramdam ko, umabot na yung delay sa kanila, pare. And narinig ni Nomad din sinabi ko, it seems like the 5 rifle play is definitely the way to go. Pero hindi pumasok sa bingo card ko, pare, is him rocking the AK-47, which has also been rocked dito ni KSA, no, in their last game up against their opponents na yung AK namin apakasakit in the right hands, and Nomad trying to replicate the exact same. And honestly, it's a good gun to kinda spray and pray, no, kumpara dito sa HK, which requires a bit more precision, pare.
Whoop. Tetsu. Testing fire. And delivers even more. Puts petroleum sa gas. JY. With a man down. Their defense weakens. And their GR side opens up as Woos goes for the easy trade. Pero Raya does get a kill there onto Aiden. Meanwhile, Yaba pushing mula din sa vents. Doesn't see a red. Doesn't clear the whole entire floor of A. Pero kasi nasa B na si Tetsu. Who's still testing ditong A side?
Yeah. Literal nakalat na, pare. Yung ginawa dito ng CBF sa mapa natin. Iniisa nila lahat ng angle na possibly.
Gusto nilang highlight man isa-isa.
Na meron tao dun, men. I respect it, in all honesty, no? At least napakalat nila dito yung JY defense. Pero Tetsu, if he can get so much of this spawn control, Raya, timing, spotted, exit, who's... No way, A-take pa to, pare.
Man, they know they're in A. Pero babalik pa. They make it happen. One more, pero JY simultaneously killing CBF, and first time makakalamang ng JY.
Was that the strat?
Jayo.
Was that the strat, pare?
Bakit
Literally clear B, pare. Pinilit pa nila dito yung A side. Sa bagay, they did get the kill on long, but unfortunately all 3 players were on that side of the map. Who's nakita na si Brian, masyado na makulit itong JY. Why are they doing this, pare? The reason that they won is the good hold, not the good push.
Oh, they're not known for their aggressiveness, Sneaky. Stability yung kailangan nyo. Ba't kayo yung sumira niyan? The scaffolding of JY is now down in the dumps. Nomad does get a kill, pero 4 pa to. And up against guns that are known to get these kills, he cannot get them. Si 18 pa nga mamamatay sa sarili niyang downfall, pero 6-6. Mabilis ang clapback to towards JY.
Yeah, but at the same time, yun nga, no, pare, the reason why JY won is they slowed down yung push dito ng CBF and forced them na medyo kumalat dito sa mapa natin. It's not the head-to-head 4-man pick. Kalaban dito yung CBF. Pero speaking of CBF, pare, 4-man mid push para sa kanila. Nomad with a one-tap dito kay Tetsu. Pero Aldrin, nakita na nga si Nomad dito. 1-for-1 so far. CBF still no control in the B-side. Meron pang isang tao na nasa second mid. Raya taken down. Son, nasa loob pa ng B-side pero stuck sa HM itong CBF.
3v3 Sneaky, fast interactions, fast skirmish dito sa may high mid and second mid. Nalaman din kasi dito ng CBF na marami nagbabato ng grenades mula sa may second mid, papunta dun sa may long B doors. But they continue the push. Miniter, claimed by Son. Kita ni Aiden! Ay naku po! JY, what seemed to be a great start or answer pagdating dito sa mid-roundings natin are now taken apart. Ared keeps it alive. Brian connecting Aiden with the kill. Pero Brian versus Woos. The C4 in the middle of these two players. Grabe. Brian is forcing a post plant para dito kay Woos. Makes him overthink. 50 seconds. Pero hawakan niya pa rin TRG Sneaky. Ayaw niya bitawan. Hey, go.
I think we rifled this kung ikaw si Woods. Too scary to be having a sniper in this situation, pare. Pero meron naman siyang USP sa kanyang sidearm, pare. Alam naman natin kung gaano kalakas ang rat-rat na yan dito sa ating mapa. But patience galing dito kay Brian. Will be taking that mid position. Finally moving ever since the C4 pickup. Pero Woods, di pa rin sure man eh.
Yeah, it's too risky. Timing. He might hear the plant if iba ang isip dito ni Woos. Connecting the dots. Nakita, headshot. Jumping shot actually. With the quick scope mula kay Woos. CBF. Mukhang kinulang pa ng patience doon si Brian.
Grabe, very nice patience galing kay Woos naman. Recognizing that it only takes 4 seconds to plant. Pero para kay Brian, medyo nainip na siya para maghanap ng winning moment para sa kanyang team. Grabe naman. Patience is a virtue, kumbaga. Para nga dito sa CBF. And I can't believe I'm saying that about them of all
There's no
teams.
patience here.
Pero Tetsu going mid.
There's no patience here, Sneaky. Talagang binabalahura nila yung high mid na open mula dito sa JY. Raya, good for one. Pero Aldrin is there with the USP. Two players coming out of A. And look at this hold. Aiden dun sa may box. Aldrin will fall down. Here comes the trade. Brian na lang ang makakakuha ng dalawa. Pero Ared, he has been such an explosive power. 1v1. Pero Woos di na mag-aantay pa. He knows where he's coming from. And that's 8 points para sa CBF.
It could be a breakpoint situation dito, no, Polar? JY, suddenly, their moves aren't working dito sa GR side, but it's another 3-man push papunta ng second mid. This is 100% a 8-take pag na-discover to ni Aiden, pero napabalik siya at the right this time. I think nakita niya yata sa loob ng smoke na napakadami ng anino dito, pero Aiden will be running into a face full of players dito sa JY. It should be an execute right here, right now, bago pa sila makakuha ng flank. Aldrin will be taken down, pero a red with a double headshot, stopping the effort. Woods still trying. A red finally down, pero si Brian nandito pa sa top. Ason and Brian will be taking the last two out. Comeback and friends. Mukhang hindi pa in control sa game natin, pare.
Man, there's no breaking point here. It's JY and CBF. Melting point lang yon kasi talagang natunaw ang CBF from that immediate 3-man push mula sa JY and hold mula kay Ared. Aiden ipapadala. Good for one. That's a headshot onto Sun. And with the flash, mukhang mapapatama pa dito ni Aiden pero hindi kaya tumaptak dito sa uli ni Nomad. Quick 4v4. At ngayon pa nag-stabilize yung dalawang teams.
I think now is prime time para mag-antay dito, Polar, no? Yung ating CBF na squad, 4 versus 4, he created a lot of uncertainty dito sa HM. Similar sa ginagawa ni Elvin dito sa VP, no? Yung dinidiretso na lang tong HM just to create a lot of chaos and disrupt yung setup dito ng JY. And this setup has been winning them multiple rounds time and time again. Pero dahil nga dito sa CBF, pare, they will try to play numbers. And Raya, mag-isa lang dito sa hotel, pare.
He's close by. Sneaks might be the easiest kill. Good hold. That's the C4. 2 down. Almost 3. Aldrin negates the triple kill para dito kay Raya. Pero alam na, CBF in a dire situation. No man is close by. And this AK seems all too good para maubos ang players, pero Ared hindi nahahayaan pa makita dito ang players niya. It's Brian to get the last kill. 16 rounds and it's equal for both teams.
And there it is. JY finally recognizing, pare, kung bakit sila nananalo for these past few rounds. It's not the pushes, it is the setups. Granted, no? nanalo sila dun sa isang round na nag-push sila dito ng 3 sa second mid. Pero I feel like that was more a matter of timing from Aiden rather than it being good. Pero, JY, nakuha na nila yung gustong objective nila dito para CBF. Back of their heads, thinking about that ng characters, pare. They do not do well in overtime sa mapa na to, that's for sure, statistically. Pero, opportunity to finish can come at any time para dito sa CBF. You do have the element of surprise, pero tignan mo yung Vince Polar.
Red and Brian is just waiting patiently, man. And CBF might be in a lot of trouble. CBF still unaware. Woos will be the first contact. And can he hit the shot? Mukhang hindi. Brian now spamming para di makapasok. Pero Aiden testing the waters and he wins it. Almost kills off Red as well. Yung A-site natin open na open pa, pero marami pang oras dito ang CBF to possibly consider their options. JY still going for the 2-2 setup. Sneaks might be the right play.
The fact that this ended in a 4 versus 4, yung pong skirmish natin sa A-site, despite a really good setup galing dito sa side ng JY, goes to show what kind of aim the CBF team has. Pero they're still looking likely na gusto pa rin nilang i-take tong A-site, pare. Pero may dadaan ng HM, ha?
No, man.
Is this a full take?
Oh, they're going to TB. No, man! He finds the players! And he holds down high mid. At dahil dyan, mapuforce na mag-A-side take dito ang CBF. Kaso na dyan si Ared na kanina pa pumupuntirya gamit yung HK. Yaba will claim him. USP good for the killing dito sa may top A. 4v4 turns into a 2v2 where CBF claims more lives. It's all up to Sun. Is he the son of God or is he a son of nobody? 9 points for CBF. And they claim match point.
Pare, all you have to do is point at one person dito sa ating CBF because that's how they play, pare. And that was all Yaba. Without Yaba, that round would have been over and done with, pare. His 4K, while the distraction coming in galing sa ibang miyembro dito ng CBF was very well needed. And the fact na nakuha pa nila yung bottom A and top A player in that situation, grabe yung CBF. Kahit pinipilit nila para dito yung A-site, kagana at kagana yan. No more bench peak as well. So Aiden, pwede niyang i-slide siguro, maybe shoulder pick papuntang room A, makakaisa. But allowing this much space up against itong CBF, pare, could be a mistake. Pero gumagalaw din ni JY. Check TV.
Yeah, I thought they were scared, but look at CB push. Wala dito sa JY, they wanna face the players dito sa may mid, and they spot the C4. Alam nilang may kaguluhan sa either side of this map. And Woos, the shots! Oh! Son! Every shot counts! And nothing hit there. Isa lang. Aldrin, eto na ata ang katapusan ng Ankara kasi CBF is in control. What are you doing, JY?
Sometimes we hit, sometimes we miss, but that was not the time to miss. Kung kayo yung JY doon, pare. And Woos, alam na natin yung mangyayari dito, Polar. Brian, the only one left alive on the A-side, and I feel like he's played A-side so many times na alam na yata dito ng CBF na naandito siya. But look at them, they're still playing careful, no? Despite being in a 1 versus 4. Ayaw talaga nila ibigay ito, pre.
Gusto na i-secure, man. Kitang-kita mo. Dikit ng dikit. Pero Brian will fall down. A triple kill for Woos. And that's a 10-8 scoreline. Walang curse sa Ankara, man, para dito sa ComebackFriends because they claimed it for the very first set sa series na to.
Napakasayang ng laro na to, Polar, para sa JY because not gonna lie, expectations were at an all-time low para nga sa kanila dito, but still, we're going neck and neck up against itong CBF, pare. Their setups, especially pagdating dito sa GR side, were really, really good. Sa mid-round sila nakokot dito, pare. Obviously, they're also trying to make their own plays happening dito sa mapa natin. Just like what I said, the setups are winning you the game, not the pushes. Kagaya nga na sinabi ko kanina, it's talent versus stability. Dun nanggagaling yung stability nyo, JY eh. And the fact na you're throwing these random pushes dito sa mapa natin, granted, it can surprise itong CBF, no? Pero CBF will also start to catch on yung ginagawa nyo dito sa mapa natin. But freak accident yung nangyari dito sa mini-termin. Oh my God, Woos. hitting the nastiest readjustment para lang mapatay yung high mid player natin. And honestly, that could have gone either way, pero buti na lang talaga may sniper itong CBF, pare.
Yeah, Woos is making his name known dito sa buong qualifiers natin, Sneaky. JY, I mean, absolutely right, no? Stability is the name of their game, and once they were on the side na stability will be drawn out, dun pa mismo sila nag-over-aggress. It was like, I feel like naisip dito ng JY na magpa-priority dito ng B-push ang ComebackFriends. Kasi maganda na, they trust in the hold sa A-site na dalawa lang yung pinapadala nila doon. And no man will only hold mid. And if not, it's a 3-man push dito sa may long B. And wala, they did that for like more than 5 times, I believe. Tapos wala na mga nagpupush doon sa place mula sa ComebackFriends. If they push, it's like the last 50 seconds. And wala naman na, and that push is negated naman na because they only do it in the first few seconds ng ating GR side. But yeah, ComebackFriends from intense plays dito sa mid mula kay Tetsu, you know, testing every water that he could see, eating up a lot of firepower, pero wow man, to end it off with boost, claiming a triple kill from staying alive dito sa ating Militaire. Iba man. ComebackFriends, what a start dito sa series ito kahit nadikit.
Yun nga, man, as much as we love to talk about Tetsu, Aiden, you know, Aldrin dito sa team na to, para, you know, who's obviously being the guy that's least talked about that has the biggest impact dito sa mga mapa natin, that is for sure. So big compliments dito kay Woos, no? He kept it ice cold even in the tense situations, and we are gonna take a look at our highlights. Napakadami yan, Polar, kasi napaka-close ng ating Ankara map, but it goes in the way of CBF. But still, grabe, ang ganda ng first half natin din. Back and forth in between these two teams. And JY, they were actually going neck and neck, no? Dito sa ating first half, pare. Pero pagdating sa kanilang depensa, once again, maybe pushing a bit too forward from time to time. But at the same time, doon na rin medyo nabuo yung macro dito ng CPF once they got the better reads up against yung kanilang opponents nila, pare.
Yeah, there was no luck here for CPF because they really just did the amazing styles of getting these skills. Pero for JY, man, big ups to Raya, big ups to Red, Raya, and as well as kay Sun, kasi talagang they were getting a lot of these skills. Kay Nobar as well, no? Hindi mo kalampas ng high mid dito without getting without trading a kill dito ang buong ComebackFriends kung nasa BL side na sila. But what can we do? It's the name of the game, Sneaky, that bad reads can only get you a slimmer of chance. But it's CBF, man.
Yeah, I mean, CBF, of course, yung trading was a bit iffy, no? Not gonna lie dito sa kanilang PL side. Pero yun nga, nung dumating or nung time nila na natin sila sa GR, they actually felt very well connected, no? Up until a certain point. But of course, with the amount of chaos na nangyari dito sa ating second half, the Kings of Chaos will be raiding dito sa ating Ankara. It is gonna be a 14-12 and a 16-12 performance para dito kay Woos. But Aiden, 13 kills, 10 headshots, pare. That's an entry.
Tetsu though, man.
Hey man, hey, naka-11 sa. Double digits this
Tetsu.
time.
It's Tetsu, so that. I'm happy. Yes, let's give him the benefit of the doubt. But, you know, Woos, man, he's the talk of the town now. Even Yaba, no? And there's stability then even for ComebackFriends to, kasi once Aldrin, Aiden, and Tetsu goes for like these immediate pickoffs, nandyan naman si Yaba pati si Woos para kumuha ng cover and to stabilize themselves. But man, Red, what a performance. 19 and 11. 17 headshots, by the way. So ilan yun? Parang 95% headshot rate pagdating dito sa 18 rounds natin. He guaranteed you a kill. 1.1 yan in terms of kill per round. Pero syempre, meron naman tayong set MVP that will go to the side of ComebackFriends. Ikaw ba, Sticky, sino sa tingin mo pwede natin mag-MVP?
I think it could be Woos, pero judging kasi from impact dito sa mapa natin, pare, I would actually give it to Aiden. The amount of picks na nakita na dito sa mapa where they shouldn't be picks is absolutely astounding. The amount of times he has opened the site, no, granted it was 50-50. He did kind of do a lot dito sa mapa natin, but of course it is gonna be going in the way of Woos. 1.33 KD, 0.84 kills per round, and a 0.33 smokes per round. Medyo mababa yung statistics, pare, but that is more because it was teamwork that got something going dito sa ComebackFriends. But at the same time, some individuals did do some heavy carrying. Pero puto na lang, medyo kalat ang ating score and everybody is rolling para sa CBF.
Yeah, I love to see it na ganito ginagawa agad ng ComebackFriends pagdating dito sa matchup na ito. Again, it's a possibility of what can happen to their next round. Is it a chance to redeem themselves? Is it a chance to play in the impact stage? But nonetheless, everybody, yan na po ang ating first map. Nadayo tayo sa second map, which is, let me check.
It is drum
It is gonna be
roll.
Eagle Eye 2.0. So, di ba? It's a big surprise. Nakakalimutan natin yun. But Eagle Eye 2.0 is the map pick of ComebackFriends. And we will see that after this short break. Magbabalik po ang Masters Summer Qualifiers after this short break. Let's continue the action. Dito lamang yan sa Masters Summer Qualifiers. Finally, I said it quite clearly. Sneaky Frog and Bipolar, nandito tayo ngayon sa Eagle Eye 2.0. We had a lot of talks about this when we were off the cams here and off the comms. Kasi, ComebackFriends, sinabi natin before, individual power pagdating dito sa Eagle Eye 2.0 is pretty great. Pag pinagsama mo yan, it's a mass of greatness, pero it can also be a mass of destruction. Pagdating naman dito sa JY, we never really saw them a lot pagdating dito sa Eagle Eye 2.0. So, it's still a question mark. So, baka hindi alam dito ng ComebackFriends yung anong capabilities ng JY. Pero anything can happen, Sneaky. I feel like same naman yung sentiments mo.
Yun nga, man. I mean, JY has the element of surprise for them, no? Considering, in my research at least, hindi sila masyadong ganado pagdating sa mapa dito ng Eagle Eye 2.0, no? So, I am starting to question if Nomad does have strategies para sa mapa na to, pare, kasi ayun nga, I feel like this is a map where yun nga, no, it was more of a casualty ng ating dito, pare, considering na naban nga dito yung mga good maps ng JY, just like itong Black Widow, and of course, I'm surprised, actually CBF banning sub-base dito sa mapa na to, but I feel like they don't want JY too comfortable, no, dito sa veto natin, pare, pero ayun nga, that is where the question lies. JYE, do you know how to operate dito sa mapa na to? Especially considering Polar, sila pa yung magsisimula dito sa BL side. And ayun nga, it feels like CBF, they have the chance to kind of roll with the punches sa start pa lang ng series natin. And JYE, yun nga, might need to slow down a bit, pare, para lang masalo nila yung initial aggression dito ng CBF and then maybe go from there.
Yeah, and feeling ko, Sneaky, etong JY since BL side, no, I wish that they don't prioritize long A as much immediately sa ating mga rounds. They have to play with like these angles na long range. They have to activate Nomad here kasi yes, they're capable naman of doing the 5-man rifle play. Pero there's a point in time na Woos can definitely not shine here pagdating dito sa very aggressive playstyle ng buong comeback friends. So, this long a push will be detrimental para dito sa ating JY. All they need to do, just like what you've said, is to slow things down. Because you expect in a map that is so small that comeback friends will definitely push or will take aggressive angles na pwede lang mapitas ng easy loot without taking a lot of blood into their name. But nonetheless, we're going into the game. Again, JY Esports simula dito sa my BL side, and there goes Nomad. No snipers for now. It's a 5-man HK on the JY side.
Yeah, and I actually like this from the side of JY, no? Despite na itong mapa natin being very dependent on the snipers, I feel like with the amount of pace that they can get from just purely 5 rifling dito sa mapa natin, can get them some distance. Pero, problema dito, Polar, since you don't have snipers, it's really hard to challenge para dito sa ating long B at sa long A side. So, lahat ng strategies possibly ng JY needs to be by surprise or dadaan sila sa mid.
Yeah, that's the concerning part, no? You have a double TRG setup on Tetsu. Aiden will try to close the doors with the smokes. Dito papunta sa my lane.
Yaba can snipe.
Yeah. Especially in his last team, no? Yaba was still sniping as well. So, there's a possibility na di talaga makalampas dito ang JY.
Mamaya si Aldrin na yan, pare.
Hiraman
lang sila ng TRG dito.
To be fair, lahat naman yan kaya mag-TRG, man. They're forcing sneaks. Tetsu, easy now with the body shot. Aiden activating ngayon, pero meron pa naman sa may doghouse insurance kaso hindi lumabas. Sneaks, late dito si Brian. And the first round in the second map na Eagle Eye will go towards comeback friends.
Grabe naman yun, pare. And that started off with a bit of aggression galing dito sa comeback and friends. Who's trying to peek into the tower side. Nomad was getting the tap in return. Meron ng 4 versus 5 advantage na sana tong JY. Kaso hindi sila gumalaw agad. Umaksyon, kumbaga, dito sa kanilang advantage, pare. And I feel like it's required to do so, no? Fully knowing na nagpa-5 rifle sila dito, pare. You can't really allow any advantage na nakuha nyo na mapapalagpas lang. Kasi that's few and far in between, especially knowing na passes na kayo ngayon.
Uy! What a crispy headshot onto Son Sneaks.
Sakit.
At yung problema, you don't have a sniper. I mean, we love to see it.
Double-edged sword, pare.
Diba? It's a CQC map, pero ang sobrang open ng mapa, man. That's the toughest thing to do. Yes, if you get high mid control, there's a possibility na ikutan mo yung players. Pero tingnan mo naman si Aldrin in that whole box. Looks like Kano right now actually a little bit with that immediate contact play, pero comeback friends are just not letting JY get out dito sa mismong parte ng mapa nila.
Grabe. Trapped. In a cage, kumbaga, Polar. Itong JY ngayon kasi ayun nga, either side of the map. Merong overseer tayo na nakikita na ganito. And what can you do, alright, individually? Can be doing much more, pare, pero pwede ka makakuha na headshot. But the snipers are a lot faster on the side of CBF. Nomad, if you can hear me, man, it's time to get back on the sniper, pare, kasi it feels like the 5 rifles aren't working dito, man.
Ay. Oh, Tetsu! Tetsu! He finds Raya immediately! Flash grenade! Aiden, now in high mid! Well, stop. Grabe yun. Na-overwhelm ako doon. But Aiden will stop again. Nobody can get through. Mula dito sa JY. And Aiden finds the C4. That's one player left. It's a red. And the eyes are red para dito kay Tetsu. Easy shot and a double for him. What is happening, man? JY, hindi pa rin sila nagti-TRG.
Wala pa rin talaga. Oh, narinig ka namin. Si Ryan nilabas na.
Ayan.
Finally with a TRG, pero ang late kasi ng timing na yun. Ole, naka-opening angles na dito yung CBF eh.
Yeah. He needs to go to tower, man. Kailangan niya dito umangat at least or possibly fight long A. Okay. Sobrang daming timing dito ng CBF, man. Raya? Hindi nakita? What? Ooh, yun na nga! There goes the first contact with the TRG and now CBF is scared. Nilabasan na dito ng angas ng buong JY. What a shot mula kay Son. Flash grenade, lahat na binato. Red will claim Aldrin at yun na, tatluman. Sagot lang dito is adaptation at its finest. At si Aiden mag-isa na lang. Make it nothing left for CBF. That's how you play the BL side sa Eagle Eye.
Ayun na nga, the moment na they picked up the sniper in this situation, finally nakakuha na nga sila ng isa dito, Polar. But at the same time, CBF is kind of greeting itong buong team natin and they're gonna greet them again mid-push para dito sa CBF. Nomads still on the arc side, pero finally nakita dito si Aldrin Yaba though. Could be up next.
Tetsu is next, Sneaky. But the next page will continue for JY as they find Yaba. Mag-isa na lang si Moose. And there hasn't been a time na a sniper can clutch up immediately in a 1v4 in this map alone. High mid. Can he deny it for Ared? Shots miss. And now multiple players bang on the head of Moose. JY looking like a team dito sa BL side.
Yun nga pare, when do you tell your team dito sa CBF no na maybe they're pushing into them? Pare, it's not ideal, pero was caught in a very thin angle at Raya. Expecting na meron pang lalabas dito sa second mid to try and get him from that tower side, pero Tetsu naman sa sala.
Woo! Answers back. Claims a revenge towards Raya. At tingnan mo naman, hold man! Hindi nila pinapalampas na naman. Mukhang nakapag-adapt din dito ang ComebackFriends. Stagnant sneak. Nasa static field na naman dito ang buong JY. They cannot enter. All they can do is move around the small corner of the map. And with Brian falling down, it looks pretty unlikely na makuha to ng JY.
Oh my goodness, Yaba from the behind as well. Grabe min, walang pakundangan itong CBF. Binubugbog na dito yung JY sa round natin. All four players stuck in their own base and a red. The only man who can go head-to-head up against the best of the best dito sa CB. Yaba ang una sa sala. USP, jump, spot, killed, dead. On arrival itong tropa natin pare. 4-2 CBF looking to dominate.
Man, here comes CBF again. JY, they were able to get 2 rounds pero nawawala agad ang control sticks. Look at that, hold 4 man on A. 1 man on B. Pero the push, better now for JY at timing that can possibly give them a kill onto Aldrin's face. Makakapag-back naman dito sa may hotel. Tetsu enters the fight and claims 1. Aldrin, boy pa din to kill off Arid. At nahanap pa si Son. What a flash. Where did that come from? What? What the hell happened there, JY? Nomad left alone, pero he can only get Yaba.
Polar, I feel like we're in a frag movie, pare.
Yes.
I feel like we're in a frag movie. Patugtugin nyo na ang drum and bass and the dubstep in the background, pare. Kasi nga, CBF, they are getting the sickest skills. I don't know how you're gonna produce electronic music via that guitar, pare. Pero, we're living in the truth here, CBF. 3 points ahead. Anong gagawin nyo kung kayo yung JY dito, pare? Kasi no matter what you're trying, it isn't working.
There's 2 points.
Mapush tong CBF eh.
Yeah. Plus, Sneaky, there's 2 points left dito sa ating first half. If this is 7-2, that is scary. Kasi BL side is the strongest side of CBF.
No reason to move as well, Polar. Tamang steady lang sila dito. I mean, the amount of times they've done their pushes, yun nga, it could have gotten old. Pero si Aldrin naman, lagi may green light dito sa hotel, pare. That bypass is never safe.
Yeah. There's no prioritization now for JY. They're just playing for picks. Gusto lang na nila makakuha ng opening kill as a jump start, and this might just be it with Aiden down. Raya trying to push, making noise dito sa may A. Multiple nades thrown, pero nakita nga agad dito sa may LB push ng CBF ang buong JY. Good flash! But shots not connecting immediately, but the headshot onto Aldrin, onto Brian actually. But with the trade of Ared, kaso pesos, tignan mo HP ni Ared. I feel like sobrang worth it yun para kay Aldrin.
Yeah, I think it was Tetsu yung nagtapon ng flash na yun actually, which was a nasty lineup na nakaabot pa yan dito sa kanyang likod. Son, titingin ka pa sa kanan, titingin ka pa sa kaliwa, pero pababa na lang ang iyong pupuntahan dito. Raya will be getting the headshot, but with 19 HP and 1 dito kay Ared, pare, this is looking very suspect.
Plus 20 seconds, Nix. Ipit, pero Ared! Yaba! Now goes for a 1v1. Raya found out immediately. May UAV sa tuktok ng Eagle Eye. And now it's a 6-2 scoreline. JYE, kaya pa bang huminga?
Parang hindi na yata kaya, pare.
JY. Iba ang Baguio sa Davao, man. Ha?
Iba yung hangin dun. It seems like the air is a bit different sa Eagle Eye dito. Polar, head-to-head itong si Aiden. And head-for-head ang kanyang gagawin. Nomad though from the backside. Tetsu, pistol tease, hasalpa sa kanya. Pero bakit naubos ang kanyang kakampi? Pero kailangan niya ba ng kakampi dito? Nomad with his own 3K, and it's Im and Woos.
Can the new kid, at least for ComebackFriends, go for this 1v1 to secure a 7-2? Nomad now up for 3 kills. A quad that can stop the push of CBF. Before we go into the second half, ang dami pang oras, Nix.
There's so much time on the clock still. And kanino ba yung C4 dito? C4 is now ticking all the way in long. If Woos can get the timing dito sa bypass, pare, may kita na talaga yan. Pero hindi siya gagalaw, man. Nasa kanya yung sniper. He is in the disadvantageous situation in this one.
Careful times for both players. Nomad, man of the hour, 64 HP. Both players looking to get a singular shot. One with a TRG and one headshot with a HK to possibly close out the first half. 45 seconds. Silence from both teams. Pero si Wuza, this is such a tight spot. Nakakabaliw na sightline. Nomad doesn't know where the rest of CBF is. Here comes the flat. 20 seconds. Sobrang daming oras. Resets the timer. 40 seconds left. Woos now. Alam niyang wala dito sa may B site. Will use the USP to its full potential, pero Nomad masyadong magalaw. Doesn't know where to look. Woos, kita na dito. Flashbang to provide a little bit of fire, pero may answer back naman. Woos, nakalampas, and with 1 HP.
Defuse?
Nomad, he just defused. There's time para kay Woos. Oh, no way! No way! Yung singular step sticks na bumaba siya dun mismo sa long A. Yung nagbigay ng timing, no freaking way.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. The cherry on top of an already very bad cake para dito sa JY on their first half. Grabe. Pero Tetsu, not even looking at the opponent para sa simula ng ating second half. Red will be getting Aiden and back to regularly scheduled programming para sa CBF. Pero Woos, may kita na si Nomad.
Oh my god. We have to move on, but JY with a good start sa kanilang GR side. Again, stability is what they thrive of, and this is the side to do it. Pero kasi may makukulit sa kabilang side ng mapa, man. It's Aldrin, Yaba, it's Woos that's winning the fights instantly. They just die one by one. Brian doesn't even get a kill. Oh, Raya, kakain ng bomba! Bang, bang, bang! Woo!
Grabe, CBF doing everything and anything dito sa mapa natin para even Yaba falling off at the end of it. Pero grabe naman yun. Lahat ng pasabog, pinapadala na dito sa kapila. JY, hindi man lang pinahinga. They're still punching the guy, but he's still unconscious. And it seems like they're looking for the kill shot dito sa mapa natin. Raya mahuhulog dito kay Yaba. And may mahuhulog na naman dito sa bangin natin, pare. 9-2 CBF looking for the finish.
Holy mother of God, my 14 kills on Yaba, 9 on multiple players, and just an unstoppable force. May ticking time bomb pero hindi C4 yun. Mismong CBF ang gumagawa dito ng push towards B. Good shots! Oh, what the hell? Oh my God! Oh no! It's all up to Brian! 1v4! 30 seconds pa lang nawala dun! What is CBF on? Ito na ba yung pagbatak mula dun sa VP and Stallions matchup? And they clean up! Eagle Eye is the map for CBF! And welcome the friends with the comeback name because they don't need that. They close up the series 2-0.
Holy push. Galing dito kay Aldrin Polar. Dire-diretso lang sa mid. Nakuha ang dalawang players na nasa B-side and hindi pa siya tapos doon, Polar. Pinuntaan niya pa yun nandun sa A. Wala talagang awa ang isang Aldrin. And why does he have to be merciful? Because he is trying to vie for Masters and hindi lang yun, he's trying to vie for EWC. 8-10, 2-10, more of a statement more than a match itong map number 2 natin, pare.
Man, in 30 rounds sa buong 2 sets natin, 10 ang nakuha dito ng JY. Just a third of the points. Dude, never natin nakikita yun sa Eagle Eye. Yun yung nakakabaliw. We normally see an Eagle Eye that is so slow. Yung slow lang na round was that 1v1 na na-diffuse pa ni Wisi Bomba.
Feeling ko pinersonal nila yung nangyari nila dun sa round na pinush sila bigla ng Stallions dito sa mid, pare. Dito nila nilabas sa JY, unfortunately. But this is also a lesson, no? Polar, para dito sa ating JY na team na yung pag meron ka talagang isang weak map or multiple weak maps dito, pare, yun nga, no? You're gonna get beaten by teams na merong map ocean dito. Kagaya nga dito ng CPF who's capable of playing Ankara, Black Widow, Eagle Eye, New Compound, lahat ng mapa na pwede nating i-mention, they have played in there. So JY, it seems like the lack of experience on the map of Eagle Eye 2.0 will result in a shellacking of epic proportions, pare. Grabe, that wasn't even close at the start and at the end. And yeah, I mean, reality it is para dito sa JY, unfortunately. Yun nga, Red and itong si Nomad, it will be their third time, if I'm not mistaken, dito sa ating Impact. And I feel like they are gonna be a bit pissed about yung result na to. So, maganda na yung mga Impact teams, pare.
I feel like ang daming mga pissed off teams ngayon sa Impact compared to the previous Impacts, man.
Full tournament.
Plus, ComebackFriends, they deny the possibility of a 2 JY teams possibly fighting dito sa buong Masters natin. So, there's no more like Makta Pacific War kind of like situation dito ngayon sa Masters natin in 2026 in the summer season of all things. Grabe, Sneaks! Grabe! Like, we're still out of words. We're still out of words.
I'm still dumbfounded sa nangyari dito nga, no, sa ating second na map, pare. Pero, ayun nga, that is what CBF looks like. Pag full dominating, all 5 players are online. This is how scary they can be, pare. Nagsimula tayo dito kay Aiden and we ended with Aldrin in this game. But every single individual dito ng CPF ay nag-step up. Aiden made it so annoying to exist in the B-side and mid. And para naman kay Yaba, man, he can close out any situation that he wants dito sa mapa natin, pare. And all the peaks are free para sa kanila, man.
Man, it was a performance that we can call stellar para dito ngayon sa ComebackFriends. May nagtanong sa akin last night sa chat na, uy, ano pong posture sa ComebackFriends? Eto, wala pa rin ako masabi. Kasi ito yung ginagawa nila. Imagine dominating a team that has been in Masters before, but they could not read. Plus with the addition of Aredman, nandiyan si Ared, nandiyan si Nomad. I think you agree with me on this. In JY last time has been elevated with these two players, but somehow it didn't work. And this is just a bunch of misfits, man, at the end of the day. Itong pong comeback friends, you have Aldrin, Aiden, Tetsu, Yabo, Woos. And just like what you said, lahat yan online in Eagle Eye 2.0. Naging warm-up lang yung buong Ankara. And now looking at the stat line, 2 to 10, 12 rounds, Sneaky. Let's call it a day. Ano nga ba may kita ba?
And we are seeing absolute cinema dito sa dalawang players natin on the side of CBF. 15-9 para dito kay Yaba. And para naman kay Aldrin, 13-7. I mean, etong si Yaba, no, he is the guy that Aldrin took with him, no, dito sa ating comeback and friends. And pakiramdam ko, Polar, napakasaya ni Aldrin na nakasama na dito si Yaba still in the, in the new team, no. Despite yung stability na ino-offer nga dito ng ating MATTJESS, ng ating, MOMEN Esports, it feels like yung sugal dito ni Yaba is now fully worth it with a team like this. How can you lose up against a team like JY? But still, I would like to compliment itong si Raya, to be specific, no pare. Kasi siya yung rason kung bakit may mga ibang rounds pa dito ang ating JY. His fragging was also really good. Nomad with a bit of an uptick, no, pagdating sa kanyang killing dito. Pero nawala si Ared, nawala si Brian, nawala si Son, who were very key dun sa Ankara map nila, pare.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, with that kind of disappearance, you can expect a score like this.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, feeling ko nga yung late switch up dito ng TRG on their BL side wasn't even a problem anymore. Talagang nahirapan na yung 4 players. Meanwhile, Raya was just gunning at all throughout towards comeback friends. Now, it's time to look at our set MVP for this map alone. May kita natin, it's Yaba. Sulit na sulit ang pagtawag dito ni Aldrin. 3.00, 1.15, 0.60, and 0.58. I feel like comeback friends is ready for Masters.
For sure, more than ready. Pero meron pa silang isang dadaanan dito, pare, bago sila makapasok ng ating Masters. And congratulations dito sa comeback and friends, but there is still one roadblock blocking you. But you still have to beat teams like Attras, Acceptance, MOMEN. But with this kind of form, pare, I feel like they can beat anyone that is outside of BP and Stallions, pare. So we're gonna have to wait and see. Ang ating match MVP, who do you think it is? I have a gut feeling na it is gonna be Yaba once again. The man was consistent all throughout yung dalawang maps natin. The 1.71 KD, 1.97 kills per round. Pretty high yung headshot per kill, despite
very,
na
very
he was
high.
rocking the EBR almost half the time, pare, which is very impressive to see.
Yeah, I mean, Yaba aim small, hit small, kumbaga, with any kind of gun. That's why it's a 0.62 in terms of HK. And yung KD niya man, always almost 2. That is what Yaba provides you. A firepower, a power, a good shot, and a kill every time. Comeback friends secures a 2-0 up against JY Esports, the Davaoeños. Sad to see them go out of Masters immediately after that one stint last time, tapos mapupunta agad sila sa Impact, but that's the name of the game. Comeback Friends is here to put their names back on the leaderboards, and now everybody, oras na para tanggapin natin ang pagkatalo dito ng JY and congratulate them on their possible Impact run. But everybody, again, hindi pa naman tapos ang araw na ito. Meron pa tayong nag-iisang matchup na pwede pang panoorin. Mochi, stay safe out there and get well as well. Pero syempre, kami ang inyong casters for the first 2 series of the day. It's Sneaky Frog and Bipolar. This is Masters Summer Qualifier of the Philippines. Magbabalik po kami sa last matchup natin ngayong araw.
Nagbabalik tayo ngayon dito sa CFS SEA Masters Summer Qualifiers. My name is El. Nagbabalik ang inyong favorite analyst na kamukha ni KLP. At ito naman si Bipolar, no? Isang poging human being lang. For our last match of the day nga pala, no, it's going to be between SGJ and the JY brother, JY Bacolod. Anong masasabi mo dito, Bipolar?
This is a matchup that I did not expect. Kahit na they're similar, they're not similar in terms of power. You have SGJ na has, Tino pa lang man, nakikita mo na agad yung lakas ng team na to. Yes, there is power mula dito sa Bacolod. All eyes actually on Gene and K7A. Pero kasi, is that enough para makakuha dito ng entire series up against SGJ? Kasi on and off situation dito palaging JY Bacolod man eh. It's either a coin flip na, is it the good JY Bacolod? Tapos may isa pang coin flip. Is it a good toy this round? Is it a bad KPQ? So ang daming factors para dito sa JY Bacolod para manalo. And I feel like SGJ is ready for any kind of opponent at isa na doon ang ating JYB.
Yeah, it's also hard, no, to see the JY Esports brothers na tinatawag ko dito to go out in such a fashion. Pero you can't really blame them. You have to blame the circumstance, no. Nakita naman natin dito sa brackets, no. I'm looking at it right now. Medyo tinuring lang na silang bola, no, dito sa ating Swiss format. Sinipa-sipa lang sila na MATTJESS, sinipa-sipa lang sila na acceptance. At least nakabawi sila. Sinipa nila yung HazMatz out of the running. Pero this time, no, we have solid gold duel. SGJ that they're going to be versing, and it's a very very hard opponent. Nakita naman natin kung paano nila nakuha yung momentum nila dito sa Impact playoffs natin, and sila nga yung tinuturing natin na isa sa mga inaantay dito sa summers natin, no? Dahil very controversial siguro yung masasabi nating inaantay silang Virtus.Pro, yada, pero hindi natin kailangan sabihin yun pa kasi alam naman natin na expected na kapag nakapasok nila ng Masters, yun yung usapan. Pero right now, no, they're in the 1-2 bracket, medyo delikado, and I feel like they have to rely on their strengths, which makikita naman natin sa ating veto, no? Which is right about now. Grabe, oh.
Ganda na timing mo dun. Oh, yun na. Okay. Akala ko ibaban ng sa SGJ. Akala ko yung open ng SGJ subbase eh. Pero hindi.
Nah, it's not gonna be subbase. I don't feel like, I'm not comfortable on the SGJ subbase, bro. I mean, you have to realize it's still a Bacolod team. There's still a Visayan team, right? And if you open subbase, you're going to leave yourselves open to a lot of proportional damage. And I feel like new compound is a good pick, knowing from my Impact experience na Impact teams, no, they don't really know how to mid-round when it comes to new compound. I'm not gonna lie there. Pero new compound's open. Port, let's give that to SCJ, and then end all be all natin ang Kara, which I feel like overall it's a 60-40 no Bipolar in this map dito, because SCJ tried and tested sa port, no, medyo alanganin lang siguro if yun nga sinabi natin dito yung JYB, makakaroon sila ng pop-off moments, especially si Toy, no. I've been looking forward to seeing him in action myself, pero I feel like with the veto, yeah, 60-40, 55-45, around those lines, hindi siya cut in the middle. It's a bit analyzed, a bit leaning towards SCJ, of course, due to the experience.
Yeah, I mean, in these two maps, no, I feel like sobrang powerful ng head-to-head matchup natin up against Gene and Tino, just because these long-range angles is brought to you by new compound, and similar din dito sa yung ating mapa na Ankara as new compound in terms of getting you to parang mapiga yung individual powers ng ating dalawang teams. And yung compound does that as well. Kasi CA hold and LA hold mula dito sa GR side ng SGJ would be something to look at kung ite-testing pa ba ng JYB, because they also love controlling that area kasi palagi ng end all be all ang A side sa BL side. But yeah, on SGJ side, pagdating dito sa support, I do believe and I do agree with you on that na parang proven and tested naman dito SGJ. So it's pretty disgusting na nakuha pa rin to ng SGJ. But with Ankara being our decider, I feel like tuloy pwede tayo mag-map 3 dito, sa buong series na to.
Yeah, map 3 is not impossible, especially knowing that JYB, specifically JYB is the last JY representation dito sa qualifiers natin. Narinig natin kanina, sa usap-usapan natin, 4 na JY Esports yung sumali isa sa
Yeah.
Cebu, isa sa Davao, isa sa Bacolod, yung isa JY United na lang, sabihin natin halo-halo. Pero right now, they're the only one left remaining in this game, and they are the spade, no? The ace of spades dito ng ating JY clan, as I would say. Pero I feel like if they have to go over the line versus SGJ, which is a formidable opponent, very, very big name dito sa ating labanan, they have to face the likes of Tino, of course, and the names that we haven't said yet, no? It's Durs and Jared and Evie, which honestly, no, we should be mentioning more about them dahil sila yung nagtaguyod ng panalo dito na SCJ nung impact run nila.
Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong, no? These backup players, basically our riflers coming into SGJ are not just riflers with in a name of SGJ. These are riflers na kilala ng marami to be an extensive player na kayang makapag 1v3, kayang makapag 1v2, kayang gumawa ng single miracle para maikot agad yung laban kahit na makuha dito yung JY, yung opening rounds natin. And that's really a setting point, no? And a story that we can talk about kasi JYB, they are notorious for having these slow pace rounds that are very questionable at that are very parang mapapaisip ka na ano ang susunod na step kasi even analysts don't know what will happen sometimes, and I feel like SGJ can easily take over with that kinds of situations in the map like Port, in the map like New Compound. So these two first maps, man, I'm telling you, isang malaking sagot to, isang sigurong malaking question mark to for JYB. And yung first map, not really kasi New Compound naman yun. It's JYB's New Compound. Pero on Port, man, I haven't seen them succeed a lot in Port. Pero let's see.
Yeah, let's see. We're gonna be heading into the game right now. No, New Compound picked by JYB versus Solid Gold, pare. SGJ. And this is the 1-2 bracket. Tandaan natin na malaglag dito sa ating laban. Makikita ko sa Impact broadcast na madalasan dahil itong Masters qualifier natin for Road to EWC, pare. Road to Paris na to, or kung matalo ka, Road to Paris. We'll see. Right now, JYB trying to contest dito sa LB natin towards pillars, but that is just the space taking. They have to rotate out towards mid. And I think the presence not quite working, no? Kasi hindi kumakagat ang SGJ with their presence.
Yeah. Sabi sa'yo ito lang yung ginagawin palagi ng JYB sa buong build side nila. Check pillars, tapos prioritize CA. And guess what? Sino nakabantay dyan? It's Tino. Alone! With the sniper. At mahanap pa nga siya dito. Toy, pass in his foot. At dahil sa flash na yun, brought to you by K7A. Loy will get the kill. BMD. Walking treadmill, no? Dire-diretso lang dito. Papunta sa loob ng A site. And he just falls down. Meanwhile, SGJ recovers. Long A control. Jayhawker, Hawk in down for K7A to kill. And bukas na dito ang A site. EA control, 2F as well. B players natin trying to go for the rotate and the retake of A. Pero with a 2v4 situation, L and Jin planting the bomb, time is of the essence now. Toy maharapan lang dito with the flash. L wala na ata to para sa SGJ.
Yeah, hindi natin malalaman dito kung ano yung naging mistake ng SGJ, pero no mistakes being had here for JY Bacolod kasi na-mention natin kanina bipolar, no, na medyo nawawala tong JYB sa mid-rounding nila, a very common factor in impact teams, no. At kung ayaw nilang gumraduate papunta at pabalik dito sa ating Impact Summer, kailangan nilang masolusyonan yan. They have, no, and they did dito sa round number 1 natin. But will we see more, no? I feel like Tino getting caught out is only a part of the greatest na nakuha nila dito sa round number 1. But yeah, you have to give them credit, no? In their setup, once again dito sa may CB at sa may LB, no? Sa may pillars, they're trying to make sure na SCJ keeps their eyes locked up dito sa may store B, no? Wag natin papaalisin dito si Durs dahil siya yung isa sa mga pinaka-key members, no, ng SGJ na pwedeng ubusin yung buong angka ng JYB. So if you keep this guy here, who's to say na yung rotation nila is going to be broken, right? We can maybe even find pickoffs dito sa may CA, no? And sa may CB, pero napakadelikado kapag diniretso nila yan dahil yun nga, no? Imbis na i-keep nila dito si Durs, mukhang gugustuhin nilang pressure muna dito si Jared Durs.
Tsaka bait lang dito si Jared, They'll think na isa lang yung player dito because they're so aggressive. Tapos meron dun sa mga EB. But nonetheless, Again, checklist Crossfire L. Check lang dito,
Exactly.
tingnan natin kung saan pwedeng umabot yung players natin, mag-iwan tayo ng isa. Tapos CA ulit. I love this strat, man. This is so reminiscent of Kadiliman Esports. Pero iba ang pwepeso nila. Sabi nila, delikado yan. Nandyan ba si Tino? Pero welcome the shot all the way from C1. It's Chin answering back towards Jared. SGJ down by 2. They go in. There's hindi na makakaubos ng angkan ng Bacolod. And they open up P and close it immediately. Gamit tong smoke na to. Can Jayhawker, Tino, go for the B side push? It's looking unlikely once again. Grabe yung executions dito as Tino and Jayhawker run into their defeat. 2 points na agad ang lamang ng JYB.
Yeah, minor thing to note as well. No? They even applied the Bogdan. These guys are in here for serious business. Pare katulad nung promoter nila, JY Esports mismo. But the Bacolod division is looking to make sure that they get this map pick up and running. 2-0 ngayon ang kanilang score. They're gonna differentiate the tactics instead of going towards CB and LB, pare. We're gonna take LA. No? Let's check a bit dito kung si Tino pa rin ba talaga yung nakahawak dito sa may LA natin. It's going to be different. It's going to be Jayhawker with that smoke though. Is going to buy himself a lot of time. The flash will have to connect, pero kailangan niya makaalis at yun yung hindi niya nagawa, no? So with this side selection ng JYB, going from B, going to A, and then going back to mid, possibly, no? Naguguluhan yung SGJ. And if they cannot make sure that their man retreats from these positions, ang ending lagi natin, bipolar, is they're a man down. And pag kumagat ng JYB, like we seen earlier, pwedeng dire-diretso lang, pwede ring split.
Tsaka ito pa yung problema ngayon ng SGJ. In 2 rounds, hindi nila nasusolusyonan, hindi nila napipitas na palagi namang 4-man push to ang JYB. They have this 4-1 connection, make a lurk, and make presence stone dito mismo sa main side ng A. Pero Tino down on C2. This is the shot with the fake scope though, and no scope connects onto KPQ. But Toy enables himself to get into the site. Butas na naman ang AL, pero nandito na si Jared. Ang mismong saving grace. Nade doesn't even be needed to explode kasi nandito si Jared for a triple kill on A. SGJ claims round number 3.
Yeah, almost a disaster here for SGJ, no? Tino, no shots, pare. Kailangan nating patamain yun. Pero thankfully, no, if hindi niya mapatama, he's just gonna buy enough time, and that he did, no, para kay Jared to get a triple kill. Right now, though, still, no harm, no foul para sa JYB. They're still gonna keep towards their macro, pare. Wala naman silang maling ginagawa. It's just the execution. And if yung execution yung problema, it must be the pacing, no? Which, again, goes towards the directions or goes towards pinpointing that JYB is more like an impact team rather than a Masters team. Pero they can still prove me wrong, though. There's, however, says, you're right. They're more like an impact team. They're just running through the smoke. I can see you through the smoke here, Gene, and that doesn't work on me. Still, no, the man advantage conversation here will go towards the side of SGJ. Tino will finally get the shot, and the remaining members of JYB, this is where the crucial mid-rounding that I am looking forward to needs to come out, pare. Kailangan nila makakuha ng at least good attempt in this 3v5.
Dito natin matetesting, Noel, yung kung ma-improvement na ba sa mid-rounding dito ng JYB. With these 2 picks on heavy hitters para dito sa JYB. It's BMD and Gene down. But Toy is still alive. He can toy with them one by one. Kaso nga lang, tignan mo yung setup dito sa B. 2 players hugging the right side of the wall. And mukhang hindi pa ready dito si KPQ, Jared. Jared is waiting. Isang bulaga ang mahaharapan dito ni KPQ, lalo at yung C4 malabot pa sa kanya at hindi chinik. And still, ang alam lang nila si Jared lang to. They don't know theirs is still there. So basic is so unclear. With 2v5, makakalampas si K7A. Naging complacent si EV. And now in the RS position, magpapanggap siyang GR side. There's, yun na nga, kumana yung baited switch. Toy left alone. 5 pa. And now they're pinching him in all angles. SGJ, what a round!
I think the very key part there no na masasabi ko for JYB, even though SJ got the round, was hindi nila na-accomplish yung hinahanap ko sa kanila, yung mid-rounding together no dito sa ating 3v5 situation. Nakita mo yun, isa-isa silang tumumba at naipit nila si Toy mag-isa, and the good thing about that is SGJ hindi pa nalalaman yung double hold setup nila dun sa may sulok ng B, no? Sa may corner ng B. Hindi pa nalalaman. So I think they can use that for another day. But Tino is not going to be afraid of getting more here by Polar. He just takes down 2. But where is the rest of JYB? Are they gonna push forward for more?
Diyos ko, binigyan sila ng puro L's doon ni Tino. He was against 3 players, pero dalawa yung napitas niya and he gets out alive. Meanwhile, Jayhawker just gives his life away. So somehow, JYB can still be in this game, especially if K7A finds Jared's head here on B. Pero wala, again, still mahirap pa rin to pasukin, L. They want A control because they have not entered B site in full contestation. So, diretso sila. Wait lang, KPQ. Defying the odds and not going for the timing dito ng mga kampi niya.
What?
They will go
Wait
in.
lang.
Tino, rinig ba?
Hindi pa.
Oh, oh my God! What was that? KPQ knows where to aim. Disgusting! Headshot mula sa kanya. May exit hold dito mula kay EV, pero can he provide something? No, he cannot. It's EV left alone, and you might just need some more energy, EV.
Okay.
So, wala man. Hirap po.
Napakahirap nito, no? I think it's safe to say that EV just goes down here by Polar and JYB takes the lead dito 3-2. And mind you, no, that was off Tino getting 2 kills, pare. And I guess the adaptation na hinahanap ko dito from JYB, they apply them in the rounds, no? Kanina nakita natin 3v5, di gumana, 2-2. Ngayon, na 3v5 sila ni Tino, we're going to be seeing them get a clutch, no? And to get a 3-2 as well, no? And the lead, and with a dead round incoming, mga kaibigan. I feel like, siguro, it's that time of the evening where their ISPs get a little bit hasty, a little bit wonky. Papahinga muna dito ang ating mga teams in the dead round, the bipolar. Pero yeah, I feel like all things summarized, JY Bacolod, they have shown that they know how to operate in this map. The macro is good, the strategy is good, the mid-rounding on the way there, pero it's really up to SGJ dito to deliver and counteract this good performance from JYB, no?
Yeah. Tsaka, start pa lang naman to, so it's really just a jump start for these two teams. Gumagana naman si Tino, but the entirety of JY are playing pretty well despite them having disadvantages. Ang problema lang talaga, is hindi nila na-check lahat ng corners every time. And when they execute in a side, they are banking on a forward approach na, kung saan kami tumayin, dapat nandun yung players. Pero they're not checking everything, which means these executes are not gonna be the same as what happened here on this round nung bago tayo mag-dead round na parang forced pero with the off timings dun sila nanalo. No, it's not always like that. So I feel like still, yes, may improvements naman, Yung hinahanap mo nagawa naman dito ng JY, pero I think they need a little bit more to prove up against SGJ na kaya nila tong series ito.
Yeah, and hindi pa natin nakita si Durs, no? Hindi pa natin nakita si EV na mag-active. Sure, si Jared, si Jayhawker, nakikita natin si Tino as well. Pero those two members, no, the keys to victory in their impact run, I feel like they also carry the momentum towards dito sa Swiss stage natin, albeit not very memorable, no? Getting only 1 win and 2 losses and on the brink of going back to where they once came from, pare. Kumbaga, papunta pa lang kami, pauwi na kagad, no? Yun kagad, parang napa-U-turn lang sila dito kung matatalo sila sa JYB. Pero I feel like, as much as we like to give credit dito sa JYB, SJJ is still just testing the waters. Katulad nga ng sinabi mo, they're still trying to warm up. If we know them perfectly, they are a team that are really doesn't start good, no? Parang silang Giselle na makina, kailangan mo munang painitin, no? Kailangan i-warm up muna, talagang i-rev up muna itong mga players na SCG. Dahil nakita natin sa regular season ng Impact Spring, medyo patambling-tumbling sila, pero boom, sino yung nanalo sa dulo, di ba? Ganun lang yung mga natin, yung magiging laruan natin dito. And a different approach as we see this time. No one in LA. 2 members in front of Stormy. They know where Jared is, pare. But yeah, calm before the storm. They just try to poke. If merong JYB players sa may con mid natin, wala. So we go back to the default. We go back to EV holding LA. And Jared galing off pick dito kay KPQ. Man down for JYB.
Mukhang susunod pa ata dito si Jin sa yapak mismo ni KPQ. That nade will not see any damage. And why did you enter the frame? Jin giving a life again para sa SGJ. We did see a 3v5 happen going towards JYB, pero 2v5, I feel like no. It seems like alam nila kung saan nakapwesto palagi ang JYB.
The defaulting, pare, is going strong dito for SCJ. I thought that was going to be a JYB round, no? And the way that they were trying to operate, na-cancel na nila yung unang approach dito na SCJ and try to be aggressive. Pero, yeah, I feel like the mechanics are straight up better dito sa mga angles na hinahawakan ng members ng SGJ. K7A, though, will try to find something in return. He will towards Tino, but is this going to be enough with 1 minute left and with the C4 well, on his body being delivered towards dito sa pillar. Matutumba na nga dito si Toy, no? Getting toyed around by EV. K7A, I feel like this is just wraps right now for JYB as much as he can try to achieve something. There's with the jump spot, goes down! But Jared is the safety net para dito for SGJ 3-3. And I feel like that's another layer unlocked dito for SGJ.
It's the same kind of mindset para dito si JYB. They're trying to just go and fight without thinking anything can happen in these kinds of rounds. And as you can see, yung kalat na place yun, hindi talaga maibigay side ng place sa JYB. Pero SGJ enabled dito sa may pillars. Pero sino man nanalo sa duelo ni BMD pati ni J-Hawker? Pistols out, BMD falls down. Fast reactions mula sa SGJ and they still have an advantage in terms of players.
And the man advantage is going to be steady here unless of course J-Hawker oversteps his boundaries. Pare si Jin, he's all in the TRG, swaps to the USP pare, and if he goes out of this frame, possible mahuli niya si J-Hawker. It's technically a 50-50 pero he has cover, no? So while the smoke dissipates, he's not going to be checked. Naku po! What? What was that, Gene? Call him a genie because he can grant your wish. That's the first one. There's 2 more wishes, pare. And can Gene clean them all up?
Toy, magdasal-dasal ka na. Grant your wishes is what Gene will give you. And you should wish that Evie and Tino will fall down in round number 7. Grabing 360 yun with the USP mula kay Gene. Sasabihin ko pa lang sana na yun na naman, they're not checking their corners. Pero it doesn't even need to be checked kung gano'n naman dito yung movement, pati yung aim ni Jane. But with 50 seconds, Evie, sole player on B, trusts on Tino na siya lang hawak ng A. But does Tino trust on Evie? That is the question. Gene entering. Slowly approaching this side, whips out the pistol that give him a kill. Pero Evie nagparamdam, and the bats na ipit mismo doon
Second
sa
wish.
corner ng isa. Pero Tino might just be the third wish dito at mukhang sumasama na nga dito yung mga granada papunta sa mukha ni Tino. 35 seconds. Flash grenade inbound, and with the TRG, is the wish continuing? Yes, it is! Granted at aalis na si Gene. He is one magical person, man. Timeout pa para sa JYB.
He goes back into the lamp, pare. That's the one thing that you get out of Genius, pare, no? At sino yung Aladdin na nag-rub dito ng lamp for the side of JYB? We're not gonna know, pero hey, if we get granted 3 wishes dito by Gene and Toy, well, might as well take it, no? Something really outstanding still for JYB is still they're not checking the corners. Granted, no, na nagkamali si J-Hawker and the mechanics dito and the instinct as well from Gene just really overcame the position na hawak-hawak ni J-Hawker. But still, no, that's an occurring problem that we see time and time again. Sabihin natin Shamba, we can call it luck, we can call it just the raw aim diff or just circumstance, plainly. Pero if that stacks up Bipolar, no? Yung mistakes na ganyan, nag-stack up, and they become comfortable with that. This can bite JYB back, no? And this can lead into a momentum shift where SGJ can just continue with their aggressive approach na nakita natin kanina, hindi lang na-convert dahil nagwala nga si Jin. So, I feel like SGJ still has this one in the bag. Timeout though for JYB dahil nga, of course, nakita mo na initial start natin sa round, di ba? Nanalo yung SGJ sa labanan. Sadyang nag-clutch lang talaga.
Yeah, I mean, nakikita rin natin dito na parang they cannot always bank on those like of lucky rounds, no? Yes, it's beautiful that we are seeing this. I give them the credit na grabe si Jin doon. Talagang binigyan niya dito ng 3 wishes tulad na sinabi mo si Toy na para, Toy, di kita pwede mabigyan ng laruan pero laruin mo yung ulo dito ng players natin mula sa SGJ. And they did that in a clean fashion na pangat doon ang players ng SGJ. And somehow they were still just falling into their hands dito ni Toy and as well as ni Jean. But this time out might be too early. Might disrupt the flow dito ng ating players mula sa both sides. But still, in play pa rin naman dito yung sinabi mo, pati sinabi ko kanina na the time for SGA to pop up is still not now. Even for JYB. So let's see kung ano nga bang iaalin tulad dito sa ating rounds. But, here comes the 7th, 8th round actually. And they wanna push dito sa mid. Good flash! And Jane, siya pa mismo nga harap. Shotgun sniper connects! At apang nawala dito sa SGJ. How did Bacolod read this fight? Na nagharap pa sila dito sa may mid. And EV now spotted, knows where he is. 1v5. There's no genie in SGG side and that is why he will fall down. JYB with the lead.
Grabe yun, no? I wonder what went through dito sa coaches or sa IGLs natin on both sides. Alam mo, medyo alanganin tayo sa mga LA, sa LB defaults natin, JYB. Mag-push lang tayo yung mid. SGJ was like, no, parang gumagana yung push natin sa LB. Try naman natin sa mid. At nagkasalubungan sila. They already made it happen. JYB, they're gonna go for more here, Bipolar. But SGJ, they're not going to fight. They're going to hold the site and they're going to find one.
Good for 2! Triple kill for Tino! Jayhawker and Jared! Kung inubos sila ng 5 kanina sa mid, uubusin sila mismo dito sa A. You cannot call that luck anymore, L. That is pure aim and power ng buong SGJ.
Hands up talaga tayo doon, Bipolar. Talagang the first battle, pabor sa JYB. Okay, nagkasalubong sila sa gitna and they just emptied the barrels dito for SGJ. SGJ said, okay, I feel like you're gonna do the same thing, pare. Papasok na naman kayo ng mid. Hayaan namin kayo dito kami sa site. And what happened? I think no one died pa nga dito sa side ng SGJ and I feel like these adjustments are very, very important if you are SGJ. Pero one critical thing though that I want to point out from them is kulang pa yung ganyan, no? Parang ang nangyayari ngayon is they're playing cat and mouse, pare. Kung saan sila yung mouse or rather sila yung cat na naghahabol dito sa JYB where in fact it should be the opposite, no? You're the more tenured team. You're the team that had the experience of competing and winning in Impact, no? And you are the team that yung minamatahan ng mga tao na nanonood sa atin to go into Masters, to verse Virtus.Pro because of the storyline, whatever, dahil SGJ pangalan nyo. Bakit hindi natin nakikita yun sa laruan na hindi natin nakikita na kailangan nila maging aggressive even though GR side sila, no? And hindi natin nakita yung mga moments where they should be cleaning up the rounds where it should be theirs, no? Like that Jayhawker mistake na naging 3K or 2K ni Jane, right? We need to see SGJ in a better form. Maybe the BL side is where they start getting that better form. Pero yeah, going back, they are a diesel engine. They rev up towards our matches. Pero minsan, kakapaandar mo ng motor, pare, baka mag-stall na lang yan ng tuluyan. And I don't want that to happen to SGJ. So they need to light up the fire dito kagad.
Mm-hmm. They're playing pretty slow though, L. So I feel like SGJ just wants to assert control, get whatever side that they can take, let's capitalize on that situation. CA though, there's 2 people here, or at least like on store A, even on store B, tapos isang insurance dito sa may A to possibly clear off the players coming out from mid. Pero SGJ, hindi sila kumakat. Hindi sila nagpapakita. Both teams not giving information.
They're doing the simple and old strat of Impact team yan, pagpupush yan, pare. They're trying to treat this one like a pub. And so far, JYB, they know their map, they know their limitations, they know where they need to stack up, pare. And they're not gonna fall for those simple tricks. So, SGJ, I feel like the best move here is to just open up, bust up that site, go towards curb, towards EA, at maghanap na lang kayo ng entrada dahil hindi gagana yung ganitong style. So, I feel like going into the next rounds ng BL side ng SGJ, dapat alam na nila na hindi ganito klaseng team ang JYB na pwede mo lang batain. So, while this entry happens, is going to be Gene holding the mark, and that is Jayhawker looking somewhere else.
Oh, even Thurs though, on the other side of the map cleans up, and Gene to fall down on A, which means free realistic ngayon para sa SGJ, especially when EV goes in for the kill on BMD. K7A will get 3 players up against him. They're low in HP pero nakaplanta na yung bomba, which means K7A is now forced to retake mula dito sa C2F is not a clear position. But this is just peak post plant mula dito sa SGJ. Nakaabang lang at kahit mamatay dito si Durs, meron naman dyan si Evie pati si Jared. SGJ 5-5 up against JYB.
Yun yung sinasabi ko dito na init ni Durs, no? Kailangan natin makita yan, and as a backup player, no, you're going to be expecting him on the lurk, and nakita nga natin siya dito sa LA Kumagata. Now, I feel like JYB, this is a different approach na you should not be taking lightly. You're trying to fight towards mid kagad, knowing that SGJ fought that earlier. They're gonna find the trade, pero it's not going to be in their favor. Bipolar. Masyado mabilis yung adjustment, masyado din mabilis silang na-punish.
Yeah, both teams suffering from that exchange, no, despite SGJ winning 1 kill here above of JYB. Ang hirap pa rin nito because you have Toy, you have K7A defending these sites. At hindi lang naman to pro plays. This is Toy and K7A for God's sake. Pero El Clasico moment, gusto nila mag-CA and I think they wanna push towards exit or
balik na LB.
Magre-respawn. Grabe, ano meron sa respawn nila?
I think they're just gonna reconnect dito kay EV, no? It's the safest bet according sa mapa natin, according to where the kills landed for both sides. And I feel like since hindi pa dito na-istorbo si EV, it should be an empty site or an empty pillar, an empty store B, and siguro sa site B na lang sila magkakaroon ng kagirian, no? So while they try to lurk their way up or just snake their way up dito sa may store B natin with 1 minute left, they're going to be meeting K7A, who sees one, gets one, tags one another, pero wait lang, Jayhawker, di pwede yan, 1v1 tayo, Bipolar.
1v1 and Toy stuck in the outside of the entrance of B. Evie 40 seconds to play with, does have the C4, but not with a clear sight line on towards Toy. For Evie, babarag na ngayon dito. Toy in half HP. Can Evie go for the kill? He can! Small adjustments. And again, aim small, hit small, and he hits the head of Toy.
Nagkamali dito si Toy, pare. He had the advantage of time there. No, the more that naghe-hesitate dito yung last minute SCJ player natin, I feel like kailangan niyang maging steady lang, pero tumungtong siya dun sa railing no? Oh, bawal tumungtong dyan, baka madapa ka at dumapa nga talaga siya nung nauluhan siya dito, giving SGJ the lead. Feel like you need to be careful here, no, JYB, with how you're trying to hold the areas, because Jayhawker, hindi lang isa yan, bigla nanganganak yung angle natin dito, 4 pala, 3 yung sumusugod dito sa store A, and that is something straight out of the books of SGJ. Just surprise them with how many you are here. Kung tumumba man yung una, sure, may 2 pa, may pangatlo pa. Siguro si Kanula yung kaya magpatumba ng 3 sunod-sunod, pero I feel like if they're trying to gauge dito the firepower of JYB, they absolutely have done it correctly, because tutumba si K7A, and this leaves us in a man advantage favoring the side of SGJ, looking to prime themselves towards an A-site hit.
Yeah. They're waiting for the setup dito, no? They still have all of their utilities. Dalawa lang natanggal dito. A flash and a smoke mula dito. A flash and a nade mula kay Evie pati kay Tino.
Wait lang.
BMD close by. Stops Jayhawker from pushing exit. At green light na lang yon. Forced to push again. Pero Gene misses the shot. He hits the second pero bombarded na. Double quickscope onto Tino. Pero still, buhay pa dito ang pangarap ng SGJ to claim their 7th round. Exit checking mula kay Durs. Completed. Pero EV now calls for the help kasi lahat sila galing EANZ. Wala yung dalawa. Iniwan si BMD. And this might just be the exit call. Hindi nila alam. Pero magbibisit dito. The timing is just too good. JYB unaware that SGJ is 10 steps forward in this battle. EV plants and they see him immediately. What a play from the champions of Impact.
What a play indeed, Bipolar. Nagkakandalituhan tayo dito, no? We get a trade there from BMD, pero once they try to go into the site, no, buti na lang nandun si Gene for JYB to at least get some kills back. Problem is though, medyo disconnected dito yung last player ng JYB, and that left the mid-rounding or late round situation for SCJ to favor them. No? And they just went immediately to the B site. Alam nila na manglilikod to, as is usually with the last guy alive on the opposite side if you are BL, right? And you're opposing GR, manglilikod to. They might come from EA. Wala masyado. Jindo is going to be here getting the first pick. Tino exchange on the snipers. Jared with one more and they got the A site for free. But there's a reply.
And it's BMD, man. It's a 3-for-2. Mukhang galit na nga dito ang JYB. Yes, the C4 is in A pero wala pang magical numbers. Here it comes. Can SGJ defend this bomb? For 30 seconds, lahat ng anggulo panggagalingan ng JYB. Exit, EA2F, lahat nakakita na. Pero Jared namatay. It requires EV now in a 1v3. He gets the first kill. Hiwa-hiwalay. BMD! Falls down! Triple kill! Para kay EV! And that's how you end a post plant for SGJ.
Ang ibig sabihin ng EV? Easy. Very. Easy, very, pare. Binaligtad niya lang. Very easy for EV to get the 3K here. And I feel like this is where JYB crumbles. They're gonna try to do something courageous, pare. Pero bakit ka lang mag-isa? BMD alay. Why though? Why are you doing that? They're gonna go straight to the B site ngayon.
It's sacrifices all around. JYB bombarded. Pero si EV, it might just be too easy, but it's for K7A. They go back. It's a 4v4. Ang daming pumasok pero walang nakuha dito sa Store B.
Granted din, no, nabait din yung buong JYB. Na-rotate din sila lahat. Tapos napabalik lang dito. Si K7. Wait lang. Wala pa namang pumapasok. Balik muna tayo ng A. And tama nga yung hinala niya dahil dinadala na dito nila Durs yung bomba towards LA, pare. And I feel like with Tino being tasked to find a distraction play dito sa ating B site. If that sniper gets an opener, you would assume na may kasama yung attacker, pare, no? Pero with that smoke being laid dito sa may EA, you're going to assume na, wait, sige, meron silang lurk dito sa B site, pero pwede nating iwanan lang yan ng isa, no? Siguro sniper lang iniwan nila dyan. With 1 minute remaining, baka magpaputuloy na lang sila sa ating A site. Pero with that flash as well, si Durs, ang ganda ng gamit ng Uriel dito. Hindi alam ni KPQ kung saan siya titingin. Yeah, so now he's holding very strong. Alone dito si Toy, and the entry is about to come towards him. Pero they tripled up, they doubled up pa nga.
Disconnected. That is a point in time for JYB na hindi kailangan dito sa round number 14. They find Tino. Pero damage has been done. Tignan mo yung bomba sa gitna ng dalawang kabaong. 30 seconds and Toy enters the site, use the smoke. Finds Jayhawker and he confirms the kill. There's circling in the entirety of the site. And he gets a double. Nag-line up na naman. Naubos ang buhay ng JYB. They don't know what to do.
What a call there, no? From Tino. That round, siguro sabihin na si BMD alay, pero at least nalaman na the jig is up dito for SCJ. They're going straight B. Pero this time, they're going straight A. K7A, bulag na bulag, going down. And the rest are going to rotate. Tingnan mo yung mga membro ng JYB kung nasan sila. At kung sino yung nandito sa tower, pare. Si Toy, ro-rotate ng delikado para si Jarry. Baka isa.
Jade gets only 1 kill. J-Hawker namatay lang din. L, tinatapos na ng SGJ, pero BMD fast in his footing. Toy, nahanap! Dito si Tino. Evie, 1v2. Still has the C4. 1 minute 30 seconds. Sobrang daming oras, L. Pero one mistake of JYB. At baka dito pa matapos sa round number 15. Ang laban na to.
Kakalmahan muna niya. Evie is gonna evaluate, pare, this round before he evaporates himself, no? Pero yeah, I feel like that situation, it would have been the perfect ending. You can see it in the highlight, no? Na yun na ata yung pinaka-perfect way for SCJ to end, pero namatay si Tino kay Toy. And that leaves Evie in a 1v2 situation. Plan is going to be achieved. But the question right now is, with this 9-1 scoreline, hindi pa yung total scoreline niya, will he find another no? And JYB will get another round in return. 6 rounds, but that is 3 more rounds to, claw back. If you are JYB, to get at least the overtime. SCJ, the moment is there. The shot is there, pero the highlight not quite, no? The round ender not quite. Hindi pa kumakabit yung knockout punch nila.
Yun.
Tagal mag-defuse?
It took 4 tries. Or 3. 3 tries para makuha yung defuse na yun. But, it also needs 3 tries. Tulad ng sinabi ni El, para makakuha tayo ng tie game and to force an OT on the very first map of this series.
Look at
Push
this, what?
mula sa JYB, papunta sa may CAKPQ. Masyado kang maangas. Why did you jump in there? Pero si BMD will claim 1 more kill. Oh, Tino ready for the push through the smoke. And somehow, yung 3-man push dito sa mid, napas lang pa ang 2 players ng JYB.
What is going on? JYB, I have questions and you're not gonna like them. What is the reasoning behind that mid push? I get that you're trying to force out or sniff out where SCJ is going. Pero man, once you realize na walang need na nang gagaling, no, from Magic Sarap banda, wala dyan sa mid yung SCJ. You have to redirect that attention, and the way that they committed 3 players, para delikado pero committed na dito sa angle si BMD. Will find the sniper in return, pero 3v2 ang usapan. Jean still alive though, bipolar, and he can do damage instantly.
Ooh, and damage he deals dito sa mid, but there's catches. Demogod and SGJ simultaneous kills on A, on mid, on B, and that is our first map. SGJ victorious dito sa new compound.
Very much victorious. It took us a bit of anticlimactics, no? Dito sa last 2 rounds natin, kasi medyo hindi natin in-expect na ganoon lang yung ending in a default, pare, in a misread by JYB. Granted that they had the cues in the early start of the game, no, in the early parts of the game, pero at this point in time, no, once that diesel engine comes up and running, pare, that is definitely a truck or a bus or an excavator coming straight at you, and that is what SGJ is for, no? They are going to try to dig up the gold. That is the rounds that they are getting, and yun nga, it's not pretty at first, pero that is what raw gold ore is going to be, no? Hindi maganda, pero it gets the job done, and it's gonna look pretty naman in the end once they get to the 2-2 bracket. Pero may isa pang mapa, no? Let's wait for it.
May isa pa. I mean, we're going in towards sport, I believe. So, marami pa naman ditong pag-asa para sa JYB. Pero, map pick na to ng SGJ sa susunod nating set. And you're absolutely right. May timer nga ditong SGJ. Good thing, maaga lang nag-activate after that first half here. Na talagang lumayo sila dito sa mismong puntos ng JYB. Parang sabi na, uy, di namin dapat kayo kapantay. We will go forward kasi we have a crown and on top of our heads. Plus, nakita mo no, every time na lumalaban ditong SGJ and JYB, palaging nagiging 3v2 situation. Palaging kulang ang players dito ng JYB. And it's very crazy kasi sila pa yung GR side. And sometimes, most of the times actually, nakikita natin dito sa jersey, sila pa yung sumusugal para makakuha ng early pick of the rounds and they don't get that advantage every time. So, it always forces out these players mula sa JYB to do the unthinkable. Pero yung unthinkable, sobrang impossible para sa kanila.
Yeah, hindi natin masasabi na okay yung ginagawa ng JYB when they go aggressive. But what we can commend them on is their BL side, pare. We can see in the highlights dito early pa lang, no, that they know how to counteract a slow defense and they know how to counteract a fast defense. However, what they cannot counteract is a default. No? Kapag tinatapatan yung mga piyesa nila on every single angle, hindi nila kayang makuha yung mga kills, and that is where SCJ shined, no? And that is where SCJ actually got the 4-5. No, you can see in this highlight mismo na talagang nung sumagasa yung JYB at saka yung SCJ, nanalo yung JYB, pero nung nag-passive lang yung SCJ, siya nila nakuha, no? So I feel like the stylistic difference dito Bipolar is what stood out between these two teams as well as the experience, no? Lalo na no sa last two rounds natin, medyo anticlimactic man yung nangyayari na akala natin sa 10-6 tayo or sa 10-5 tayo mananalo dito sa SGJ, hindi pa pala, no? There's still one more sa JYB pero that's just a one round extension, not the whole overtime itself, which SGJ, congrats, maaga yung paggana yung makina nyo, pero map 2 port, kailangan. It's revving, it's up and running. Parang jeep na dapat yan na umaarangkada sa Taft Avenue, pare. Mabilis na mabilis.
Tapos parang saglitan lang na hinto, no? Kasi meron tayong a little bit of a break after this. But looking at the scoreline, 6 and 10. 16 rounds ang nag-garner natin dito for both of these teams. The crazy thing is, look at that, man. Gumagana dito yung apat na players natin for JWeb World. Yes, exception dun si KPQ because that is a little bit disgusting. 3 and 12. Pero SGJ, look at that. Almost lahat sila double digits with EV and Durst. Tama lang na ito yung hinighlight natin dito, El, kasi sila talaga yung gumagawa ng mga two-man push, amazing plays, clutch plays as well, especially on the post plant. Nakita natin yun on the second half, and SGJ really are formidable, man. Kaya rin sila naging champion last time because this is how they play. Even in new compound, a map for JY Bacolod, kaya nilang ipanalo.
Exactly, no? Not to mention Jared, no? 13 kills, 11 headshots out of those. Siguro si Jayhawker, hindi lang siya umabot ng 10 kasi hindi niya nakuha yung isang kill doon kay Jin habang nakatalikod si Jin. Na 360 tuloy siya, pero okay lang. That's still very good for the side of SGJ. Isang highlight miracle round, whatever. No, yun yung sasabihin natin, whatever for JY Bacolod. But the set MVP here, Bipolar, I feel like it's going to be Jared or it's going to be Evie. Yeah, exactly. Very, very easy, no? Easy very for him dahil he got a 2.14 KD, 0.88 kills per round, and almost all of his kills or half his kills are headshots with a 0.53 headshot per kill. Smokes, of course, SGJ is a util type of team, no? They are util heavy team. They're gonna use everything in the book, everything in the pockets dito to just get the rounds, and it shows naman dito sa MVP nila. SGJ, I feel like they got themselves into a position where kinwestiyon natin kung ano yung kaya nilang mabigay. Nasaan yung SGJ na dapat gising, dapat nagbibigay ng quality. At nung sinabi ko yun, boom, snap of a finger, they got themselves online and they got themselves an MVP in the name of Evie to deliver the win.
Yeah, amazing for Evie, and I feel like we can definitely say that it's very, very easy dito for the electric and volatile player pagdating dito sa SGJ. Pero 1 point agad ditong SGJL, and I feel like JW Bacolod, medyo nagulat sila doon. Let's see kung anong mangyayari sa map.
Yeah, let's see kung anong mangyayari sa map number 2. This is Ellen Bipolar Masters Summer Qualifiers Swiss stage, no, lower round 1 to 2. We are going on a short break, mga kaibigan. Huwag kayong aalis. Ellen Bipolar nga pala. Flashbang out. We're back dito sa CFS SEA Masters Summer Qualifier stage. This is Ellen Bipolar. Sana hindi kayo nabulag sa binatong flashbang nung nag-break tayo dahil magkakaroon ulit tayo ng isa pang mapa between SGJ and JYB. We are heading to Port Bipolar. SGJ has their name written all over this map.
Yes.
But can JYB get a revenge to force an map 3?
Let's see. Might be. Kasi there's a stint pagdating dito sa Port and other maps like Port na ginagaya ng JYB. I keep forgetting the name of this team. Yung last impact team natin, it was Trapstar Esports, man. May Trapstar Esports mindset ang JYB na nag-hold lang ng respawn pag nasa BL side sila. And yes, tulad nga sinabi ni Sneaky Frank kanina nung naglalaban dun yung, I believe it was Stallions Gaming, na parang pwede naman mag-play slow. Pero you have to execute sometimes. Ang nangyayari kasi sa JYB and as well as Trapstar Esports, they are getting trapped on their own respawn for some reason. And that's instantly a problem para sa kanila because they cannot take mid, they cannot take CA, which is the crucial part of the map para ma-open yan. Even Z is a non-factor para dito minsan sa JYB. So if they did improve, just like SGJ's mid-rounding, just like their mid-rounding here in New Compound, kailangan makuha rin nila yung map dominance and map control sa map.
Yeah, that's true, no. Yun din yung napapansin ko dito sa mga impact teams and sa masters team sa Port is that how you control in the BL side, the mid area or even house B man lang, no. House B, hindi na LA, house B lang. No, yun lang yung makontrol mo, goods ka na for the rest of the round. Kahit umupo ka lang dyan for like 50 seconds straight, okay lang, basta hawak-hawak mo yung area na yun because it gives you an advantage towards the side to execute, right? You can even go towards Z, angat ka ng curve saglit para makuha mo yung mga areas na gustong makuha for a split or maybe just a direct push. Pero JYB, I don't feel it, no? I don't feel the way that they're playing this one. And tama nga yung comparison mo dito sa Trapstar, no? I feel like also, if we are going to dig deeper, more like Phil Squads and Vengeance, no? Yung galawan nila na minsan hindi nila nakukuha yung entrances, yung mga important parts of the map, and they're just left to either run around or just hold, no? More often hold kasi hindi sila maka-run around kasi napapatay sila usually ng sniper dito sa LA, sa House B na babombahan lang sila, nafa-flashan lang sila and nauubos lang sila sa Rotol. Pero I feel like if you are going to put everything on the line dito Bipolar for JYB, you have to put all your chips on this map. Well, you better cash it in real quick because you want to have a pair of aces when you are on your BL side, and I feel like they don't have aces pare. They have aces of spades. That's why that is their logo, and they're heading straight dito sa ZBMD. Nakinig sa atin.
Kaso tumumba,
pero never mind.
Hindi siya nakinig sa possibilities na pwedeng nandito na nga sa Z yung players natin mula sa SGJ. Medyo mabilis lang, pero this is already improvement. You can see them prioritizing CA, mid, and even Z. Now the question is, can they execute?
Parang malabo pa no? You cannot... Okay, that was through the smoke. Someone check him PC, pare, because that is a big cloud of smoke, pare. Lots of particles around there. Durs will get the kill, however, and to answer your question, Bipolar, no. They cannot execute quite yet because namatay yung naghahawak ng house B nila, that being Jean. And now they're left to ponder, no? They're left to act like yun nga, the namesake teams that I've said earlier, where they don't really know what to do. They're just left dilly-dallying around the map where K7A siguro nag-aantay siya ng biyaya dito sa CA. Pero at some time, pare, you have to push forward and you have to get aggressive. Tama to, they're connecting. Pero where are we going at the end of it, no? That's my question.
Ang problem kasi dito, kailangan mo ng house B control para makapasok ng Zin ng libre. Tulad nito, Jared will keep on peeking and now Jayhawker activates pistols out. Pero KPQ wins the fight. Still plenty of HP. KPQ with a chance to just fall down up against theirs SGJ. You talked about them being a staple name pagdating sa Port, and I feel like that first round is the definition of staple names.
Yeah, another staple name in support, Virtus.Pro. No, makita natin habang nagpapatay sila dito sa House B, wherein it's a 3v3 at the end, and the rotations from SCJ coming into side B, pare, kailangan nila ma-hold to.
Evie, bang! Dun sa dalawa! Walang kwenta yung bomba mo kung wala ka ng kakampetoy. Jayhawker instantly with the rotations all the way from A. And JYB, good execution. Nakapasok sila ng site. Tapos na yung 2 steps. Next time, magpa-plant ang JYB.
Zim, yun na lang, no? Nakita na natin yung default towards mid where one guy was lurking. We seen the rush B tactic where they only got a 3v3, end of it a 2v1, a 2v0. And SGJ, they seem prepared for every single situation being thrown at them right now. But what if I say, JYB, you guys push mid as 4, no? That's a very interesting topic, knowing na yung C4 natin nandito sa main door A. You're not really gonna do that if you are JYB. But JYB, one thing is true, you have to do something, man. You have to really not rely on just holding dito sa may respawn natin, dito sa may BL bridge natin, because you have to make sure that you get space one way or another. And I feel like BMD is going to try to take space. Result of it, unknown though. And results may vary pa, bipolar, dahil he's the only one trying to do something, no? At ito yung ayoko nakita sa team. Yung isa lang na player yung tinututukan nila para gumawa ng play. Kailangan may saluhan. Maski util, maski double up, whatever. Basta huwag nyo lang hahayaan mag-isa. But at least they have mid-control na.
They need a flash for BMD, man. Itong BR player natin kailangan magbato if they want to take CA control. This is just too risky, but SGJ just waiting for eminent players coming into their sightlines. Mismo si BMD na magpa-flash. Should have been 0 Long A push, mabilisan lang habang si J-Hawk ay nag-aantay pa rin and he still gets BMD. Buhay pa rin naman and JYB stuck in long A. They find Tino but EV does find one at nakahanap dito ng tatlo ang JYB squad. EV on exit gets headshotted mula dito kay Toy. And the man of the hour was able to spot players and the bomb, but KPQ will go for the wide peak and the first point para sa JYB.
Okay, it's not pretty, but it works, no? So for JYB, so at least they got something out of there. Still BMD, no? There was not a single piece of util being thrown sa C8 just to force J-Hawker out of his position. That left the JYB na 4v5. Thankfully, nakakuha sila ng recommended picks dito towards sa site A natin, and it left theirs all alone to clutch it up, which he cannot do, no? So JYB, it's not pretty, sure, pero sometimes it works. But if it's not pretty and it's easily exploitable, no? If it came down to just a minor mistake from SGJ, paano pa kaya kapag nalinis na ng SGJ yung mga mali nila sa round na yun, no? Paano pa kaya kapag sila na yung kumagat ng una? And sila naman talaga yung kumagat ng una dun kay BMD. Hindi na nila na-convert into the round. Same approach though for JYB where they try to get Z, pero tutumbayan kay Jared, pare. He gets a double kill easy.
Still unsuccessful yung Z-Take dito ng buong JYB squad. And this all looks familiar, El. A 3v5, there's no, pero kitang-kita yung balikat mo, sir. JYB capitalizes, but
Grabe,
EV spots him to the cracks. It's all up to Jane. And yung C4, pwede pang iuwi dito ni J-Hawker.
Tapon mo na para manalo na kayo.
Lagay mo doon sa submarine. Palipad mo doon, papunta sa base.
Exactly. Total, nasa port ka naman, ano? Who's to say that sa base is not that far? Pero binana SCJ yan, and they will get the third round dito in their GR side. I do not like what I am seeing from JYB. It's a bit too mild, a bit too reserved, no, in how they try to do stuff, pare. And also a bit too raw. Dahil walang util na sinalo dito si Jared dun sa Z. This time, it's going to be JYB on the receiving end of aggression. And they still go down.
Oh, wait lang. Opening, but theirs is already there. How the hell is still here in the longest part of A? That's the C4. And I'm surprised hindi pa nag-rotate dito yung B players natin on SGJ. So there is some sort of window para dito sa JYB to get them one by one. And it starts with Gene on the steel doors. Spots the C4. Sabi niya, di pa kinukuha ni Ders. Mahanap ko siya dito sa mismong pinakadulo. Ituloy mo lang yung CA push mo, KPQ, kasi instantly I will kill him, sabi ni Gene.
Why?
He fights it. Oh, EV fights mid as well. Masyadong hiwa-hiwalay sila, El. At dahil dyan, iiwan pa nila si Tino with 1 kill in the back. Hasn't been the best.
But KPQ, yung backstab, at makita niya din sa Tino, baka sasakit pa nga tong kuya natin, pero hindi, out of respect for the old god, pare, he's just gonna shoot him dead to rights, pare. JYB, no? Gifted around. Kahit sabihin natin nagkaroon dito ng early entrances dito ang SCJ, I feel like he should have just tucked in dito sa ating dulo ng LA dahil alam niya na may kumakabit na sa kanya. Parotate na lang niya yung dalawang kasama niya. No? Ang ending tuloy, si Tino pa yung nadali. At si Tino pa yung punta sa 1v2 na hindi niya na-capitalize. But still, the same default as always for SGJ dahil if it's not broken, do not fix it. No? It still works naman. It just comes down to the clutches, to the situations, to the circumstances na binibigay ng JYB, which are actually, no, to be honest, very easily solved by SGJ. Dahil JYB, eto na naman tayo sa tungangaan na makikita mo sa may RS. Pero nandito sila sa LA, strong as 3. Might just push, but they're still waiting for a specific U bipolar. And I feel like it's just a pick towards mid, no? Dahil nagkakabarilan, no? Nakita mo yung mga arrows dun sa name tag nila. Bumabaril, nagiging pula.
Oh, here comes the push though.
It's
Tino
dry
is not
again.
here anymore. Wala na siya dito sa A. It's dry, but there's no people here. Tatalo na nila si Jayhawker dito. And inbound a kill para kay BND. If you cannot win the fights in front, go for the backside as Gene opens up Jared. There's dediretso na naman. At ako po, disgusting yan as he just falls back. Somehow hindi nag-commit ang JYB sa A site. They had smokes towards exit. They had smokes towards Bodega. And even towards BR. Pero susubok pa sila kung nasan mismo ang demonyong Seeders. First shot comes in and wallbangs come. Pero babagsak lang din siya sa baba ng B. Low HP. EV falls down. Wait lang. JYB is still in this round. Kaso there's 31 HP. Flashbang is there. It's all up to the man himself again.
Wala pang tanim. He still can do this, pare. Swap.
KPQ pushing to a double pick. And they bait out the timer.
Narinig. Okay. JYB, I like what I'm seeing. Pero still, no? That's just an exploitation of one of the key errors dito ng SGJ default. They do not have that sniper in the name of Tino covering early dito sa LA. That's why na-backstab dito si Jayhawker or Jared. I think it's Jared, si Jayhawker, no? So, siguro dun sa angle sa box, dyan sa may LA, yung nag-cover sa kanila. Pero this time, no, makita mo sa position ni Tino na he's a bit too far to the left, no? He's towards the left, not to see the angle on the right para hindi na malikuran dito si Jayhawker, no? Pero at the same time, hindi na rin sila nagkakaroon ng player dito sa CA, sa baba na lang. Just wait for any mid approaches by JYB, which as usual, no, wala. We were gonna see this team JYB walk or do something at around 1 minute or 1 minute 25, no? And speaking of 1 minute 25, just so happens that they move at the same timing that I said. Pero that's just me. That's just analyzing the game. We're gonna see them go into House B and just full-on execute bipolar if they happen to like it.
Bilabang natakot ditong SGJL. They became so passive. They need to hit every flashbang. Smokes towards the curve side. At alam na, wala ng player sa A side, pero they dash the flash. That's one. And that's one as well for EV. Pero si Thurston doon naman together with the help of these nades. Might stop the push. Connects onto 2. Good damage. Sprays on down. And yung wallbang tatama lang sa isa. 1v3. It's Toy up against the world. SGJ goes in for the kill. And SGJ claims back the lead of 4-3.
Okay, that round commendable dito for JYB, pero the simple fact that they do not have any utility to misguide those side players, no, to just point their direction or point their attention towards another direction, pare, is a bit too mild for me still. Good attempt. Yeah, dry exactly, pero Yeah, the tempo's there, and this one, a bit dry, sure, pero they will get the kill. Finally, makukuha nila yung Z Bipolar. Ang tanong ko ngayon, anong gagawin nyo na na-control nyo yung mapa?
Yeah. It works out. But look at this, majority of the players still unaware kung saan sila pwede pumunta. Meanwhile, SGJ looking for different angles now as they play as 4. Tino, Dejin situation. HK ang kalaban mo. Pero I like this from KPQ. He knows 8 HP na lang siya. All he needs to do is become a decoy. Or become a ward pagdating dito sa may mid. At sa LA pa, susubok ang buong JYB. This is pretty tough as Tino has been waiting patiently here. Crouch peeking now. Kita yung bomba. Kita yung mga nades. Peeks out in 3, 2, 1. Bombarded
Bulag
with
na naman
smokes,
siya.
flashes, and nades. Kikitain niya ba ngayon si BMD? Ladder now. Approach. Pero nakakuha pa siyang isa bago mamatay. So 3v4. Jayhawker patiently waiting at ginulat dito ang mundo ng JYB.
Hala.
Ang buong Bacolod na pinagpiestahan na dito ni SGJ. Oh! They stopped the plant as well. It's Gene versus 2. Make it 1 as he finds a double kill. Switches at the right time. HK is also a gun that he can use.
What a clutch there from Gene. Ayun na naman tayo pare with the 3 magical wishes ng Genie. Now, courtesy of JYB Gene pare. Tino, as much as I commend the hold pare, you have to land some shots while getting bombarded by flashes pare. At least he got one. And Jayhawker also was there, pero the cut of rotation dito by KPQ, kailangan yung bantayan kasi kanina niya pa ginagawa yan. 2 rounds ago, 3 rounds ago, he was always the man in the middle when they try to split B, when they try to go towards A. Binabalik-balikan niya yan even in a 2v1 situation for the pincer. Alam dapat ni Tino yun, nakol niya dapat yun, pero I feel like hindi siya natauhan in this round dahil nawala na siya sa picture, no. He was bombarded by a lot of flashes, so can't blame the man really. But this gave us a leeway for JYB to come back into the game. Sure, it might be dirty. Sure, it might not be pretty. But it's solid hard work, pare, for the team of Bacolod. And they are 1 round away from getting the better half dito in the map pick of SGJ. And they're trying to do it all the same in the style that they know the best. Slowly, meticulously, a bit dry, a bit raw, but still, it's going to work out in the end with a bit of hints of brilliance, pare. And they're gonna go towards A again, testing Jayhawker.
Tino is not here. Nades connecting onto Jayhawker, pero Tino still looking towards B. Might find the play here, pero isa lang yan, KPQ EV. Only good for 1. Jayhawker still alive on top A. And they still play with numbers. Again, JYB, isa lang ang angat nila dito. Make it 2 now as Jared easily drops down and gets a headshot onto Toy. A lucky shot. Can the Genie provide 4 wishes? He can get 1, pero only 1 in a 1v4. And the first half concludes with SGJ claiming the lead.
Bawal yung ganun. Pare, bawal lang 4 wishes sa Genie. No? So, yun. Yun lang yung magagawa dito ng JYB. They only get 4 rounds here. And as we swap the sides, no, it's time for SGJ, no, in the lead this time around in their map to close things out once and for all, to stay in another game, no, to live and fight another day dito sa ating Swiss stage. If they can, no, if JYB cannot hold on any longer, pero it's a very different story bipolar when you are on the GR side naman, especially if you're a team like JYB who really relies on being passive, no. This is where you can really be passive and just wait for grace to come at your fingertips, pare. And SGJ, parang, I'll do you one better, pare. Gagawin ko din yung ginagawa nyo, but better. With util naman.
SGJ, they have time. 1 minute 30 seconds on the clock. JYB looking to see if they can get easy picks from here on out. Pero these are desperate times already. Kasi nakita mo agad ang galaw na dito agad ng B players natin, which means JYB is craving information, L. Pero
Mhm.
this type of slow push, well, delikado to. Going towards House B now. 5 players coming in from SGJ. Insurance mula dito kay Evie sa may mid. Tino, siya pa ang unang lalabas dito papunta sa may House B.
Wait.
Sniper, flash is there, pero they don't know. These
Nagsayang
are
lang siya
mere
ng
throws mula sa bombardments and ordnance dito. Toy, kumagat na nga! Siya pa unang pumika out and it's Tino with a double kill to enter B. Here comes Evie on mid. Can he connect? That's K7A down. Jayhawker alive on baba ng B. At tingnan mo naman, tapos na tapos ang players natin here on B site. Hindi man lang makahinga ang JYB. Janie! Mag-isa na lang si Jane.
5 wishes. Bawal yun, pare. Bawal talaga yung 5 wishes. They cannot handle the pressure, pare. And just what I said, no? I said it earlier. SGJ said to JYB, okay, you're doing good, but I'll do you one better. Nakita mo yung execute nila dun sa B, and those unnecessary utility dito ng JYB. They were throwing flashes for what? Pare, kung magpa-guess ka ng flash, dapat may kaakibat na peak, no? That nakakuha ng kills doon ng JYB, pero Tino just opened up the site, the rest followed through. Nakita natin si Durs ata yun, yung nagle-lurk doon sa may BLBR, ha? Hindi siya nandun sa may bottom
si
GR,
EV,
di ba? Si EV, hindi siya nandun sa, malapit sa may Z, nag-lurk, kundi malayuan. So, he knows how to try and handle the rotations. And everything just went perfectly dito para sa SCJ. So now my question is, if the same thing is being done to you, JYB, and you know how to do it, albeit it's not as clean as what your opponent is doing, how do you now try and answer back? Anong gagawin nyo? Maging aggressive ba kayo? Are you gonna try to cancel out by being aggressive and taking house B for yourselves? Saan kayo magtatanim ng lurk? No? Saan kayo magtatanim ng player na pwedeng makapitas dito sa execute ng ating SGJ team? No? Yun yung mga questions na kailangan nating masagutan naman because your series or your Masters spot is on the line here. No? There's still 3 up for grabs and I feel like if you want one of them, you better all in na dito sa port na to and force that map number 3. And if you don't, well, we're gonna be seeing a lot more of me in Impact rin. I don't think you're gonna like that even though wala naman kayong choice kundi maglaro sa Impact, di ba?
Huwag ka magkalala, makakasama mo din ako doon. It's okay, it's alright. But, you're speaking street facts there, El. And if you think about it, it's another Masters na hindi natin makikita ng JY previously kasi meron naman representation. And ngayon, ang nabubuhay na lang na dugo doon is from Bacolod. Is SGJ the counter to JY as a whole para matanggal sila sa buong Masters lineup natin? Looking pretty good pero much needed timeout to, El, na parang, yun na nga I mean, it's just too easy para dito ngayon sa SGJ to execute as 4 and let one lurk from the farthest side of the map. And it's not even a lurk, it's just a cut off of the rotations mula sa other side of ng depensa dito ng buong JYB and it's just too hard. Ito yung slow pace na hinahanap natin. Slow pace na calculated that has a plan after being slow. Kasi yung nakita natin kanina sa JYB, they were playing slow pero they were reacting to what happened towards SGJ's GR side. And I don't know, man. It's a tough side para dito sa JYB. They need that little bit of oomph factor para lang makuha ng rounds dito. And every round counts now.
Yeah, every round counts now indeed because 4 rounds left dito for SGJ to close out their series and they are going to fight another day versus, let me just pull up my database really quick. Nag-aantay ang MOMEN, Attras, Acceptance, no?
Yes.
The 4 teams that SGJ fluke their way through in the group stage and end up beating everybody else dito sa playoffs natin, no? Yeah. So very important dito for SGJ to, in case na sabihin natin nanalo sila sa series na to, kung sino man matapat doon, I feel like the best one is going to be Attras versus SCJ. Parang the supposedly winners versus the actual winners, dun magkakaalaman kung sino ba talaga yung nanalo ng Impact. Kasi yung nanalo ng Impact, papasok sa Masters technically, and yung talo, babalik ng Impact. So very weird times dito sa 2-2 bracket natin. Na lahat silang Impact team na, okay, who's gonna advance? Mataya-taya na lang to para sa SGJ. At parang ayaw nila mataya para kasi as much as I don't want to say it, medyo biglang boom lang yung naging naging win nila doon ng playoff side. And that's why we're seeing their form dito sa Swiss stage. go down a bit. Kaya sila nasa 1-2.
Yeah, I mean, pili ko rin naman kasi ang problema ngayon dito sa down team, sawa na sila sa Impact. They wanna actually progress, no? And SGG
Sino bang hindi?
And I mean, bakit ako gusto ko sila makita doon kasi why not, di ba? Pero kasi
Why not?
I mean, what if, no? I mean, SGJ has been hungrier than JYB for the longest of time. Lalo na't ganito ka stacked yung lineup nila. These are names na have been in the Crossfire scene for the longest of times. Shout out to you, Tino. But ang hirap kasi, ma'am, eh. Hirap kasi sila ito. Ang hirap kasi na parang JYB is looking so passive to a point na nababasa lang sila ng SGJ. And all it takes is a minute and 10 seconds bago mag-execute ang SGJ. It's difficult times.
Ganun yung ganun yung nakikita mong sakit ng mga Impact teams, and sabihin natin the difference from a PUG team to a PUB team siya sa Impact and Masters teams is how they try to allocate discipline into their game, no? Kasi makikita mo, yung pagka-passive na yan, what is their word for it? Para discipline. But that discipline is misused. It's just being passive, no? Discipline is when you try to go aggressive and then you get a pick and then you go back to your default. That is discipline. But what we're seeing here from teams like JYB, siguro at the moment, siguro sabihin natin at trust, at sometimes acceptance, at sometimes the MOMEN, no? Most especially MOMEN, no? They are one of the teams na sabihin natin, there is the aggression na iisipin mo, PUG team lang yan, para saan sila nagpa 5v5, para lang sila nasa 8v8, kung saan lang yan pumapasok. Pero kapag nakuha nila yung pick na gusto nila, they will slow down. They will play passive. That is discipline. But these teams like JYB, in some cases JYE, even with their Masters experience, no, we don't kind of see it in that form, no, na talagang they're just gonna sit there and just relax, pare. We need to see adaptations, we need to see strats being made, and kailangan kung magiging passive kayo, may purpose, no? For example, a Crossfire, a set play, and sometimes just the macro rotation, no? Dapat nakita natin yan. Pero JYB, it's lacking, and the question, or rather the answer, should be found out here, no? Can you improve this passiveness and turn it into actual discipline where you guys go aggressive, try to take the pick, and then go back to your being passive all throughout? Kasi doon okay na ako eh. Pero pag di nyo nagawa yun, kita-kits talaga sa Impact.
Pag di nyo nagawa yun, di okay ka yun. Ilang yung basic thing dun. But everybody, a possibility here for JYB once again after the timeout, pero already natamaan na nga dito yung buong binte ni JYB ni BMD. Double TRG actually binaba ni Jean yung sniper dito, that he gives it to BMD for that Bogdan. Pero tingnan mo, this is such a calculated slow push, man. The layers of this kind of offense is different. Pero are they ready for to it? He's holding up. Tino, umenter na nga si Toy. That was just too fast. Inakala niya isa lang yun ang tao dun sa may court. And now, they are playing with everything because they know after those two picks, they are in control.
Ayun, no, nag-i-scramble na yung JYB dito sa RS sila. Okay, who's gonna mark who, pare? I'm gonna mark B, you're gonna mark mid. Balik ako ng A. Pero si BMD ngayon, yung naka-sniper, so very questionable how they try to find a solution dito sa 3v4, no? But I think I'm agreeing with you na okay yung ginawa dito ni Toy. Sadyang pumabor lang sa SCJ yung laban. And BMD, let's see how good those Arctic skills are, pare. Because you are about to meet 4 players dito of solid gold jewelry. And they ain't shining bright. They just want to get this site and go home, pare. Make this a 7-4.
Uy.
Versus K7 ay wait. Timing. Uy.
Even he finds EV and BMD, it's the shot. Pero Jared now pistols out 2v2. All players full in HP.
Ipit sila.
SGJ, ipit na sa sandwich na nga. And there comes Thurs. Can he go for the clutch of the century? He cannot. And the timeout really did help JYB go back in control. 6-5.
That's the definition of being being disciplined. Nakita natin si Toy. He really tested the waters dito sa house B natin, and sure it paid off in 1 kill, but they got returned back with 2, no? Now, the mid-rounding is really, really nice dito for JYB dahil nakuha pa nila yung, yung backstab ni K7A. Pati si BMD nakatama with the Arctic, so really nice in terms of the situation dito for JYB. I want to see more though, and I think we're gonna be seeing more than Zetino. He got spammed dito sa baba ng BR natin. And now he's very low, pero tingnan mo, chess match dito sa LA, pare.
JYB asserting dominance with K7A and KPQ stops the hold of SGJ on the long side and on the BR side of their spawn. SGJ, medyo nagiging complacent sila sa L. It's pretty difficult dito sa BL side nila bigla after that immediate timeout mula sa JYB.
Hindi sila nakaporme, no? Kumbaga, nagpalit lang ng anyo dito yung SGJ at JYB. Yung JYB naging SGJ, yung SGJ naging JYB. Parang, ano ba, Freaky Friday, no? Yung nangyari. Talaga nagkaroon sila ng switch of personas. And you can't blame SGJ because if your IGLT, no, got almost murdered with spams dito sa bottom BR natin, pare, you're really gonna get hamstringed in how you try to execute towards the map. Kasi nawala yung possible opener nyo. Keep in mind, mga viewers natin dyan, SCJ, usually si Tino yung mahilig mag-opener kahit naman meron siyang attacker. Right? So, with him being out of the picture, being put into a reserve position, I feel like that's where it went down dito sa round na to. And that's why you can see JYB still standing strong as 5. While the 3 members, nakita yung katawan dito sa may bintana. Sa exhaust, and Jared is kind of exhausted, so is the time para they have to make a move, but where?
Might be House B, but there's 2 players here. Andito si Toy, and dito rin naman si Gene, and they clean up 1. Second player, Gene, goes for the plant. Oras na lang ang kailangan dito ngayon ng SGJ, and they commit. Everyone flashing into the side, pero walang mamamatay para dito ngayon sa SGJ, and they're all low. K7A 1 HP, even BMD. Biglang tumigil, pero makakapatay pa rin naman. It's all up to Jared. Wallbangs ang kailangan. And can he find the player's play? And doesn't connect. JYB. Lahat yan piso.
I don't know how to phrase it exactly. Close, pare. Very, very close. But not quite the fire dito for SGJ. They're gonna start off very hard though. Getting 1, but Toy just gets 2. They still have the man advantage and to get the side, pare. And it's all up to Gene.
Mag-isa lang si Gene, man. How did that happen? Everyone died from the mid-push dito ngayon ni EV, from the multiple players na pumunta dito sa House B. And EV already in the footsteps ngayon ni Gene. Checking curve, checking mid, and checking bodies. Gene quick scopes onto EV.
3 wishes.
Can JYB go back for a comeback? Tino down! Beautiful USP! And Gene cannot connect! 2 wishes lang ang mabibigay sa kanya.
Timeout na naman tayo dito for SGJ. Because as much as I like what I'm seeing, no, yung aggression dito that's being shown by the side of JYB and also SCJ, I don't think na nasa controlled factor yung mga nagiging endings nila. Yung mga nagiging situationals, 3v4, 3v3, hindi nagiging kontrolado, no? And I think the coaches or the IGLs as well would want to step in and get some flavor of their team going, no? They want to texturize how they try to hold dito sa defense ng JYB kasi nakuha na nila, no? Nakita na natin hindi na dry. Finally, yung ginagawa nila, may mga hinahagis na sa HE, may flashes, may smokes na. On the opposite hand though, SUJ, they suddenly try to go fast. And as much as that is a good idea, you can't do that against a team that knows how to react properly and has built their entire identity on reacting properly, pare. Being passive and reacting, no? So, timeout, understood here for the SUJ side, pero if this is anything to go on about, no, it should be an advantage pa para sa JYB kasi sila yung dapat may counter-attack, no? May counter-move dapat sila.
Yeah, I mean, JYB is getting a lot of chances though, El. dumadami na dito yung lakas ng JYB to possibly go in fights. The shots are hitting every time. Itong mga 3-man pushes kayo ng SGJ, hindi na siya formidable in a sense kasi hindi na siya tangke. It's an exposed army now na kaya lang barilin dito ng mga players all throughout. Basta may magandang stabilization lang dito ng pwesto ang JYB just because on their GR side, you did say that their passiveness can be garnered here and can be shown pagdating dito sa GR side. So, immediately, you see SGJ answering back though na may mid-push para kahit mag-push sila on House B. They have a player na pwedeng kumonekta sa Z to clean up these rotators na gustong bumakastab sa kanila. It was just very, very hard na umabot pa yun sa 1v1 wherein Jane is just too insane. I feel like he almost has 15 kills. Pero, round number 14L, is this another tie? Look at this. 4-man on
Ito na naman
LA.
tayo.
Can Durs get the kill? That's one. Wala man lang flash. It's just too dry. But that's the C4. And JYB will stabilize pagdating dito sa may steel doors.
Kailangan nila makuha dito yung CA, but BMD is gonna get Jared dito. 3v4 ang usapan. Where's that CA push I'm talking about? Makakancel na dahil hawak-hawak na nito yung angle. And so does Jean, pare. All 4 of them have converged dito sa A side, or A side rather, no? JYB and Tino. All left for him to find picks. Kailangan niyang tiyaniin yung mga angle dito. Pero yun na nga, si Hawker pa yung makakauna. A trade. Basel the bombs down, pare.
That's a good one for 2, man. Pero basag dito yung katawan ni Jay Hawker. Currently in 49 HP. And I like this play mula kay EV. Will catch the attention dito mismo ni Jane sa pinaka-top side ng A. KPQ stopping the foot. Pero Jay Hawker, wait lang. He goes back. He finds KPQ.
Why are you overstepping?
Toy, dediretso pa nga dito ngayon. Catches Dade a little bit. Jay Hawker falls down. 1v2. At dehado pa bigla dito si EV. He thought nakagawa na siya dito ng distraction para makapag-destruct dito mismo sa RS ang players nila. G now in a 1v1. There's still a lot of time and the C4 ibibigay ni Gene. He committed towards the steel doors. But somehow EV has bigger ideas in set. Goes towards LA, the most unpredictable area ever. EV bumagsaka at pinalasap ang sahig. Sabi ni Gene, we're going to a tie game.
He thought he was slick there, pare, but Gene's like 3 steps ahead than you, pare. I mean, to be fair, you would not want to go towards the bridge side ng GR because that is just too long, no? It's too long for LA. You go to CA because you think that the guy is still holding there, but no one's gonna be holding anymore dito sa LA natin. Gene's gonna go down. Tino with the trade. In the 4v4 situation by Polo, tingnan mo yung mga JYB players. Everyone is going towards A like it's a hot potato, pare. Mainit yung balita na namatay dito si Gene. And they're all towards here.
Uy, Tino, that's too much. So, heal up some damage. Ito na, sabi nila B-site daw, naririnig ko yung mga radio calls. Alam ko na pindutin yan, letters yan sa keyboard ko. Pero ito na, JYB will go for the retake once again. Fast reactions. And BMD is the first one. First one to go in. Flash is just too good. Jayhawker stop. Nag-miss pa yung nade. Smokes very late now. SGJ cannot move sa baba ng B. And JYB, kaya nga nandyan sa pangalan nila yung letter B. They can retake this every time. Natira pa yung pinakamaikling HP pool na natitira dito. Tino with 12. And SGJ struggling to close out the series.
I thought this one was better for them because they already took down the sniper, man. But Tino, no, gets that first trade and goes down the last. SGJ, well, I feel like they need to go back to their senses because if that was playoffs SGJ sa Impact, they would have made a decision better than the one going towards B, no? Well, to be fair, if we want to see a better SG, maybe we should bring them back to Impact. But yeah, nah. They want to go to Masters, pare. They want to make sure that they get a spot with the big boys. But they need to show dito in a 2-0 fashion that they can actually hang. They can actually be called a big boy then, no, bipolar. Similar approach from JYB. Ito na naman tayo sa 4-man push ng LA. Nakatago si Jared. Hawak niya na naman yung C4 and this might be another one! Ayan na naman yung C4! Hawak na naman nila!
No freaking way. SGJ. How did they not learn? Basag pa dito yung katawan ni Jayhawker. KPQ overstepping but does get the kill on Tino. And every angle now considered by the majority of JYB. KPQ who's not aware na meron tong gap para makita siya ni Jayhawker. EV mamamatay and PMD all the way from B will claim the match point and this might be map number 3.
Oh my goodness, SGJ, what has happened to the 4-man? I know gold doesn't rust, but you're looking like stainless steel coated with yellow paint.
Oy!
Dito, JYBB getting the first pick, and this might be the entry of the lifetime. But they're just 3-man strong, pare.
Tino! Nag-extend pa! 2v3, low in HP si Jared. There's no more util para dito sa JYB. But they can just wait. Alam nila eh, if they can just go for the post plant here. Pero Jin, oh, what movement to go up and clean up house. JYB extends the series and might as well shoot your pistols kasi JY Bacolod is still alive.
And what did I say from the start of this port map? Bipolar, if you want to go big, pare, you better cash it all in. You better go all in dito sa port. And what did we see? They instantly went all in, no? Very much kudos dito sa JYB dahil nagawa nila yung iniisip ko na it will take a season in Impact for them to learn. They done it in one port map, pare. SCJ though, we have to talk about what happened because in the span of how many rounds was that? 17? In the span of 17 rounds, I've seen the bomb, pare. I've seen the C4 go to the hands of the GR 7 times.
Yes.
Both JYB and SGJ, pare. 7 times ko nakita na tumutumba yung C4 holder dito sa GR side and we have to talk about that because yun ang holding RS is good. Pero kapag pinush kayo dyan at nakuha yung bomba, what are the next steps? Parehas na team walang sagot dun. And I think dito sa third map natin, we have to deal with that even better dahil that could dictate the result of the series.
Yeah. Alam mo, El, may na-realize ako do. Di lang pala JYB ang may trapstar disease. Pati rin pala ang SGJ. Contagious pala yung trapstar disease, man. That is crazy to see. Kasi, grabe yun. Yes, nag-move forward sila mula sa respawn, pero ginawa nilang respawn yung labas ng steel doors papunta sa LA. I mean, I share the same sentiments na parang, bakit 7 rounds nakuha dito ng GR side from a single dry push, by the way, on long A. Walang flash, walang nade, walang smoke, kundi sheer power and aim ang ginamit doon ng buong JY Bacolod. Ganyan ba ang laruan sa JY Bacolod? Wala man lang util, wala bang number 5, wala bang 4, 5, 6, wala bang ibang wala bang scroll wheel players natin. Kasi talagang aim lang yung gumana doon. That was insane to see na gumana yun up against SGJ. This is amazing stuff for JYP, pero for SGJ, goddamn, that is not the best scene for us.
That's not the best scene indeed. Siguro kaya ganun maglaro yung JYB. Kasi mas sanay sila sa 3v3 off sounds, no? Sa off sounds, wala kang kailangang marinig na util, di ba? So, pero 5v5 off sounds, tas lakad-lakad. Kaya dry yung ginagawa nila, pare. Baka doon lang sila sanay. Pero, who are we to judge, pare? If it kind of works, it kind of works. It did not work 100% of the time. But yeah, it's still good. The Devil's Merchants are still there. No, never mind. The Bootcamp Merchant, pare, are still there, right? So, I feel like JYB, props to them for almost clawing back in their BL side. And the GR side was just a work of art, pare. We seen passiveness in the discipline. And we seen discipline in the passiveness. And the aggressiveness, pare, they worked it all throughout.
Let's look at the highlights, El, sa ating mga bootcamp merchants. Bootcamp merchants. It's Jared starting off the round. Pretty good, no? Nakita nga natin eh. Nakuha naman dito yung pinaka-ender ng ating SGJ on their first half. Pero somehow, yung pinakaunang parts ng ating round sa first half, JYB, it all ended up with Gene garnering a lot of kills. Tapos on the second half, dun pa tumalong ang SGJ. JYB was in full control. Look at that! How insane was that? I think yun yung pinaka-breaking point eh. Kasi they could not end it without giving a lot, around 2 kills. Papunta sa isang single player na guhold ng B. And what a way to end it, no? Gene going for a parkour play. Oh, we have one in the highlights, man. Yung mismong A-side push. Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. Medyo alanganin lang talaga dito yung postura ng mga teams na sa BL, no? Even though assumingly na itong si SGJ, they got the better side nung GR sila. They got a 5-4 scoreline, but nung nag-BL sila, that's where we seen the problems. Speaking of G, no, he indeed got 15 kills, man. 15 kills, 16k Toy, 15k KPQ, no? The guy that was silent in the first map, well, he's loud and about dito sa ating port map. And for the opposite side naman, SGJ, Tino is a non-factor overall, no? very, very out of the picture in when it comes to SGJ because when he can't find the opponents, kapag hindi siya nabibigyan ng heat check dito, Bipolar, it kind of feels like he's just there to call. He's just there to lead his players around. And that is an SGJ that I do not want to see and I do not like seeing because we already seen it dito, no? And I feel like it's going to be very, very awkward kapag naging ganyan din yung performance niya sa third map natin. Pero MVP, Bipolar, drum roll, is going to be... Ganda drum. Si
Gino with the build. I mean, as you can see, man, gumana dito yung sniper natin. And I feel like yan din naman head-to-head matchup na inaabangan natin, no? Gene and as well as Tino. But Gene was definitely giving us a lot of show. This man is magical. This man is amazing. 1.25 in KD, 0.83 in KR. Headshot percentage, hindi na natin kailangan tignan pati SR. Kasi again, the Genie gives you kills and he does not give you executions, but he executes the players on the other side of the map. Yan ang ibibigay ni Gene and JYB. They are still alive. Imagine, dito pa magsisimula ang journey ng JYB para makaabot ulit sa Masters. Imagine that. And it's all thanks to Gene.
It's all thanks to Gene, no? For the JYB fans out there, your wish is his command. The map number 3 is still going to be a guarantee thanks to Gene and his friends, no? And JYB, well, it is do or die. Same thing for Solid Gold Jewelry dito. And we need to see Solid Gold and the JY Bacolod squad go at it in map number 3. This is L and Bipolar casting for the final match of the day. It's a barn burner, mga kaibigan. We're gonna go on a short break, but after that, no, we're gonna go straight into map number 3. Flashbang out, mga kaibigan. We'll be right back. Nagbabalik ang CFS SEA Masters mga kaibigan for the map number 3 between SGJ and JYB, and this is gonna be a lightning storm bipolar. It's gonna be a crazy match in Ankara.
Yeah, Ankara is what seemed to be like a storm above the clouds. It's like lightning for these players kasi talagang isa-isa silang pwede ditong matamaan ng kung ano-ano man, especially through the smokes. Nakita natin yan in the first series of the day na parang ang daming mga miraculous plays out of nowhere. But syempre, it's not just a multiple times of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Kailangan mo dito ng multiple rounds para makakuha ng easy advantage kasi these two teams have been battling dito support ng pantay kung pantay. And if whoever gets out of that, tie game, well, they can easily just overthrow the opponents. Tulad ng ginawa dito na JYB on port when they were on the GR side. Isipin mo yun, pantay sila, pero nakawala ang JYB nung spinam nila parang nung spinam nila yung lucky number nila, which is LA. Grabe yun.
No odds or evens dito. Talagang we're gonna have to check out what's gonna happen sa Ankara Bipolar. Because if you know our particular friend, no, not the friend that we are currently with now, I'm gonna reference a friend, pare. Gold is a great conductor for Lightning, pare. And I feel like if you want to see SGJ get this map win sa Ankara, you're going to see them conduct a lot of plays, pare. Because alam naman natin, JYB is a passive team, no? But Ankara forces you, it's a map that forces you to create plays for your team because if you don't do anything on both sides, you are just gonna be stuck in RS sa Arco, sa bypass. You're just gonna be there twiddling your thumbs, pare, hoping for a leaf to blow right in front of your face, pare. Pero I don't feel like JYB is gonna hold out na dito. They're gonna go all out na talaga. They're gonna show us what they showed us in port, similar din sa Ankara, and I feel like SGJ, we need the full form. Kailangan yung GSL engine, umaarangkada na, and for JYB, we need to see that discipline mixed with aggressiveness, pare.
Yeah, I mean, why not introduce the game, Noel, immediately? We're going into Ankara for our last and decider matchup. What seemed to be forever now ends in this map alone. Everything, plays after plays and kills after kills, start off the round as JYB enter with a double kill already. Ubos ang players on A and on B, but Jayhawker now answers back with a double of his own. There's moving towards RS and he fights K7A, and with that retake or with that repick towards the RS side, SGJ gets out with an immediate contact play. Jane eating bullets, and he is alone once again. 1v3, that's one, pero he can only get one. Nothing left for a miracle. No magic here as SGJ gets the first round.
Wishes have been denied, pare, no? And we call map 1 the wish, map 2 the wish. Siguro this final wish for Jean is to just get the win, pare. I don't know, no? Kung ano yung pinaplano dito sa push ni K7A sa top mid. I feel like hindi niya alam yung next possible move kapag tumumba na yung mga hotel players niya, kaya tinuloy-tuloy niya lang. At ngayon, anong gagawin ng JYB pag tumumba si BMD? Tino has made the solution dito for SGJ and their A-hold. And he bounces quickly, pare, predicting the next move to be towards mid or B. Pero wala naman, no? Evido will go down to Jean. So the snipers are going back and forth. Pero where is the execute that we're looking for, JYB?
Man, it's like a driving range dito sa ating Ankara map. Everyone just going for those 250-yard strikes with the TRGs. But with Jayhawker holding down Hotel and not letting them go in towards B, mahihirapan dito ang JYB kahit na TB yung gusto nilang puntahan because they need to be aware that Jayhawker is here. And Jean going for that push now towards bypass. Nakita dito yung leg and he wants to fight, but Jayhawker too smart for this situation. At kahit na 4v4 to A-side pa din, susubok ang JYB. It's Jared on room A to stop the push. It's Durs with the cover from the skies above. What with the flash combined from the number 5 player, K7A and G now activating. Flash comes in. Bulag ang wala kasi si Jared, he gets 2. And now here comes Durs. A possibility of an ender for round number 2. Maraming pagpipilian pero he cleans up house. Good choices. checks left and checks right, parang tumatawid lang.
Grabe yung ano doon ni There's no? Yung left to right. Talagang solid yung 1+1 equals to nila, no? Nakadalawa din naman dito. Yung kasama niya si Evie ato yun, 2+2 equals 4 pare. At 4+4, anong equals on bipolar? Nako po. He lost the bit. He lost the bit. He lost the plot pare. But wait a second pare. Hindi nawawala dito ang JYB. They're still trying to encapsulate their sights dito towards A. How can the EA as well? So, that's a bit awkward. They have someone sa CA pretending to be a GR. That's KPQ. At na-awkward din tuloy ako sa galawan ng SJ kasi hindi sila naghahanap ng info. They're just standing by, waiting for the push. Pero cut off yung rotation no? So magandang idea for JYB if they pull the trigger dito sa A site. Naku po, Jin gets pulled on the trigger but he gets the secondary. J-Hawker, that's your fault, pare. And the man advantage is going to make sure na pwede sila mag-transition sa B kasi doon nakapitas, no? Makes sense na kung saan nawalan ng tao, doon tayo pupunta.
Pressure high para kay Evie, man. It's 3 players coming out from TB. Nothing yet from Hotel, pero he doesn't know that. Good nade and good decision to go back to the site. Much more cover there. Pero 45 seconds ngayon, diretso sila. KPQ found out. Evie moves towards the left and slides to the right. He gets killed as BMD is a Ferrari with that pistol. BMD now nading the side with the M4A1. Diretso siya dito. There's found out. Reloads with the last bullet connecting. Pero si Tino, nahanap si Jane. Mali lang yung tinignan. Sahig ni Jane yung hinanap niya. Pero Jared now, 1v1. Bomb planted. Flash affected si BMD. And 30 seconds, they know kung saan sila manggagaling. What a shot! Mula kay Jared. And the defuse comes in. SGJ mukhang pagod na matalo after that port defeat.
Yeah, this more looking like the classic SGJ, no? Gold indeed is a great conductor, pare. And it's going to be conducive how they get these rounds. Everyone is on point. Everyone is striking, is static, no? And as much as they're static, when you hold something with electricity, pare, you're gonna get buzzed. And that is going to be Jari getting buzzed. There's with a Trey J, Hawker with another, pare. 4v3. At ngayon, parang port lang tayo. Naipit sa RS ulit itong JIB. But they have LA now.
Tino. Too crazy. Needs to back off. Ayan lang si Evie dito just for the cross. And he'll just defend whatever is left. It's the push. Evie na naman. An ecstatic, volatile player growing in for the nade. Bang! Kills off Toy and Tino now. Kills off KPQ na gusto kumuha sana ng trade. Pero with the C4 down sa may boxes, BMD is in a tough spot. Finds Tino. Next one on the board is himself. And we go into a timeout as JYB calls it after 4 straight rounds.
This is trouble sometimes na for the side of JYB. They don't know exactly how to figure out the execute, right? Sure, nakukuha nila yung openings to the site, right? They get the floor A, they get hotel, they get second mid. Nakahawa pa nga nila ultimo CA, no? Yung dun sa main mid, pero they can't just get themselves in correct positions or in correct forms when they're executing towards the site. Gumagamit na sila ng util, gumagamit na sila ng double ups, but using the hold towards A ni Evie, ni Durs, no? Nakita mo ng si Tino, when he gets the first pick, he instantly rotates thinking of that possibility of pick towards mid dahil alam niya mag-activate dito yung lyrics or yung mid players ng JYB. On the opposite end naman, sa maybe sila Jared, talagang very, very humble in how they hold the areas. Not over-pushing, but not over-committing as well in that defensive hold. Kaya kailanganin mang pumush, gagawin nila. Pero kapag alam nila na maasim, no, or maalat yung nangyayari, they're just gonna hold strong. So, JYB, I feel like you guys just need to structurize even more when you execute. No need to go around about the map. Makuha niyo yung floor A. Sige, goods na. Hagis na tayo ng mga nades, hagis na tayo ng mga smokes, flashes, double flash pa nga kung kailangan, which we haven't seen pa bipolar. The full flashes wala pa sa series na to. Gawin nyo na para makuha nyo na yung site. The rotation will be late at makuha na natin yung rounds na kailangan natin makuha. Dahil ito na yun eh.
It's pretty crazy din to see a team that doesn't have these like big execute plays pagdating dito sa A side, which is technically not given for free dahil nga hinaharapan dito ng Tino palagi yung vents towards the yellow side dito ng long A. So medyo delikado lang din. As long as though they get a pick off here, kahit na may deny sila dito ng CA, they can still get the pressure on long. Pero with 4 straight rounds down in the dumpster at SGJ nakakuha lahat ng puntos, iba ang plano, L. Diretso sila ng BJ Hawker. They fight Sue! J Hawker now will guy up in the hands of Toy. And SGJ will keep on instilling fear. At diretso pa rin naman si Evie. He doesn't quite get a clear sight towards BMD. What a shot from Toy! It's an M14 by the way, pero Jared mamamati lang din. Naharap nila na parang ang kailangan lang natin after a timeout is the classic rush B.
Classic rush B, but how much was that in the strat and how much was that in the mechanics, no? Dun sa round win na yun, was that really the timeout or was that just the mechanics dito ng players natin from JYB? Kasi si J Hawker, yung talagang nakita nating highlight nung round na yun, getting those initial 2 kills. The trades from JYB was good though, but they forced towards mid. Top pare, all the HM. And they're gonna get trades. Meron na dito ang ating SGJ getting back 3v2.
Uy, Tino, napatay niya pa mismo si Toy. Yun na lang sana possible chance dito ni BMD. But we enter a 1v2 situation pagdating ng 1 minute and 50 seconds ng timer. C4 in the RS side, BMD hears footsteps all around. At yun lang, nakalampas dito si BMD. And Tino is so unaware, he will go towards mid and go back towards the C4. Ang crazy no, nasa kanila yung C4. Pero dumiretso pa sila palabas ng B.
This is sport all over again, man. Hawak na naman ng GR yung C4, man. J Hawker though, I think he's hedging his bets in this corner. Yung nilalagay ng spray paint ng tao. ng model, ng kaya nabibait yung barrel, but that's not a sticker, pare. That's not a spray. That's the actual BMD. They will get the pick and they will get the round 5-1. This is a landslide. So far, no? But then again, a landslide just becomes a mountain at the end and that mountain is still climbable by JYB. Ang tanong ko lang, marami bang bundok sa Bacolod at sanay ba tong mag-hiking tong mga to? Kaya ba nilang maklobak tong 3 or 4 round lead? Tino will deny the first, the second, and the third. Everything's gone.
Grabe, dink after dink, headshot after headshot. And look at K7A. He needs to hold from the respawn side. Nades closing by, players crashing in, and they just decimate K7A from all angles. SGJ keeps on delivering round enders na 30 seconds lang ang lumalampas.
Ginagawa na nilang 5v5 options to, pare. Kasi push na lang sila ng push na wala silang pake sa top 4. And they're just gonna get the picks. And J Hawker, akala ko siya yung matatalo sa pick na yun because it should have been K7A with the better angle. But yeah, they're just disrespecting at this point the default ni JYB BMD, no? Ganun ka disrespectful yung ginagawa sa kanya. That guy was dropping mid-air but still Jared falls down. 4v4 ang usapan bipolar and they already have them stuck sa arco, sa bypass, sa B-doors. JYB, it's sport all over again.
Evie! Just a lurker in the shadows like a hunter in disguise. Even BMD found out ni J Hawker dito sa mid. Kung kanina si K7A yung natira, this time it's Gene on bypass. 7 rounds for SGJ. That timeout is only good for 1 round.
Exactly. That's what I've been saying, bipolar. How much of that timeout was the tactics and how much of that round win was the mechanics, no? Ito na naman tayo. There's naman. Next upon the chopping block. Only gonna get one trade.
Jayhawker is still here. He is the dagger para matigil dito ang push. Sinaksak ang ulo dito ng mga players. But it's all up to Evie now. And he might just see the players crossing towards Arco. Jane spotted. Trading blows. 3 players now. Half HP.
Mali siya ng hula. Pumunta siya dito sa B-doors, pare. When you should have went towards dito sa RS side A. Pero tingnan na, nag-ikutan lang sila. They just swap positions. Hello?
Uy! More damage onto PMD, but Gene crouch peaks. EV, that's our first half, a 7-2 scoreline. L, sumasakit na ba ang ulo mo?
Hindi, so ganito lang yung yung gesture ng JYB ganyan kasi even ako naguguluhan sa ginagawa nila. Paano pa sila, no? It's like that quote, if I don't know what I'm doing, how will the enemy know what I'm doing, pare, di ba? It's just the art of war dito. Pero I don't think they're using any art form at all, no? Or even any warfare tactics ng JYB because ilang rounds na sila naiipit sa Arco, sa bypass, dito sa may LA side, sa may yellow, no? A lot. More than 3 times. And I feel like if SGJ just opts to disrespect you this way, where they just push you on all sides, then they're thinking that you're not just an impact team, pare. You're just a team, no? Ganun yung pinaparamdam sa akin dito ni SGJ with the way that they are being very aggressive because this is not a diesel engine, pare. This is a 600cc motorbike, pare. C650 EBR ba yun? I think the motor, I forgot what it's called, pare. Pero it's just a motor going straight right at you. Hindi ka na talaga maka-blink. Hindi ka na makakahinga sa gagawin sa'yo ng ating SGJ. And I feel like it's just too much for JYB. Those rounds were just, what's the word for it? Miracle rounds? Mercy rounds? We don't know. Rounds, yeah. Right? Yeah.
I mean, at this point, L, anything is possible still kasi we're switching our sides, right? JYB, arguably, nasa better side na sila. Especially with their playstyle. Pero BMD, never mind. It's not gonna be a holdout. It's gonna be a shootout dito sa may long side ng A. There's pinabarang na 3 pa naman ang bumabaril na M14 doon sa may box ng yellow. And a taste of their own medicine, SGJ wasn't prepared for their own demise.
We're gonna do you one better, SGJ. We're gonna do the same thing you do, but we're just gonna do it in one side, pare. Dito lang sa floor A. And once again, this is like more than 10 times that the GR has gotten control of the C4. Even in Masters level, we don't really see that because the guy with the C4 usually is the last one alive. But yeah, JYB, the comeback attempt, seeds have been planted, pare. 3rd round is in play, in the books, has been recorded. And the 4th, well, tingnan natin kung on the way or canceled yung order, pare, because it's a different approach, no? Napapakita dito ng SGJ. They have tested floor A on the first round dito. They're gonna test now B-doors with a 4-member strong KPQ, the one to receive dito sa may hotel, trying to act as the concierge, but not quite yet the reception that he wants, pare. Any moment now, siya pa nga yung sasalubong. Welcome! And a trade. Only good for a trade.
JYB, they're playing pretty good here on the GR side already. They're not afraid to go face forward dito up against 3 players kasi they know aabot naman sa point na kahit mamatay yung JYB squad natin, they can still get an easy trade or an easy kill before they die. So SGJ still checking their options, man. Bukas ang high mid. Possibility of an A-split push with the help of Tino dito mula sa EA. Pwede naman mag-TV towards B kasi open naman doon. Nandun na agad si Ders nakapwesto sa mismong bar side ng hotel. This is pretty crazy. They choose A. Tapos cut off lang ng rotation dito ni Ders mula dito sa second mid. Found out.
It's the same setup sa defense.
Same lang din, El. You're absolutely right. Pero Tino might have a gap flash here that can affect BMD as he moves towards the outside
Nako po,
area.
why did you
Towards
break?
the floor of A. Hindi na siya nag-aantay.
Oh!
Pero napatong pa rin naman yung flash. At sumabog ang A site. As there's an EV enter and clean everybody in the site. Yes, napatay si Tino. Yes, napatay si Ders. Pero yung site, yung bomba, nakaplanta na. It's Jane once again. Hail Mary play. Nade. Not close to EV.
Sayang
But with this
yun.
flash, and with this possible USP, kaso wala ng oras, 15 seconds. Ngayon pa lang siya magpupush. At wala siyang magawa sa sarili niyang flash.
Mali yung ginawa doon nung side nung A-site holders natin. Kumbaga, they went for the free throw habang itong SGJ, they're going for the game-winning shot, pare. Sure, matutumba si Tino, pero nabasag yung hold nyo, nabasag yung setup nyo, and then you just went for the individual play rather than the team play, pare, which could have been the better result for JYB. This time around, SGJ trying to test mid as strong as for BMD, the first man to contact. Nako po, Bulaga, hello! 4 members strong, make that 5. And that's 1 down already for JYB. The rest of the members though, they're trying to investigate. Connect sa may CA. Hahawakan yung bintana ng hotel. But where is the aggression that we know from JYB? Tamang-tama yung Nostra ng nade ng EBR. And it's a 3v5 all over again, favoring SGJ, pare.
JYB. What happened? They were in control at one point, pero now they're getting picked one by one. At buy one, take one pa! As Tino gets the headshot out to KPQ. 9 possible rounds as they kill off Gene. SGJ hindi na pinaputos ang JY Bacolod.
And here just might be the dagger, pare. The last possible round, isa pa o isa na lang. JYB versus SGJ. The scoreline says it all. It took them 3 maps, but SGJ solid as gold as ever. Not quite shiny in the way they took this one, but still all the more valuable. There's going to take a bit of tags. Will go down bipolar. Persitino, habulin nyo yung trade. Hawak-hawak nyo yung high mid. Walang kumakagat sa JYB dito. And all the while, nauubos sila dito sa floor A.
Oh, yun lang. Hindi pala. May trade-offs lang na nangyari doon. Second mid presence, RS presence mula dito sa SGJ. At iiwan na lang nila si K7A dito. Wala silang pake sa player na yan. Gusto na tumingin dito sa my B site where the main character lies. It's Gene. CB push with the C4. Hotel exit, papunta dito si EV. At si Tino, pinalampas. Yun lang. Flash might just be too good. Shut it now! This might just be it. One more point. Pero pupuso pa rin si Gene. Hindi nakaplanta yung bomba. Is Gene the best? He is not. 10 points for SGJ to close the series and send JY Bacolod with JY Esports to Summer Impact.
Well, welcome to Impact. JY Brothers, pare. Yan, target na sila both. You're gonna be seeing a lot of more of me and SGJ. You're not quite yet out of the woods, buddy. You're still gonna go to the 2-2 bracket where you will check kung sino man makakalaban nyo doon that your Impact Spring win is not a fluke. But yeah, congrats to SCJ, man. It's a hell of a ride. There were bumpy roads, but I don't feel like this is the SCJ form that we've come and known sa Impact Spring, pare. It's not the same SCJ oomph na sasabihin kung nakita natin, pero tatangkara sure, no? Pero siguro itong JY, hindi lang talaga sila sanay sa 3-mapper, no? Hindi sila sanay na maglaro ng Akara. We can't say that for sure, pero it just might be the experience overall bipolar. And I think that is what they are lacking, no? Impact is a pretty good place to practice your experience, pare, for your knowledge about the maps. And I'm glad that they are there, pero almost is not quite enough, no? SGJ, congrats for getting to the 2-2 bracket. You still have one more to go.
Yeah. Tsaka, again SGJ, just like what El said, you're still not yet done. Plus, with this kind of performance, hindi yan papalag up against the top team sa Masters. So they need to, with this like 1 day of rest, with this like 2 days of rest, with this like hours of rest, kailangan nila agad masolusyonan yung mga bagay na nagkulang, especially on port. Kasi they could have just ended it right there and then. Pero hindi talaga eh. They were lacking. Parang their brain was taken out of their heads and they were brainless pagdating dun sa port. But nung nagising na dito SGJ, nung nahanap na dito yung utak, nung nahanap na dito yung multiple brains ng SGJ and they combined it as a whole, gumana ng todo man, and that is why we ended with a snowball kind of fight mula dito sa ating SGJ squad, and they immediately asserted dominance. LA push, B push, mid takes, an aggressive plays from singular plays. Yun yung nakita natin. And in Ankara, that is not the uncommon things to happen. That's like the normal things to do, and that's why JYB, I feel like they're still not ready. And nakita nga natin yun dito sa Ankara, but yeah, still nice try, no? Nakita naman dati dito JYB Bacolod fighting very much hard. Talagang SGJ, when they're online, when they're awake, they are felt.
Yeah, they are really felt na, especially on that part na. Pero nagtataka lang talaga ako, ang simple lang ng binabato sa inyo ng SGJ, hindi nyo magawang solusyonan. Kumbaga, rock, paper, scissors na nga lang yung laro. Hinagisa ka ng rock, hindi ka pa nakapagbato ng, ang binigay mo, peace sign. No? Ganun yung binigay mo dito sa kalaban mo, pero you're not going to be very receptive dito if you are going to be SGJ's opponents, right? Because nakita mo naman, they're just going at you all the more aggressive. Nung GR side dito ng ating tropa SGJ, na-realize nila pwede na lang natin sagasaan lahat-lahat ng areas, no? And hindi tayo makakalis, no? We're gonna get out of it scot-free, and I feel like the highlight set says it all, na yung mistakes lang dito ng SCJ is when their aim was not on point in that specific fight by Polar. So, yeah, JYB, lots of improvements, but good thing you guys are in Impact because that is where improvement actually begins.
Yep. It's a training ground for them and a possibility of like a championship din naman, though. That is still glorious in its own way. But nonetheless, 13 rounds ang binigay sa atin ng ating dalawang teams. JY Bacolod couldn't get out of that try. Pero nakita mo naman, BMD, Gene, even K7A were trying their hardest, but it wasn't just the best. SGJ cleans up house, and it didn't take Tino to work. It didn't take Durs to work. It took Jared to step up with an 18.85 KDA ratio. Grabe ang pinakita din ni Jared. Kung hindi nyo siya naramdaman ng first and second map, well, eto na. Ito yung mismong proving point. Everybody in SGJ can aim.
Yeah, I feel like he's the best overall player dito, no, in our series. From map 1 to map 2 to map 3, he has been delivering, right? So, I feel like it's all good dito for the side of SGJ, even when they lost that port map, which they should have won, by the way. Pero, pumali lang talaga sila. JY got their map. But, yeah, I feel like if you are JY Bacolod, if you are Gene, and if you are BMD, nice try na lang masasabi namin. Pero the MVP for this set, no, none other than, I'm just gonna go ahead and say it, it's gonna be Jayhawker rather, not Jared, with a 2.67 KD, 1.14 kills per round, and a 0.44 headshot per kill, pare. And of course, as usual, kahit they were just running along the map, the smokes per round is still very, very high, pare. Still convincing us that SCJ is a team that plays by the book, by the utilities, and by the strategy. Although, sa map 3, parang hindi na.
It's just insane that SGJ is still capable of doing this after what seemed to be a devastating start and devastating map ender pagdating dito sport. But yeah, Jayhawker, amazing man, from set 1 up until set 2, up in set 3. He has been consistent, man, giving us a lot of headshots and those presence known, parang impactful kills talaga yung nakuha dito ni Jayhawker. But nonetheless, meron din naman tayong match MVP for the entire sets. At sino nga ba yan? Feeling ko tatama na dito si El. It's gonna be Jared with a 1.42 KD.
Kay Jayhawker yung yung isang piraso ng pizza, tapos yung kay Jared yung natira, no? So he's gonna get
Pati
the
yung
whole
box.
piece of the pie, pare. Pati yung box, iuwi niya, no? 1.42 KD, 1.02 kills per round, and of course that headshot per kill is very, very high. Smoke's not really, he's kind of the attacker here, so he's gonna be already up on the chopping block for those smokes and for those utils, no? So we don't really need to care about the stat for Jared. All we really need to care is he has been delivering his frags, and he is the match MVP here for SGJ versus JYB. And unfortunately, no, as much as it is sad for them, well, the way that we're gonna phrase it in our post is welcome to Summer Impact, JY Bacolod and JY Esports. No, it's gonna be, well, it's polarizing. Yun yung masasabi ko for the people na mapupunta, for the teams rather na mapupunta sa Impact. Pero that's just the way the Swiss stage goes, no? Ganun talaga. Hindi pa naman out of the woods dito ang SDJ dahil pupunta pa sila sa 2-2 bracket natin kung saan makakatapat nila yung fellow Impact graduates nila dito. Kung saan possible yung gumraduate ng Impact, pabalikin mo ulit ng school, no? Pagbigyan mo ng pagbigyan mo na isa pang chance doon, at yung mananalo, syempre, pag graduate ka na, pare, magma-masters ka na, no? Kukunin mo na yung degree.
Tama ka naman dun, El. I mean, nasaktan lang ako dun na onti kasi never mind, I won't. Ayoko na pag-usapan yan. Pero tama ka naman dun, no? Para sa atin man, wag natin pag-usapan yan. But, looking at it, no, Masters ready na nga ba ang ating teams? Makikita natin yan once their matchup is concluded or once their matchup is ready. Pero, one storyline that is ensured is kahit hindi nakita sa Masters ang dalawa nating JY teams, well, makikita sila sa Impact, and that's the Battle of the Brothers. That's the Battle of JY as a whole. At makita natin yun, no? Yung possibility na parang, what if magkita sila sa gantong stage? What if magkita pa sila sa playoffs? That is gonna be insane. Pero ito na nga, El, we will be looking at the bracket. Ano nga bang sitwasyon dyan?
Yeah. Very excited. Ano kayo yung matchup? That is a spicy one. At habang update dito, yung Swiss format natin, 10-10-10. Boom! SJJ versus CBF. Alliance Gaming versus Attras. Acceptance versus MOMEN.
This is fair.
This
is so fair, man.
Is fair, and this is a banger matchup, pare, for tomorrow. Who else, no? Think of the storyline. Alliance Gaming, a team that's been fumbling around sa Masters, trying to get back to face Attras that has been really gunning for the Master spot. SGJ wanting to get that Master spot after staying so long in Impact, only to face Aldrin and friends, pare. The people that know Masters all too well. Acceptance and MOMEN, congrats na lang sa inyo, at sorry, nice try na lang sa matatalo kasi wala tayo masyadong storyline sa kanila. They're just really the two actual Impact teams dito na magtatapat, no? Pero yeah, ang saya na magiging matches bukas, no? It's a bye-bye and hellos. Hellos and goodbyes dito sa ating matches tomorrow, and I'm excited for Sunday, pare.
Yeah, siraan to ng pangarap, El, at siraan pa nga ng MUA at ating mga teams. But I feel like this is pretty fair in my case. You have Alliance Gaming versus Attras, very similar in place of SGJ and as well as CBF, na parang you have talent versus talent in a way. Yun yung nakikita ko dyan. But for Acceptance and MOMEN, well, can Heck once again come back out of what seemed to be Impact plays? Yun yung gusto kong makita. Kasi yung Heck, last 2 seasons ago, hindi gumagana. Ngayon, nagpapakita na siya ng galing, pero mukhang may papakita ka. Ano nga ba yan?
Yeah, papakita naman natin ngayon ang matchup natin, no? Including the timers for tomorrow, Sunday, mga kaibigan. Malalaman natin kung sino ba ang masters of their crafts at kung sino nga lang ba ang kaya makagawa ng impact bukas yan, dahil yung mga mananalo sa atin nga pala dito sa matchup natin sa Sunday, papasok na masters, at yung mga matatalo will be seeing more of me in Impact na naman. No? I will never get tired of saying that. I will never get tired of saying that, para being the voice of improvement for the teams natin, no? Being the voice of analytics ng ating broadcast, pare. I always strive for teams to improve. And what better way to improve than to listen to what I've been saying all throughout our broadcast. Pero yeah, that is the matchups for tomorrow, mga kaibigan. Natapos na yung mga matches natin today. Tomorrow, all 3 bangers being served up to you. Sana naman di kayo magsawa at hindi kayo magsasawa, mga kaibigan, dahil sobrang solid ng ating mga matches nga. No? Kailangan ko pa bang sabihin, sobrang solid bipolar? Isa pa, sabihin mo ulit bipolar.
Sobrang solid nga. Sinabi niya yan. Totoo yan. Iulit niya talaga yun. Pero sinabi niya nga din, solid nga talaga yun. No? Pero solid din talaga yung mga nangyayari kasi solid yung mga matchup natin at solid din yung mga bibigyan nating matchup tomorrow. Pero grabe no. Sino nga bang lalampas? Sino nga bang malakas? Pero one thing is for sure, solid nga talaga.
Yeah, exactly. No? At yun na ang ating katapusan ng broadcast natin for today. Pero bago tayo magkita-kits bukas mga kaibigan, nagpapasalamat lang ako on behalf of Smilegate, of TNC Productions, of our fellow co-casters mga kaibigan, Sneaky, Salvatore, Mochi, Dadum, Ramon, Josh, Emlo. Siyempre, makita nyo pa siya sa Impact. Pero siyempre, nagpapasalamat lang kami, myself and Bipolar as well, for tuning in for this day. Sana hindi kayo nasasawa sa broadcast natin. Keep enjoying the game mga kaibigan dahil marami pa tayong matutunghayan bukas. This has been L and Bipolar and this has been our CFS SEA Masters Summer Qualifiers Swiss stage. L and Bipolar nga pala for the last time. See you guys tomorrow and keep the fire burning as Mochi usually says. Bye!